Well, good morning, Mr. Malort. It seems that you and I are the only ones here right now. So yes, it's pretty much just you and me at the moment. I see you're the only one there, and I'm looking at the live stream on YouTube, and you're the only one here. So thank you for being here, Mr. Malort, member of the Godless Army. I do appreciate it. So I guess we'll find out here shortly if more people will join. Hopefully they will. If you are catching this on the replay, thank you so much for checking it out. I'm JL, and of course, this is Bridge the Divine. And today I'm just doing the 30-minute pre-show. Yes, and then there were three. Apparently I see them. I see Mr. Malort. I see Charlie Welch is in the house. I don't know who the third person is. Apparently, I wonder if notifications went out. I don't know if they did, but yeah, so notifications did go out. So hey, Charlie Welch, good to see you, member of the Godless Army. Do appreciate the support, bud. And I'm JL. For those who are new and who may be listening to this on the replay, I'm doing my little pre-show before I go live on Discord as a part of our panel of atheists and agnostics to talk to theists about what they believe and why they believe it. So I typically try, we do this every other Sunday. And I go, about 30 minutes beforehand just to kind of like talk with people and see what's going on and catch up with the community and just kind of give them updates as to what's going on with me before we dive into what usually can either be a complete and total dumpster fire or some really, really excellent conversations. So let's take a look and see. I see more people kind of coming in. Apparently the notifications, there were problems there. People didn't receive them. I see Tony Regime's in the house. Good to see you, Tony Regime. Thank you so much for you. Says hello, Bridget Divine. Hello to you. Dib Dib's in the house. Good to see you, Dib Dibs. Says good morning. Good morning to you. So as Marcus Dresden. Thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it. So slowly but surely, people filing in. It's early on a Sunday. I mean, what are you gonna do? See, I don't expect the internet to be knocking down my door. So first and foremost, or especially on an early Sunday. So first and foremost, I'd have to address the kind of lack of content the lack of recent content. So I know I mentioned a little bit on Johnny's stream previous morning. Chris S, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate you hanging out. So I was on Johnny's stream and on Tuesday and Friday. Last Tuesday and this past Friday, and almost address what was going on. And I'm going to address this in my upcoming video as well. Y'all have seen the thumbnail. I put up a sneak peek of what the thumbnail is, and it was a pretty interesting one, some pretty heavy topics, or a pretty heavy topic. We're going to dive into that one. It's pretty extreme on the next video, but it's got to be addressed because, so we'll dive into that. But the whole big thing so for the past month, so pretty much the month of May has just been like, I would say the last part of April and the front part of May was just like really, really rough. And it wasn't because anything bad was happening. It's because I've been so busy. It's because I've just been ridiculously busy and I wasn't sleeping well. And there were a lot of events going on. So it all pretty much started about the week before I went down to Texas Frightmare Weekend. So I was prepping everything, so everything was extremely busy the week before Texas Frightmare Weekend, and then I went out and I was rushing to get everything done, everything prepped, because I was going to be out of town, and when I'm out of town, I'm running my computer, and there's not much, so I pretty much have to let things run as normal. So I was running out of town, and then I went to Texas Frightmare Weekend, and was running about, doing the thing, and I ran myself ragged, because I was all over the place, and not to mention it was hot, it was humid as hell down in Texas, and just gross. It was a convention, and then it was just nuts. So I did a whole lot of talking and was just exhausted. And then was crashing with my friend. Then I drove all the way back up here. On the way back here, I brought home a new dog. So I brought home Oso, which I'll be sharing more pictures of him. You should have seen the picture of him on the trip up in the community tab. And when I got home, I just fell. I got it. Not only was that, I brought home a new dog, a puppy. He was 4 months old, 4-month-old puppy. German Shepherd, so just crazy energy all over the place. Not to mention we had another dog. We had Torque that we just recently adopted after Jingles passed. So there's all this brand new puppy energy. I'm completely exhausted from my trip up down to Dallas. Came back up here. I've got production meetings all over the place. I have Week in Horror I've got to contend with, so I still have to do that. And then of course, trying to maintain my personal channel, scheduling everything, all the all the stuff, all the logistic stuff for all the shows. I handle them all. So I let myself get so fucking run down that I got really sick. I haven't been sick in a while, and I got run down, and it was just gross. Not to mention, it's the allergies are starting to hit up here in Oklahoma. Like, my allergies started to hit up here in Oklahoma. So then I had like head cold. I was not feeling well. Was running a fever at one point. Now, I've recently considered the possibility that when I was in Texas, I may have picked something up when I was at the convention, but it didn't last that long, and I got over it really, really quick. And then once I started sleeping regularly, because I wasn't sleeping regularly, I was overly exhausted. I wasn't eating right, and I wasn't getting outside like I should. I was still trying to exercise as much as I can, but I was just so focused on work that I wasn't taking care of myself. So my wife was like, "Stop. You need rest. Just put that off." So I was like, "Yep, I got to put my health first." So I went to bed, and I got my hours back in order. Within 2 days, I was feeling back to normal. Started feeling a lot better. Started getting my energy back up. Started like eating regularly again, and not eating just shit, because I was just eating. I was just like snacking just to keep going. And finally got through. Started drinking more water again and trying to take care of myself, and eventually got my energy back up. While my energy was getting back up, I was still trying to compile information for upcoming vids. So I have been able to put together 4 new videos, which will be coming out soon. I'm going to stagger those out so that I have consistent content. And that should give me a little bit of a buffer going into the next stuff, so I can spend a little time. Because I like focusing on while I know that some people have said that focusing on the quality of your content, focusing too hard on that can be a bad thing, but I love putting out quality content, and it's my focus. And if that's a negative, if that's a thing that holds me back, that may be a thing that holds me back. I don't know, but I like putting out stuff. My last one, I was really, really proud of, the Matt Powell video. I was really proud of how that one performed. I think that y'all enjoyed it. So take it easy, Ben Schwartz. I know you got to sleep. I know it's early, and I know that not everybody is here in the USA, where it's early on a Sunday. So I appreciate you hanging out. Thanks so much. So, lots of new stuff coming up. Not to mention, we have the big live Bloodbath event tonight. It's going to be a Bloodbath debate over on Week in Horror. It's going to be live tonight at 9 p.m. That one's going to go, and we're going to see us do a debate. We're going to debate who would win in a fight between horror icons. And they're all killer kids from movies. So that's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I got all kinds of stuff coming up now that I am feeling better, and my health is all caught up. So I'm really, really pleased about that. Not to mention, and I'm not trying to solicit anything, but I know it's coming. But I've got to start taking care of myself or I've got to start making that a big focus. Like, not getting so carried away in work, because I turn 42 this week. So my birthday is this week, and I've got to. I can't run around like I'm 35 anymore. I can't. And while I try to keep myself in as good a shape as I can, I'm at this point, past your 40s, you're pretty much fighting your genetics, and that's when things just start kind of like when gravity starts really affecting you. And so taking care of your knees, taking care of your back, taking care of your skin, stuff like that. So yep. So yeah, just pretty much it. Just trying to stay on top of it. But I got all kinds of cool stuff, and of course today we're going to do our usual We're going to do our usual stage. I've got Discord pulled up, and I'll share that over here momentarily. We're going to start that in about 20 minutes. So let's say hi to. I saw more people jumped into the chat. Let's say hi to people and see. Chris S., good morning to you, Chris S. Thank you so much for being here, bud. Yes, Megan. Yes, and a member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much. It's so fucking early. Damn you, JL. Yes, it is early. And I know it's early on a Sunday, but this is. Follow me with this. When I was growing up, so I'm talking back in the 80s, there was a show on, I think it was it CBS or was it PBS? It was, okay, so there was a show Sunday mornings. It was very early. And it opened with like a picture of the sun And it was but not like the sun, not like the physical star, but like this image of the sun. It was like good morning something. It was and it was like trumpets were playing, and I can't remember. And it was just a short little deal, and then it was usually like one dude talking, very very masterpiece theater style, but it was just like a way to kick off your Sunday mornings. And it was really, I remember it was really early, and that always fascinated, the visual appeal that always fascinated me. But this is kind of my version of that, where we get to kind of kick off the week, and we do this every other Sunday. So you won't have to deal with this next Sunday, but the Sunday after that, you will have to deal with it. Ben Schwartz, I do appreciate you being out here. Thank you so much. Let me see who else we got in the house. Cindy Johnson's in the house, another member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much for being here. Says good morning, and Megan says too early in the morning for a bitch fest. I kid. I don't plan on bitching that much unless we run into a. There's been some really gross shit making the rounds, and I guess we could touch on that, but let's finish saying hi to everybody. H. Jess Breeze in the house, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate you being here. Jenna BFA says, glad you're feeling better. Thank you so much, Jenna. I do appreciate it, and I am feeling better. Much, much better now that I'm sleeping regularly. The dogs are adjusted, and they're pretty much under control, and of course, I'm making an effort to maintain my health a little bit better. So eating regularly, sleeping regularly, lots more water than I was drinking. So, taking care of that. I still have my wake-up juice. I can't get that. I'm psychologically addicted. I've already given up cigarettes, and I rarely, if ever, drink anymore because I don't have time. So this is one of my last few little vices. Oh, okay. So Ben Schwartz says, was alluding to the importance of sleep. I'm almost awake, but appreciate the nighty nights. Oh, okay, awesome. Appreciate that. Captain Welsh is in the house. Says afternoon, Bridge the Divide, and Chad. Good to see you, Captain Welshie. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Lord says CBS Sunday Morning, which is still on. It's still on, and it is. But yes, CBS Sunday Morning. It was like I remember that, and it just resonated. That imagery, like the kind of like gentle intro for the week, just got, it wasn't a cartoon. It was like a semi news show. But yeah, it was. I remember that's how simple and minimalistic that intro was, and it stuck with me all these years. I don't have regular broadcast television in this house. I don't. I only have the internet. I have internet. I don't watch like normal broadcast TV. So everything I do is via Xbox Live or is pretty much Amazon, Hulu, all that, Disney Plus, all that stuff. So let's see who else we got in the house. Oh, yes, thank you, Megan. Says, great to hear. I've been praying for AJL. Heard that works. I don't know if correlation, obviously causation or correlation is not causation, but, those two. Let me see. Ben Schwartz says, I used to be 40. I used to be 40 as well. That's true. Paul the Potato's in the house. Says, hello, sir. Good to see you, Paul the Potato. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, it's even earlier on the West Coast. I know it's like 7:45. Right now, and I grew up watching that. It was usually at my grandma's house, because she was always up really early on Sundays, and then of course I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' place in San Diego. So, oh yeah, let me see who we got here. I turned 42 in March. And I'm about to hit it up here in June. I really am, Paul the Potato. Cuddly Unicorn's in the house. Good to see you. Says hello to Megan. And hello, good morning, Cuddly Unicorn, a member of the Godless Army. Do appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Regios is in the house. Can catch the start of your stream live today. Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you, Regios, another member of the Godless Army. I do appreciate that. And Megan, yeah, I didn't know much in the mornings in the 80s that weren't cartoons. Agreed. I watched a lot of them myself. I remember that because my grandmother watched it, and I loved that it was the music that caught me. Maybe those were French horns. I'm not sure, but maybe they were trumpets. But I don't know. But I just remember it hit. It stuck with me. Victory Joker's in the house this morning. Bridge the Divide. Good to see you, Victory Joker. Appreciate you being here. This is Alistor Discord. Yes, it has been a while. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Went in Marseille did the theme. Oh, fantastic. Very cool. The CBS opening, yes. All right, the knees don't go until 46, says Mr. Mueller. Well, that's good to know. I already have osteomalacia in both knees from my football and wrestling days. So that's going to be fantastic when that catches up with me. And then, of course, I got my mother's eyes, so those are going as well. I do need to update my glasses because my prescription is getting worse. But then again, hers were on the same track until she got LASIK. But she got LASIK back in, I think, is the early, late 90s. She got LASIK back when it was like the hardcore shit. Dan Pettinger is in the house. As I remember hitting 40, it was like my body telling me, you're on your own now, fuck you. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's getting there. And Tony Regime is engaging lurk mode engaged, because the grandchildren are visiting. I appreciate you lurking out there. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much, bud. And have fun hanging out with your grandkids. So, obviously, a lot of insane shit going on out there. A lot of gross stuff going on. I have seen this sudden push, like this gross... It's hard to talk about what's going on in this nation, about the politicizing of the Supreme Court and this sudden, disgusting push for Christian nationalism across the board, with bodily autonomy being attacked, with trans rights and pretty much LGBTQ rights being attacked across the board. You have what happened in Uvalde, Texas, is just an absolute fucking tragedy. And, you know, I said my piece on what happened in Uvalde, and of course, my deepest sympathies are with the families of the victims, and my absolute unbridled hatred is with Greg Abbott, Ted Cruz, and the likes of them, because in my eyes, and this is solely my opinion, the opinions of the presenter do not reflect the opinions of Bridge the Divide. It's my opinion in that it's no longer an argument anymore. It's now like, this is an obvious deal that needs to be done. And I don't want to bog everybody down with this, but we need to be focused as a populace, as the nation, as the citizenry who is concerned for our children. This needs to be a talking point. And we need to push back as hard as they push in trying to make it not a talking point. They don't want to talk about it. The individuals who are, when an event like this happens, Uvalde, and then you go and you give a press conference about that, and you immediately turn around and go to an NRA convention, then, yeah, these people need to be spoken out against. So I recommend whatever your position is. Like I said, I'm not a prohibitionist. I'm for, common sense. I'm for making... it should be harder to get a weapon intended for death than it should be a car. And a car has so many legal requirements in order to obtain and operate. There should be at least those things in favor. Because, not everybody can just get a hold of a car and go. And, yeah, there are lots of cars that are, that people die in car accidents. But there should be more regulation. Okay? It required, just to do hair. In this country, just to go to be a cosmetologist, 1,500 hours. 1,500 hours to do hair. 1,000 hours to fly a plane. To do aviation. 1,000 hours to do aviation. No hours in most states, no hours to operate a firearm. Yeah, something needs to change. Something needs to give. It needs to at least be elevated to the point where this is a very dangerous item, just like a car is very dangerous. It requires things like a license, requires things like insurance, requires all of these things to get into it. So I'm just saying, that's pretty much it. That's just my take on it. So buyback solutions would be fantastic. Inquisitor Bacon's in the house. Good to see Inquisitor Bacon. Thank you so much for being here, as well as Bob Nodell's Gyroscopes in the house. Says, hey everyone. Heard you got booted out of that one stream. Congratulations. Well done. Sweeney Todd only did 200 hours. Yet he was so good. It is such a clean shave. So, but yeah, there's a lot of craziness going on. And of course, I wish I could address it all. I'm going to be addressing some of it in my upcoming videos. But it's gross, I honestly don't. It's almost hard to know where to begin, I think, and Flat Derp, and I don't know if y'all saw Flat Derp's recent video. Flat Derp covered CC Chris out of New York. CC Chris did a video concerning the shooting, and then pretty much did his best Alex Jones impersonation, which I hope ends up canceling him. And so it's just gross shit like that. And but I will say this, and I'm very pleased about this, and I hope that y'all dig this as much. But efforts have been made. Well, let me just phrase this. So I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't believe. I'm not superstitious enough to believe that I can jinx anything because it's in the hands of the IRS now. So Kent Hovind recently posted up or put up a video on his Dinosaur Adventureland channel because he has two channels. I think he's got an official Kent Hovind and he's got Dinosaur Adventureland. The Dinosaur Adventureland has significantly less subscribers than his other one, but it's still a platform that's controlled by the Dinosaur Adventureland, which is backed by Christian Science Evangelism Ministries, CSEM, which is his 501c3 nonprofit. Everything is operated under CSEM, CSEM Inc., which is based out of Florida. And then they operate Dinosaur Adventureland in Alabama, which is a part of their nonprofit organization. So Kent Hovind had a politician, had the gubernatorial candidate for Alabama on his show, on his Dinosaur Adventureland channel. Johnny O shared the link with me and wanted me to double check. He's like, hey, did he do something bad here? And I'm like, absolutely he did. Is that Kent Hovind platformed a politician who is seeking votes, seeking election in the upcoming Alabama governor race, seeking election, and he platformed, the dude's a Republican, and Kent Hovind platformed him on his channel, gave him a chance to go out there and put out his message and get and ask people for to vote. So I mean, the minute he asked for votes, the minute the dude asked for votes, I immediately downloaded the form 13909 from the IRS and reported that. And it seems to be that this may be, and I was thinking about it after the fact. I was like, okay, well, that it just did my kind of like one little small part. This seems to be something that's very, very important that I want people to be aware of. For those individuals who, and this is not everybody, but those individuals that find this Christian nationalist rhetoric and these things, and the move into kind of like legislation and politics that they're slowly but creepily making, I strongly recommend that you familiarize yourself with Form 13909 at irs.gov. Form 13909 is the form you submit as a complaint when you believe that a 501c3 has violated the parameters of having a nonprofit designation. And it can be for a number of things. So predominantly, it's for like endorsing politicians, endorsing a political party, or improper use of donations. There's a number of things on there you can click, and then you supply your information, and then so on and so forth. So it's on irs.gov. It's form 13909. And if you suspect that, you can watch these things. If you see them doing this, they need to be hit, because taking away their tax-exempt status removes a lot of their power. And I think everybody should be aware of that. So it's something that I recently familiarized myself with. And of course, it's because if anything, you never want to piss off the tax man. That's the big thing. You never want to piss the tax man off. All right, so it looks like we're about 5 minutes away. So let me check over on the politics channel. Oh, I see we got, who else was up in here? They're just chatting. And I see, Turtle Moves in the house. Is Brit here? America will never give up guns, but the NRA seems not to want to talk about any regulation. This is true. They don't. They absolutely don't. And yeah, he got booted from, let's see, CC Chris is amazing with his FE shit at least. CC did pull it. And he still hasn't answered the question. Absolutely. Yeah. Reactivate the Brute Squads. I am the Brute Squad. It says, I'm on the Brute Squad. You are the Brute Squad. Charlie Willis sent me a picture. I did see that. I saw that. That's insane. That's just nuts. But my self-defense. That's just gross. Just gross. All right, let's jump over to the politics server and see where we are at as far as the stage goes. Heathen Hangout. There we go. Nope. There we go. Let me raise my little hand. Okay. Morning. All right. I'm going to mute myself for a second so I can talk to the live chat and let them all know that we're going live, so I can get this all shared over and ready to go. Sounds good. All right. To my live chat. Here we go. Yep, watching the countdown over on Randolph's channel. Let me see here. Let me share this. Share my screen. Go. And share system audio, because I forgot to do it last time. Share. And I do not have any guests, so we're good to go. Let me actually pop this out. There we go. No, that's not it. And we can hide that and pop out. Ooh, there we go. Fantastic. And then I can show requests, and then so this will reduce the amount of pop-ups that occur on the live stream. So right now we have Randolph, we got me, we've got Taco are up on stage. I know that some others are going to be joining us soon. So I think this is a better view. This is excellent. This is a great view.
We'll be starting in 3 minutes, everybody. Thank you for joining us.
Maybe we'll have Angelo come up right away.
Ugh. All right, and I know that Xerxes probably won't be joining. He won't be able to be here till afternoon, so I know that. But I know some of the other guys. I know Jefferson's taking a break. He's dealing with some of his other stuff, so we'll see. We'll see what we have going forward. All right, so we got a couple of minutes before we go. I love doing this little catch-up time with y'all. Oh, you know what? Bam, there we go. There I am. So, I hope
It's going to be a small stage today, but we'll probably end up with like 6 at some point.
That works for me. You know what I think it might be is that, because things were a little slow kicking off, and this may even be like a small event today because people may be traveling for Memorial Day.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah.
Oh, we probably should have rescheduled then.
That's an excellent question, Ben Schwartz. I wonder if Otangelo will recite some cherry-picked data and throw in a Shroud or two. Oh, he always goes to the Shroud. When he's desperate, he goes to the Shroud.
Okay, we'll be starting in just under 1 minute.
So once it gets going,
we'll
find out about. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna go start spamming. I'm gonna let you handle the intro. Not spamming. You know the drill.
Well, remember, if we don't get any hands up immediately, or if it's a small deal, we can always have conversations. We can always discuss these things, and people can listen, like philosophical topics, or we can like look at certain arguments, like the whole metaphysical ontology BS. We can always take a gander at that, or break stuff down.
Okay, I'm going to be starting the stream here.
Cool. I'll mute myself real quick while Randolph's going to do the intros, and then Taco should be back in a moment.
Okay, welcome everybody, and thank you for tuning in. Today is May 29th, 2022, and this is the fortnightly live stream, where a group of us who are not quite sure a god or a goddess exists. Can you convince us? The conversation today is hosted by Politics Discord, and you can tune into them directly and join us on the stage if you have some arguments for us.
Hey, Charlie Allen,
that is at www.discord.gg/politics. And this is also live streaming on various YouTube channels, my own as well as JL Warren's. Thank you very much to everybody who's tuning in and joining us. We really appreciate everyone's interest and everyone being here. First, I'm just going to start with a few introductions because our panel usually includes more people, and today is Memorial Day in the U.S., so we suspect a number of people can't make it because of that, and there's some other reasons.
Tomorrow's Memorial Day.
Tomorrow is, sorry about that.
No, okay.
So I got it mixed up. Thank you for correcting me. So tomorrow is Memorial Day in the U.S. We have a different day here in Canada, so that's why I'm not as familiar with it. I apologize. And thanks again for the correction. So tomorrow is Memorial Day. The panel usually features any number of us. I'll start off with describing Tom Jump, T-Jump. He's an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with philosophers, and other academics about topics.
I think it was actually discussed on a previous stream that we might want to do these intros
and so on. T-Jump's YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/tjump.
We probably should. Let me know in the comments below if you think that the intro stuff at the start, we should move that to the back end. We'll have a group discussion about that.
Experience in analyzing and reviewing debates. Jefferson
Rodin
also
LSN,
has a
good to see
YouTube
you.
channel.
Daryl M, good to
It
see you.
is,
Thank you so much. And
linked
Charlie
in
Owen,
the
thank you so much for
YouTube
being
video
here. Appreciate it.
description. It is, it's one of those cryptic ones that's really too hard to read on over the air. Excuse me. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the social divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. Bridge the Divide, J.L. Warren's YouTube channel, is at www.youtube.com/JL Warren, and that's spelled Warren. I'm Randolph
Just as you
Richardson.
see it on the screen.
Exactly. Thank you. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada. I'm the founding president of Canadian Atheists, and I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking. I have concerns that oppression anywhere
Appreciate that,
is a
Reggie.
threat to freedom everywhere, and so this is part of what I promote. You
That's a
can
good
find
point,
out
Rod.
more
That's
about
a good
Canadian
point.
Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. My YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/Randolph Richardson.
I see we've got
and
one
that's
hand up.
Randolph spelled with an F, not a PH, no matter what autocorrect tells you. IX is a Tom and Boxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, economic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. He's the only deist we have on the panel. The rest of us are atheists. And
I did get the
Peter
shirt.
de Tucker
I got the shirt.
is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of
I
various
love this
YouTube
thing. I
channels,
really do.
including Aaron Roz, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world.
And thank
Peter
you,
Tucker's
Mr. Malord.
YouTube
I love
channel
it.
is
My wife thinks it's hilarious.
www.youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and the history surrounding it. And his YouTube channel is linked in the description of the YouTube video on my channel. Taco is the #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his
And
life.
thank you,
He's
dude.
also the
It's a
organizer
great
of
early
this
birthday
event,
present. I
and he's
appreciate
here
it.
right on time. Thank you, Taco, for joining us and being here, and thank you to everybody who's joined us. It appears that we already have one person in the audience, but I don't know if anybody had any initial things you wanted to just mention before we started the program.
No, I think we're good. I think we can jump into it. I think we're set. Other than I think I should be a mod too, but that's just me.
We're gonna get started.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just send us a message outside. Taco, yeah, please go ahead and bring somebody up unless you had something else to announce first.
Oh no, thank you everyone for coming. I invited Playboy Lardy up. How's it going today?
How's it going, Playboy?
Yeah, it's going okay. Everything's going well.
What you got for us today?
Fair question.
I've got, I think I can at least give this question a go. So, I think that a God most likely exists because, so generally in these sorts of conversations, a theist would try to provide evidence and they usually fail, but I think the only reasonable way to, justify any proposition about a God existing is by essentially looking at what we know that actually does exist, like the universe, and trying to infer from the universe that that a God exists. So basically, using the existence of the universe and some property of it to basically justify the proposition that God exists. So I'd say that the universe is a physical thing, and it's like constantly changing. It's expanding at fast and faster rates. So I think it's a justified proposition if I was to say that physical things are contingent, or maybe it would be better for me to say physical things are always changing. And because they're always changing, then they can't be necessary. And maybe this is the first point in time in which someone might disagree with me.
Okay, well, okay, so what essentially what you're talking about when you're talking about like the universe in and of itself, you're talking about cosmology. And cosmology runs the gamut. You can get into astrophysics, you can get into physics, you can get into quantum mechanics, which are all, suffice to say, really, really heady topics. So just trying to dive into those, give cursory, kind of like rundowns of those fields is really, really hard on a Discord stage. But we can break them down. It can be broken down pretty simply. So in general, so the way our current science has broken things down is that for the most fundamental thing, like the most fundamental thing that we can ascertain about the universe with evidence that provides explanatory power about reality as we experience it, is the quantum field. Okay. As far as everything that we can tell and everything we can ascertain, the quantum field is essentially always there. It has always been there. It has never not been there. And that our universe, as we currently observe it, our observable universe right now, is a result of fluctuations in that quantum field. Now, that is an extremely layperson description of what is going on from a quantum mechanics perspective. But if you want to break down things as far as like everything that is currently in reality, as far as being contingent upon one other thing, and that is the quantum field. And the quantum field is not contingent on anything. It is always there. It will always be there, even at the heat death of the universe. Once thermal equilibrium is, once we reach thermal equilibrium, the quantum field will still be there, and may result in other universes, or there may be other universes as a result that are currently like next to ours, if you want to go into those theories. But this gets really, really complicated. The important thing to look at is like, what can we derive from the evidence that we have at hand? And currently, right now, what we have are a lot of competing hypotheses with one prevailing hypothesis as to where everything came from. We do know that the visibility of the universe began at what we call the Big Bang, which is kind of like a misnomer because the Big Bang wasn't an explosion, it was an expansion event. So that's where the visibility or the observability of our universe began. And when we talk about observability from the scientific perspective, what we mean is measurability. So we can measure back to a certain point, but beyond that, we can't measure any further because the numbers that's why we call it a singularity, because it's effectively, infinite. But things with like infinite mass can't really exist. So it's a mathematical extrapolation. So we can measure back to our earliest point of visibility where we become observable. And then there's the state of things before that. So the best analogy I can come up with this is what we have to play with. The universe in and of itself, if you imagine okay, let me ask you this. Playboy, do you have a car? You own a car, right?
No, I'm not.
Do you drive?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, did you say, do I own a car?
Yeah, do you have a car?
Yeah.
Have you ever changed the oil in that car?
No, I don't think I have.
Have you ever added oil to your car?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So you know the funnel that you use when you're pouring oil into your car, right?
Yep.
Okay, so imagine that funnel on its side with one big wide end at one side and the small end, the egress point at the other end. You turn that on its side and you look at it. That's essentially the model of our universe. The big wide opening end is where we currently are. Okay? And the little tiny end at the other side is where our visibility began, where our observability began.
At Plankton.
Exactly. So now before that, we have no idea. Legitimately, we don't know. There's a prevailing hypothesis. There's a lot of competing hypotheses. One of those competing hypotheses is deism. Is essentially deism that basically a sufficiently powerful enough entity kicked the football and everything, and then just pissed off with no evidence of its existence. Okay, so that's a hypothesis, but there's no determinations that can be made about that. So legitimately, the most intellectually honest thing we can say is that we don't know. We don't have enough data to come to a conclusion as to what is legitimately there or the state of things before the visibility of our universe. Now, concluding that it must be some intelligence is very difficult because it's very difficult to support. You can hypothesize that, but then to say that it is true, you'd have to be able...
I actually hadn't gone to that point, actually.
Well, yeah, but when you say that there's likely something behind it, like there's probably a God, you're talking about probability, And that means that you need something to like back that up. That means the best thing would be you need to be able to compare a universe created by a god and a universe not created by a god. That way you could tell the two things apart. So there's
not necessarily. I mean,
no,
okay,
absolutely
so
necessarily, because in order to determine what a thing is,
simplify
we have to
things-
determine we have to also determine what it is not. So this is a very, very important distinction that has to be made. The problem is we're playing with a sample size of one. We only have one universe that we can test and that we can observe and that we can make predictions off of and that we can derive models out of and models of itself. So we don't know
I'm
what
not
a
really doing this, like,
universe,
testing, that
right?
kind of
But
thing.
we don't know what a universe looks like that was made by a god. Okay, we can only there are people who can surmise that this one was, but there's nothing to back that up. It's just a big question is, where did everything come from? And the question is, are you willing to put God into that gap in our knowledge, as referring to the God of the gaps argument, is that you're using God to answer that big question mark of like what came before, or why things looked a certain way, or what is the purpose of everything. And then that's a big question mark.
I've actually been yet to even get past a single premise. You currently don't really know the way I'm actually going to link the existence of the universe to the possible existence of a god. It's quite a leap to say that all of a sudden, because I'm trying to make an argument for God's existence, and off a single premise, that I'm immediately guilty of the God of the gaps fallacy.
No, I'm saying that if you believe that there is, then you believe that there's evidence to support that belief. Then something has convinced you.
In the middle of giving.
Yeah, something has convinced you of that. But I'm telling you, I'm just saying that this is what you have to work with. So
I understand that, yeah.
Okay, so that's where I was going with it. That's the problem when you're bringing things up when you're talking about the universe and stuff like that. Is that because we often hear like comments about the questions about the universe, like where does it all come from, what came before, what is the purpose of everything, and then and this leads to God. Because I'll straight up tell you, there is no evidence to suggest that this intelligence exists. There's no data or evidence to conclude that this is a thing. It's a completely unfalsifiable hypothesis.
That's currently up in the air because I was in the middle of giving an argument for it. The only real proposition that I've attached to the universe is that it's physical.
Okay.
So I don't really see how there's really much of a problem so far.
Well, yeah, sure, the universe is physical, but that doesn't get you anything beyond that, because we have no data about before the visibility of the universe. So making an assumption as to what came before, there's no data.
Yeah, I understand, but I said more. You can't just focus on one premise and say this, premise one doesn't get you to the conclusion, therefore it's false. There were more premises.
No, I didn't say that it was false. I said that there's no data to support it.
Well, if after I give this argument and we're able to realize that it's faulty, maybe then I guess you can say that. But currently, it is up in the air.
Feel free, yeah, go ahead. Like I said, if you have something to present that, as far as cosmology goes, or astrophysics or quantum mechanics, feel free.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really making claims about astrophysics or quantum physics or anything like that. I was just saying that the universe is a physical thing, and it's a physical thing that changes. That's pretty uncontroversial, no matter what field you're in. And from that, we can say that necessary things don't change. So the universe can't be necessary.
How does that get you to a god?
Well, because if the universe isn't necessary, then it has to be contingent, and it's contingent upon something.
Well, the universe is necessary for us to be here.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe that's the case. We can't say that it is necessary, but surely we are here thanks to the existence of the universe, and whatever it's composed of allows us to exist on this planet. But all I'm saying is that given that the universe changes, it can't be necessary, because necessary things don't change. So it has to be contingent. So we have to find out what is it contingent upon.
What do you think necessary means in philosophy?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
That explanation.
I'm very curious.
question I want to clarify too.
I'm very curious as where you're getting this whole necessary things don't change, where like necessary things are immutable. That's odd.
Well, I said necessary things don't change because, I mean, I'll give you an example. A triangle has, okay, the fact that a triangle has three sides is a necessary fact about a triangle. All triangles have three sides. So basically, in every possible world, a triangle would have three sides. This fact does not change. The laws of logic, assuming that they are necessary, which we generally have to do, wouldn't change. That, you know, they would be true in every single possible world. Like no aspect of them would differ in any possible world. Yet the universe,
No aspect?
yeah, no aspect of it.
Okay.
There's one question from the chat, but I'd like you to finish this part, and then I'd like to bring that question up quickly.
Sorry, are we waiting for a question from the chat, or shall I just continue?
Oh, okay. It's from Boomerstein. He's just asking, why does the thing changing make it unnecessary? So you don't have to answer it right now. You can answer it after you finish what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, well, I suppose, yeah, I just gave the example of two necessary things. Facts about shapes, you know, it's a necessary fact about a square that has four sides. In every possible world, it has four sides. That fact doesn't change. Assuming that you take on the classical laws of logic, which people generally do, they're true in every possible world, and they don't change in any possible world. It isn't any, you know, it isn't false in any possible world. It's true in all of them, and that's why it's necessary. So, if a thing changes, then there are multiple ways it could have been, and therefore it isn't necessary. There aren't multiple necessary ways a thing could be.
So
There's only one way a thing could be if it's necessary in every possible world.
my contingent is, my existence is contingent upon my parents. My parents got old and they're gonna die, so kind of that's the whole necessary things don't change.
Also, like the universe itself, is changing. The universe will eventually reach thermal equilibrium, and life will be impossible in this universe, and everything. All the matter will be sucked into the last black hole, and the last black hole will eventually evaporate. And yet I'm contingent on the universe existing for me to exist. So, and then we've already driven this back. If you go back all the way, the quantum field. So the quantum field itself changes. It fluctuates. There's changes in the quantum field, and those changes result in what the prevailing hypothesis is, that those fluctuations result, and that fluctuation resulted in the visible universe that we have now. Like I said, that's extremely layman's description of that, but fluctuations in the quantum field result in, one of the resultants of that is our visible universe. So, but the quantum field is always there, always has been there, will always be there. We just happen to be one change along that chain. Go ahead, Taka.
Yeah, I figured out what he's doing. So, necessary just means that it could not have failed to have been the case. And you're conflating that, like, I guess, energy or the universe or quantum fields or whatever you're looking at, and you're conflating with it could not have failed to being the case with changing through time. Like the universe changes states, it appears, given it's no longer in a singularity, and you're just conflating that. The singularity in that case would have been necessary, because that would have been the initial state of the universe.
Okay, well, if there was, okay, so the good thing about this argument is that it's quite a simple one. If something could have been a different way, for example, a proposition, it could be true or it could be false. Necessary propositions, like ones that are necessarily true, could not have been any other way. They're true in every possible world. If I was a necessary being, for example, if such a thing is possible, then every single aspect of me, every single proposition that you can make about me would not, its truth value, whether it was true or false, could not be any other way, no matter what. So when you apply that to the universe, could the universe have been different? Well, the universe was different 1 second ago. The universe was different.
The state of the universe, right? Whatever that initial state of the universe would have been necessary. Because now you're referencing metaphysical necessity, and metaphysical necessities from Wikipedia are necessary in the sense that the world could not have possibly been otherwise. And so you'd be looking at the initial state of the universe, but you're conflating the universe changing with it not being immutable.
Haha, Mr.
Well,
Brad.
if
And
you-
immutable
Good to
isn't
see
even
you.
a necessary property. You're just making that up.
I didn't use that word. I just said
I
that.
know where you're going with it, though.
Okay, well, if you can,
You were going to
if you
use
can make,
immutable.
okay, well, if you can make a proposition about the universe, let's say the universe is, at some point was 10 meters wide, or maybe like 10 meters in diameter, assuming it's like some sort of circular thing. If you were to make that proposition at that point in time when it was 10 meters in circumference, then that would be true. But the universe could have been a different way, because in the next however many nanoseconds, it was far larger, and it keeps on getting larger. Even its rate of expansion keeps getting larger and larger at a greater and greater rate. It's changing constantly and exponentially. So it's clearly a contingent thing.
I don't know why you're
and
bringing
therefore-
in every possible world. We're talking about metaphysical necessity. Like, it had to have been the case that there was an initial state of the universe, and whatever that initial state of the universe was the necessary existence. Metaphysical.
Why is that? Why is that?
Definitions.
Well, explain why the initial state of the universe must be necessary.
Because it could not have failed to in any other way.
So you've defined what a necessary thing is. You
Or it could
essentially
not
said
have been
it
failed
must
to be
be.
the case, I'm sorry.
Yeah. See. Okay. So why is that the case? Like, what aspect of it could not have been different?
It's not relevant.
Well, you need to
We're talking
justify.
about necessity, right?
Yes. I mean, okay. So I'll give you like a different example. At some point in time, was shorter than I am now when I was younger. So like, I grew just like basically all other living beings. That's a contingent aspect about myself. The reason why I grew taller was based upon, I don't know, puberty, hormones, all that kind of stuff. If I was to lose an arm, that would be contingent upon whatever, I don't know, maybe my arm got chopped off or I was in a nasty car accident. It would be contingent upon something else. These changes.
Just muddying the waters, though. It's
No, I'm not. I'm
analogous.
It
is
is
analogous.
analogous. It's disanalogous. I really want to curious
wow.
because I'm trying to get to this point because we're discussing like the metaphysical necessity of if you want to draw it all the way back to the quantum field as far as that goes. But I'm still not seeing how you're making the leap to the probability that there's a God. So, like, what evidence are you basing the probabilistic nature or the probabilistic odds of there being a God?
Yeah, well, essentially, I'm going from the universe being contingent, based on what I've said previously, to, okay, so what is its explanation?
Quantum field.
Okay, well, you need to, okay, so the quantum field changes. It isn't necessary.
Well, it fluctuates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
its ontological state. So the state of the quantum field is dependent upon whatever was occurring within it previously.
No, it's always been there.
that-
Always.
Okay, yeah. Even if you want to say it's always been there, the way, you said that it's fluctuating, and sometimes it can create universes. I mean, this seems to be quite similar to like Sean Carroll's point of view, but whatever, if you were to freeze time, for example, and look at the state of the quantum field, however it is at that point in time, is explained by the way it was previously. So its state is contingent upon its state prior. This is an aspect of physical things. Wherever these atoms are or fundamental particles are in space are all dependent upon whatever forces and other fundamental particles were bumping into it and acting upon it in the previous moment in time. That's why it's contingent, because it changes. Necessary things don't change. They are the same in every single possible world.
Okay, I think you're doing the conflation again, because that is not the case that necessary things don't change.
Well, that is the case. The necessary things don't change.
It's not. Because the universe is necessary for all of us to exist. The universe is a necessary thing, because if the universe was not here, none of this would be here. There would be no reality.
Necessary, there was an initial state of the universe.
Yes.
And
So
whatever that initial state was is the metaphysical necessity. However, what follows
by initial
from
state,
that
you mean first
point
cause?
is
so essentially what you're saying, Playboy, is that the universe could
change
be
over time. You're conflating. I don't know how to explain that, but
essentially he's
you're
saying that the universe was necessary and now it is no longer necessary, which doesn't make any sense. Because the universe is necessary for everything within the universe to exist. So the universe will always be necessary for things to exist within it. And the universe changes. So no, we've already demonstrated or explained how necessary things are not necessary things do change.
But the universe's own existence is contingent upon something else because it changes.
Yes, the fluctuations in the quantum field. The quantum field is always there, always has been there, will always be there.
Justify that proposition.
That's the prevailing hypothesis based upon the evidence that we have.
Okay, so what is the evidence for that prevailing hypothesis?
Okay, that's why I initially said it. You've literally come full circle. This is why I said, no. Remember what I said at the very, very beginning of this conversation. That diving into these aspects of cosmology, astrophysics, and quantum mechanics is extremely difficult for the length of a Discord stage. Okay?
I understand that.
Okay, so going into these more headier topics, I mean, could take upwards of an hour or maybe even more. We don't have that kind of time. So this is about.
There is no way it would take you an hour to justify why a quantum field is eternal.
Do you have the time to go? Do you have the time? Do we have the time for me to explain the calculus that goes into these things, or to try to break down quantum mechanics for the entire deal within like 10, 15 minutes?
I didn't ask you to do that. I didn't ask you to break down
Playboy. But that's what this conversation requires. Which is why I tried to, at the very, very beginning, for the sake of time and the fact that we have multiple people that want to speak, that going into these topics is extremely heavy and requires a fairly decent amount of schooling. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that you weren't deriving a conclusion based upon a lack of knowledge about these particular topics, about these particular fields.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm just asking you to give me a simplified version of
There is no simplified version, Playboy.
Well then I currently have no reason to believe your proposition. How am I supposed to just believe you?
I'm not trying to convince you to believe me. I'm telling you that you don't have all the information and you need to go learn it.
How do you know that? How do you know my current psychological state and my
we're going into epistemology.
Playboy, because the
don't stop that and have
Playboy, because the conclusion that you drew does not reflect a knowledge of these fields.
I haven't got to my conclusion yet.
You have your conclusion that it's probably a God exists.
Yeah, but I haven't said why. I mean, I could just say that.
Your conclusion is that God exists, but one of your premises is that necessary things don't change, and we gave examples of necessary things that do change. So.
But then you didn't justify why, and the reason why you couldn't justify it is because it's very heavy quantum physics, and I understand that.
We gave just dumbed down everyday examples of stuff that changes.
Extremely,
the planet changes.
Really
the planet's metaphysically necessary for us.
You're just getting combative. I'm going to pull up somebody who's not so combative and should have an amazing conversation with us. Megatron Plus and ornithologist. I've invited you up.
Taco, you're hilarious.
Hello?
How's it going, Chief?
How you doing, guys?
Great. What have you got for us today? How are you?
Well, all I got today is that if God has attributes and an identity, then he exists.
I mean,
prove me wrong.
If.
What do you mean if?
I don't need to prove you wrong. I don't need to prove you wrong. You need to demonstrate that it exists first.
Well, the attributes are explained in the Bible. Okay.
How do you know the Bible to be true?
Go to the Bible for proof.
How do you know the Bible to be true?
I know the Bible to be true because it's because the Bible is true.
How do you know that though?
I know it from it's been demonstrated to me many times.
No, how do you know that?
I've got something here.
Go ahead, Randolph.
I'm writing some science fiction. And in my science fiction, there are a couple of planets. One's called Iblis, the other one's called Olanoth. Olanoth has almost 800 continents. It's a massive planet. I don't think this exists. In my story, it exists, but in reality, obviously, it doesn't because I made it up. But what you're saying is just because something is described, it exists. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, yes. Because if I were to sell you something, right, and I am a salesperson, right, and I were to try to sell you either Bitcoin or investing in a company, I'm going to have to extrapolate or basically give you an abstraction of what I'm trying to describe, right? I'm painting this picture in our minds. So in the end, whether if you're convinced or not, it is still something that exists that you're making a choice on. So right now, you're making a choice whether if you believe God is real or if you do not believe God is real. That doesn't
No,
mean
it's not a choice. No,
Barth.
It does not mean that the existence of God.
No, Barth, that's not a choice. That's not a choice. Barth, that's not a choice. It's not a choice not to believe.
There's three of you. There's only
Hey, let's go back and forth.
Let me respond to this.
Oh my God.
I think what's happening here is you're talking about something existing as an idea versus something existing as a real thing. So the idea describes the concept of what this thing is, like Planet All Enough, which I would very much love to be a real thing because it's a lovely place in my story. But I don't think it's real. If you can convince me it's real and provide proof of this that matches reality, I'll be very happy, of course, and I think it would be helpful to all of humankind. But I don't want to give away too much of my story since it's not published yet. But the thing is, there's a difference here. Something can exist as an idea, as a concept, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it exists as something that's actually real. And I think what's happening here in J.L. Warren was just going to say is you seem to be conflating these two aspects.
Yeah, but by your logic, Barth, Harry Potter. But Barth, by your logic, Harry.
Then I'm going to forget how to respond to what he
Barth,
just said.
by your logic, Harry Potter exists.
That's fine. He does exist, and he's worth and the idea of Harry Potter and his books are worth billions of dollars. Is that not real?
No, but Harry Potter doesn't exist in reality.
Don't answer that question.
No, the
question. Is
Barth,
the woman
Barth,
that made Harry Potter worth billions of dollars?
Barth, it's irrelevant because it's
Why is it irrelevant?
I'm going to explain it to you. It's irrelevant because Harry Potter is not a person that exists in reality. The wizard, Harry Potter, does not exist in reality.
So then
it's
how
a fictional
in the box
story.
office is he making millions if he doesn't exist in reality?
Because it's a story. It's a story that makes millions.
So where do they collect money for this Harry Potter idea and Harry Potter being like this great book that everyone bought? Where is that held in reality?
It's a story. It's a fictional story.
Where is Harry Potter at that moment when they're buying the book or they're going to see the movie?
In their minds.
Exactly. So does Harry Potter exist in order for them to buy the Harry Potter towel and party favors and all this other stuff? Do the party favors exist?
Yes, but Harry Potter himself does not exist.
Do the costumes exist? And him as an actor exists.
Barth, Daniel Radcliffe exists. No, Daniel Radcliffe exists.
Do you see what you're doing now? You're explaining that this extrapolation, this idea is actually
because you're conflating a concept.
It's not a concept anymore.
It is a concept.
You just mentioned Harry Potter, and I'm explaining to you before you start over talking me. I'm explaining to you that this Harry Potter is a real thing in reality, just like how you're saying you're contradicting yourself. I'm telling you that Harry Potter is real in reality, and that kids do know about Harry Potter and his wand and all of his attributes.
But that doesn't mean that it does not mean that Harry Potter or Hogwarts are things that exist in reality.
And then where do they exist then? Because
they exist. They existed.
He is a gazillionaire because of this movie. So where in reality is this hidden place where only people outside of reality can go to Harry Potter and see that this person is external from reality? Where
the concepts are written in books and they exist in people's imagination.
Okay, so is the book a physical thing? Is the movie a physical thing?
Well, of course, the books are, but
Do normal people like you and I that are driving down the street can see a Harry Potter, the next movie of Harry Potter, and it's a big billboard sign. Is the billboard sign real?
Barth, are you like a Platonist?
I'm asking you a question.
No, I'm getting it. Barth, calm down, dude. Calm down. Are you like a Platon? Do you believe like Platonic objects exist?
Why are you prevaricating?
I'm not prevaricating. I'm trying to get to the conclusion. No, I'm trying to get to the conclusion.
What about
The
Allah?
Bible is the
and
best
Vishnu
sold book.
numerous times?
That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
And everyone has this book. Everyone knows the story. Everyone has.
Yeah.
Everyone knows the attributes of God.
That's a valid point. That's a valid point, Bart. But also, McDonald's is the most popular restaurant on Earth.
Okay, you're just mentioning something else that exists, and you're comparing it to God. So God does exist.
No, what?
Explain that to me.
No.
Things that we know in the real world exist.
Or by this logic, every religion is true.
Yeah.
Then what's wrong with that? What are you saying?
Because some of them are direct Barth. Because some of them are directly Barth.
Jail. It's cool. Listen, Barth, if they're all right, some of them are exclusionary, so they can't be right, as we're just violating basic logic at this point.
Basic logic. And where do we get this basic logic from?
We observe it throughout the universe, how things interact, and that's it.
It's descriptive.
It's all descriptive.
And we've observed a superposition, but that exists. Have we observed that? No, because then that violates the law of identity. The fact that we only see it in one position, it's not contradictory, right? But we know that the superposition is real and it exists, or doesn't it? So where is the superposition right now? Where is it? Do we know that it's real, or are we just saying that it is?
I love it when you just pull big words out. You just throw them around like you don't.
Up that door, so why can't I do it? See,
I wasn't prevaricating. I was getting to the conclusion.
You said something that had nothing to do with the conversation.
You obviously think there's some sort of universal, like Harry Potter out there that all Harry Potterness is derived
Harry Potter
from.
Right now, then, if Harry Potter doesn't exist, how did he make so much money? How did that woman?
He didn't make money.
He believes in the look. Harry Potter exists in the hearts and minds of all the little children who love those stories. Okay.
Thank you.
And Harry Potter did make money. Harry Potter did make money. J.K. Rowling made money.
Okay, so in the physical sense, where is Harry Potter right now?
There is no physical Harry Potter.
So if I go to any sort of library or Barnes and Nobles, there is Legos.
Sorry, those are Legos.
That's physical. They have costumes of Harry Potter.
They're
physical.
Legos.
They have books of Harry Potter. That's physical.
He can't be serious. He can't be. He's got to be trolling us.
For real. Do you guys realize how ridiculous
this got to be a troll.
I'm being for real.
We're ridiculous because we don't think. Wait. We're ridiculous because we don't think a Lego statue of Harry Potter is Harry Potter,
or that a book that has Harry Potter written in it is Harry Potter.
The identity for you to know that it is Harry Potter or not. Obviously, it has the identity of a Lego.
No, it has
the identity of a Lego.
Is Harry Potter in the book? No, in the actual books, Harry Potter, is he made out of Legos?
Thank you. He's not, because then what would give the identity of a Harry Potter Lego set?
Well, I don't know, because I was just guessing. I haven't read the books. I just assume he's not made out of Legos.
So what is the identity of a Harry Potter Lego set? Let's go down this set then. I'll use all your examples. I have no problem with this. What is it that makes a Harry Potter Lego set a Harry Potter Lego set? Do you know the attributes of a Lego set?
No. I thought we were arguing that what makes a Harry Potter Lego set not the actual Harry Potter.
No. That you can't, because you know the difference, because actually Harry Potter in the movie is not a Lego set. And that's the difference between the identity, because they have different attributes. Now, when you say God, and you argue against this position, and you take stories from the Bible, you're using proof from the Bible to refute the Bible. You realize how ridiculous that is.
No,
You're
we're not.
asking me
That's
to
called
prove-
an
No.
internal critique.
No, wait.
That's just
It's called an internal critique. So where is your worldview outside the internal critique? Can you explain that? Because
we're
you
just-
don't have a worldview outside the internal critique. Your argument is just the internal critique. You're not telling me what is your ultimate framework that constitutes all your truth claims. You never answer the question. So if your argument is just the internal critique, then you're just being 100% fallacious, because you're telling me that the Bible is not evidence of God, but yet you're pulling evidence from the Bible.
I don't claim that. I'll
disprove
say
the Bible.
No, I'll say like you
How are you
present
gonna
the Bible
why
as
do you see
evidence.
this contradictory views within the Gospels?
Barth, are you going to
How-
let Jack...
I would
res-
grant-
Where are you extrapolating that from? Are you extrapolating that from the
I
Bible?
will grant that the Bible is evidence of God. That's
All
fine,
right, so
but
then,
the evidence has to be
is
scrutinized.
the evidence that you use against God the evidence of God?
I'm sorry, one more time. I was
Is the
distracted.
evidence that you use against God evidence for God?
Yeah, there's
I'll
nothing
say
wrong
it
with that.
again.
We do that. No, I
I'll
heard
even
you.
lower
No,
my voice.
that's
I'll even
completely
say
fine.
it
No,
in
No,
my
it would be
live
that-
I heard the claim.
Definitionally, it would be evidence
That
against
actually-
God you're posing.
Okay,
Or
so now,
evidence cuts both
when you
ways.
find a
If-
contradiction in the Bible, where do you get that information from?
The Bible.
Thank you.
Serious?
Are you using the Bible as proof?
No,
For your
I'm
claim?
I'm
Just
criticizing
answer
the evidence.
question.
I'm
Are you
criticizing
using
the
the
evidence.
Bible for the claim that you're making? Are you using that as evidence?
Yes, I'm using it as
Thank
evidence.
you. So there is evidence for God in the Bible. What
No.
is the problem?
No,
Where-
you're wrong.
where
You would
does
be
this
using it
lead?
No,
this
no,
I mean,
this is
you
fine,
guys
this is
come
fine,
here
this is
every
just-
weekend and say the same
Jack,
shit all
Jack,
the
come
time.
on. Don't indulge this. Don't indulge
No,
this nonsense.
no, JL
Barth.
Warren. You're just
Barth.
gonna run away now.
I'm not running
Look at
away.
it
I'm
this
right
way.
here,
Of
dude.
course you
I'm
are.
going to
He's
give
in
you
the
an
room.
analogy. Listen. If there's a murder trial and there's a murder weapon, both the defense and the prosecution are going to scrutinize the evidence. They're going to look at the same thing, and they're going to argue
Yeah,
for different
why
points
OJ
on the
that's why
same
OJ
object
went to
that they
jail,
agree
right?
to.
That's why OJ went to jail. So,
You're just
it's
proving my
funny. It's
point
funny
for
how
me.
evidence works all
You're
the time,
proving
right?
my point for me.
No,
The
you're
evidence will
proving
cut
my
both
point.
ways.
You're
The
proving
evidence,
my
like
point.
OJ's knife, will cut both ways. Thank you.
Oh,
I'll
but the
see
glove
myself
didn't
out.
work. But the glove didn't work.
Glove
And the
worked fine.
theatrics of it didn't work. That's what an atheist does.
The theatrics worked. The theatrics worked. He
And
didn't
this is what
get
you're doing right
convicted.
now, the theatrics. This is the theatrics of it. You're using evidence against evidence and saying it's not evidence.
It is evidence. I'm
you
saying
realize
it
how
is evidence.
ridiculous that
I
sounds,
say
right?
I don't claim that. I say it is evidence, but evidence cuts both ways.
Okay, so you're saying that the Bible is evidence for God, and your argument today on the stage is give me evidence for God. You realize how fucking ridiculous that sounds, right? I don't mean to curse at you, Jack.
Well, he said it was
No, I love
evidence
you, Jack.
against the God.
I'm not
I love
cursing
you,
at
brother.
you, Jack.
Don't worry,
I'm just
buddy.
cursing.
I get it.
No, I know.
No, you're a passionate guy, and all the power to you. But yeah, evidence cuts both ways. So when you bring the evidence, all you're basically giving us is more ammunition for us to criticize.
Yeah, and you're using the evidence that I give you as evidence against me. You realize how redundant
It
that
doesn't
is, right?
mean that your God exists.
So then what does exist? Then what is your ultimate framework that constitutes all your truth claims? Because I'm going to make a claim, and I'm going to tell you that it is God. I'm going to
What-
say that God is the necessary precondition for all facts, that is instantiated and secured by all states of affairs. He constitutes what is, can, and cannot be. Now, what is your claim? Your claim is an internal critique. That's not a claim.
No, I don't need to do an
That's
internal
you
critique.
giving an internal critique for what I just said.
Barth, stop.
So then
I
what is
don't
your
need to
ultimate
give.
framework that
I
constitutes all
don't
your
need.
truth
I don't need an internal critique.
claims? See, you're running away again, JL.
Barth,
Running away again.
Barth, shut up.
You're going to threaten to dox me now, too?
I
'cause I won
don't.
an argument against you?
Barth, I don't need to do an internal critique. All I need to do is explain to you what my metaphysical grounding is.
What is it?
My metaphysical grounding for the metaphysical ontology of all things is the quantum field, and how I support truth claims about reality are logical, are novel testable predictions. That's
My
it.
wife just got home, and I gotta go. You're so full of shit, J.L. Warren.
That's your response to what I said. I just answered your question, and that's your response?
I think I'd like to hear J.L. Warren's overall critique on all of that. This is quite a rude way to word it.
Are we talking to JL or are we talking to a Lego statue, JL?
The J.L. Warren Lego set, the Bridge the Divide Lego set.
That's actually a good idea.
It's
And
just-
The beard's probably going to be the hardest part.
It will be the toughest part.
The thing is just chaos.
so JL, what are your thoughts on that, really quickly?
So I don't. So Barth was going like full Darth on that one. Essentially, is what he was doing. He's like, "What is your meta?" He defines God in a particular
Darth
way.
Dawkins you're referring to, right?
Yes, I'm referring to Darth Dawkins. And so essentially, for God, for him, is the way he defines it is the metaphysical ontology of all things, and therefore, because he's defined it in a certain way, therefore it must exist. And he was using things that we were bringing up, trying to use them against us, like, you know, abstract concepts, things that are in the imagination. Like Harry Potter is an imaginary character, and it doesn't exist in reality. It exists as a concept in people's imagination. And that he was saying that because the Bible essentially works kind of the same way, where God is a concept within the Bible, and it has these particular attributes, and it exists as a concept in people's minds, that therefore it exists in reality in some way. And like Jack was trying to pull off, it's like, no. And when we do internal critiques of the Bible, we're simply saying we're going to assume assume the premises are true. Let's look for logical contradictions, and that's what we find, and that's why, like Jack said, evidence is a double-edged sword. Is that like the OJ knife cuts both ways? Is that we can say, okay, so if this is true and this is true, this is true, then there should be no logical contradiction in that. But there are logical contradictions, especially when you take into account the attributes that are derived from the Bible about God. The biggest one of this is that if the Bible is the breathed or the inspired word of God, and those attributes are essentially God describing himself to humans through the Bible. So God inspires the Bible, we derive attributes of God from the Bible, so therefore that's God telling us about himself. But then we find that those attributes are logically contradictory. Logical contradictions can't exist. A equals A is not equal to not A, but when there are logical contradictions, we realize that these cannot exist because logic is true and all, the classical logic is true in all possible worlds. And this is the evidence we use against it, against the this thing existing. It doesn't say straight out that God flat out does not exist. What it says that the version of God presented in the Bible does not exist because it's logically contradictory. Proving the Bible, but this is one thing that he gets wrong. This is my final point on this. This is one thing that Barth gets wrong. The Bible, the truth of the Bible, and the existence of God, God, if you want to call it God, or if you want to call it just deity or like deism or whatever. These are two mutually exclusive things. Disproving the Bible, proving the Bible to be flat out false, does not mean that God does not exist. Okay? So, attacking the Bible is just attacking the Bible. Attacking God is something completely different. So I could completely wreck the Bible. This has been done before. Aaron Ra has done this. A number of people have done this. Completely torn down the Bible line by line as to why that book is full of shit. Just because they've done this does not mean that God does not exist. It just means that God, if it breathed the Bible, is a terrible communicator with human beings. Or it means that human beings made this shit up to try and explain the world that they were in. It's one of the two. But it doesn't mean that flat out that God does not exist. It just means that Christians' version of this thing does not exist. So that's the problem Darth has got, that Barth, sorry, I called him Darth, that Barth has with it. He can't get this out of his head, that the two of these things are like bound together in some way, which is really, really weird.
Same worldview as Darth, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, I think it was important to get that explained. Thank you, J.L. Warren. I appreciate that very much. Jack Burton, did you have any quick thoughts on that before we move on to Boomerstein, who I believe wants to critique what our previous guest had to say?
No, Boomerstein. He's a known troll, and
Jack, come on.
Well, Boomerstein, you had asked a question in the chat, suggested asking during that previous conversation that would the idea apply to Allah or some other kind of deity? Am I correct?
Well, I was just going to point out that what Barth Blockins over here is basically just pushing polytheism at this point. He isn't even a Christian. He's just pushing polytheism.
And that's okay. It's okay for people to convince us that more than one deity exists if they wish to try.
Yeah, but that's not what he actually believes. That's what I'm taking issue with, is that I know he wouldn't acknowledge that if it applied to anything else.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. So you're thinking that people who are putting an argument forward should also be believing that argument.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I think that's what Barth is doing, and I think JL knows that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got it.
He's also got this weird thing. He's also got this weird thing that he works from that he didn't really mention here, but he thinks that because an argument is valid, therefore it is also automatically sound, and that's not the case. That validity and soundness, that sound arguments are also valid, but valid arguments are not necessarily sound, and he thinks that they are. Like he can make a valid argument for God, but therefore it automatically is the case, and that's just not true.
But what was I gonna say here? I was just gonna say I wanted to talk to Bart actually. That's why I wanted to come up here, so I don't have much to say. So I'll leave you guys with something very important that you've definitely never heard before.
Uh-oh.
If Bible fake, why good thing happen? I got you there.
So, just so you know, we don't on this program we don't entertain guests talking with other guests. It's we did that once where somebody was coming on to assist with translation because they were helping with a language barrier concern. But we're not hosting debates between guests. It's that's not the format of this program. Although as tempting as it would be, that would be more appropriate for a different kind of show where the audience is expecting that sort of thing. But do appreciate your interest in that, and thank you for your perspectives, Boomerstein. I appreciate it very much.
But before I go, I just want to say the only reason I'm not even up here is because Taco forgot who I am. He offered me a spot before he started all this, and then he just forgot I existed.
It happens.
He's like, you can sub in if someone's not here, and then he's just like, who are you?
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and follow.
Thanks, Boomer.
Thanks, Boomer.
Thanks, Boomerstein. Appreciate that. Hello to Angelo.
Hi guys.
Sorry, Taco.
How's it going, dude? What you got for us today?
Well, I would like to bring up a topic which I usually don't, which is a different approach to theism, and that is the resurrection of Jesus. So I think that one of the most
Did you say extraction of Jesus or resurrection
I think you said the resurrection.
Yes, the resurrection of
Okay,
Jesus.
thank you.
And I mean, some of you guys know I have wrote it many times, and I will have in a week a debate with David Neff about the Shroud of Turin at Debate Cafe. So you guys are invited. It's in next Friday. So I think that the Shroud of Turin proves that the resurrection is true.
Okay, given the current evidence regarding the Shroud of Turin, the current forensic evidence that has come out, the most recent stuff that came out, I believe it was in 2018, why should we believe your story about it? Because the forensic evidence and basically all the evidence about the Shroud of Turin and the dating of it dated back to about, I think it was the 14th century. That is essentially a 14th century art installation, as best as it is. That it doesn't date back to Christ. So given that all the evidence says one thing, why should we believe what you say?
Well, the radiocarbon dating, JL, was not in 2018, it was in 1988, and the article in Nature magazine, which gave that dating 1260 to 1319, came out in 1989, right?
Yes, but that's true. But the forensic report was done, I believe, in either 2017 or 2018, where the forensic analysis of it, resulted that this thing is not real.
What forensic evidence are you talking about?
Give me 1 second. I have the article here. And
Can you put it in
scientists?
the
Okay, so this was forensic research once again suggests the Shroud of Turin. I want to find the actual scholarly article, but the basics of it is that forensic scientists have once again, this was in 2018, July 17th, 2018, when this hit the wire. Was forensic scientists have once again concluded that the Shroud of Turin, supposedly the burial cloth of Jesus, was wrapped in after his crucifixion, was artificially created. And so scientists use blood pattern analysis research techniques to study stains on the shroud, concluding that they are inconsistent with a single position. Forensic scientists once again concluded the Shroud of Turin was artificially created. I want to find the actual article instead of the reporting on it, because I want the legitimate article. So I'll find the link and I'll put it up. But the forensic analysis in 2018 combined with the actual dating of the shroud both conclude that it doesn't date back to Christ. Now, the reason that the dating of the shroud was only done that once is because the individuals that maintain possession of the shroud will not allow it to be dated again. That they've resisted further attempts to date it again. It's we would like to date it again to get more information, but they won't allow that anymore. So then they brought the forensic analysis in, and forensics have legitimately debunked that a person was ever wrapped in that thing, that it was artificially created. So, given the current evidence, why should we believe your story?
Okay, I can give you the paper. I can put it here in the side chat. I'll put it in Heat and Hangout. Is that okay? And
yeah, that's
the paper. Okay, and the paper is from Matteo Borrini and Luigi Garlaschelli. It says a BPA approach to the Shroud of Turin. Okay, and
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is that the paper from 1989?
No, the 1989 paper is about the radiocarbon dating, which was made by three laboratories. So one in Zurich, the other in Arizona, Phoenix, and the other I forgot now. And they came up with that dating. Now, this paper, which JL is mentioning, it doesn't actually relate to radiocarbon dating. It relates to the blood strains on the shroud, and they claim that the direction of these blood strains supposedly disproved the shroud. Okay, so this is a very, very weak line of argumentation. It doesn't say anything in regards of the age of the shroud. Okay, it just says about the position of the position of the blood strains, and it doesn't actually disprove.
I've linked the scholarly article. Let me jump to that and make sure I went through. Yep, the onlinelibrary.wiley.com. I've linked the DOI in the Heat and Hangout. So I've linked it there so that everybody can see it. But that is the refutation of it, that no one was ever wrapped in, that this was deliberately created, but it was never used as a burial shroud. This is essentially to put it very glibly, a 14th century art installation is what it is.
Yeah, as I said previously, JL, the blood strains, the direction of those doesn't disprove or prove anything in regards of the age.
It proves that no one was ever wrapped in that shroud. That a physical human body was never wrapped in it, and combined with the evidence of the dating of it, which dates back, because the thing didn't even pop up until around 1390, is when it first showed up in France. That's when the shroud was first documented as having existed, was in France, and I think it was 13. It was like right before the 1400s. So it didn't show up until the late 1300s, which is the 14th century, and that when it was finally dated, and now they won't allow it to be dated again, which is also problematic, because as our technology improves and it becomes more accurate, they should allow us to date it again to get a more accurate sampling, just in case the previous test may have been compromised or weak again. But the problem is they won't allow that to happen anymore. They won't allow further dating tests to be done, and that's because whenever you do that, you have to take samples from the actual shroud. And so I can understand that they don't want it to be overly damaged, but that's also problematic, is because they won't let it be tested again. But they allowed forensic analysis to be done because it doesn't technically damage the shroud itself. And those forensic examinations determined two things. One, it was never used to wrap a human body. And 2, the blood flow pattern, the supposed blood flow patterns in the Shroud do not correspond with a prone individual bleeding out from those specific wounds. So the forensics and the dating both just debunk it. And I'm saying, in the face of the evidence, of the current evidence that says it's a hoax, or not really a hoax, that it's essentially it was just artificially created, that it was not the burial shroud of Christ himself. Why should we believe your? Did we lose him?
Let's see if he puts his hand back up.
I think we could probably move on to the next guest. I'll just say that I jokingly like to call the Shroud of Turin the ShamWow of Turin.
The ShamWow.
Hello, Tree. Welcome. I'm not sure how to pronounce the remainder of your name there, if you can help us out.
Oh, it's just empty.
Tree.
Do you remember me from last time? Probably not. Basically,
familiar.
My point is built on you have to agree that you don't change, and if we can't agree on that, then I don't have anything else to say, basically. But yeah, can you agree on the fact that we remain ourselves throughout change in the world?
How?
I would say portions of ourself remain the same. We have certain constancy within us, because I've always been who I know myself to be, but I've also grown over time and changed. Parts of me have changed quite a lot, and then there's certain parts of me that I think have generally remained the same, at least psychologically.
And technically, given if you're talking physically, like we have essentially like a new skeleton every 7 or so years. We have, I mean, your cells replenish, so we do change. I mean, physically, psychologically, emotionally. We love things, we stop loving things, we believe things, we stop believing things. Our body physically replenishes itself, our cells are replenished.
You can list things as long as you want, but it's just it's not relevant to what I'm trying to say, right?
Well, how do you, like I was going to say, how do you mean change?
Change, like you're describing things that change, and I'm trying to point at you, which remains yourself and doesn't change. And then I know there are figures of speech to say, oh, I behave this way, I behave that way, I act this way, but without confusing you, yourself, with the way you behave, or the way you look, or whatever, can you just focus on that fact that you're persistent throughout change? And that is you.
My identity, or...
No, like you. Like without attaching
Would that be my identity?
Without attaching it to any idea or form or understanding you have of anything, just you, right? Can you do that?
You is very nebulous. I'm trying to understand what you mean by you.
But if I said that, you would think I'm insane. Like, because if I said I was a spirit, you would just be like, no.
No, do you mean like the full context of what makes me me? That would include the physical and the conscious, or are you talking about just the consciousness, or what are you talking about?
Just you, without the physical things, right? Because they change.
So that would be my identity.
Okay,
right?
if you want to call it that, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying you are you is very nebulous, because you can encompass a lot of things. Because I don't occupy... My body is not the same as Jack Burton's, who's not the same as Randolph's, not the same as Taco's, not the same as yours. So technically...
we encompass everything.
Right? Yeah, this arrangement of molecules, or this particular arrangement of atoms, is not the same as others.
Yes.
Okay,
but you touched on something important there, that we encompass everything, right?
No, I mean, I'm saying that I am not the same as somebody else. Physically, I'm not the same as somebody else. I'm composed of the same material.
I heard that. Yeah.
DNA, GATC, but I'm trying to understand what you mean. Listen, you is very nebulous. What do you mean by you?
Well, let's pretend it's identity then. So could you rephrase identity for me?
So identity would be how essentially in my eyes, my identity is how I self-describe. And yes, my identity does change.
All right. So you can't find anything like you. I just like to use the word you, but apparently it's too nebulous to exist for some reason.
Well, because it can encompass a lot of things, so we need to get
right.
more specific.
It encompasses everything, like
right.
necessarily, right?
Well, it encompasses
you
everything
are fundamental.
about it encompasses everything about me. About
any being, right? You need a being. It's fundamental to anything happening. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
But it still changes. All of it changes.
No.
None of it is static.
Change. Things change.
Yes,
everything changes. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So.
Yes. Everything changes, right?
Okay.
But you're not one of those things.
Sure, I am.
No.
Sure, I am. You break me down to my constituent. You break me down to my constituent parts. It's the exact same as every other human being broken down to their constituent parts.
Yeah, but this is an avatar, a body, right? I can remove limbs. You're still there.
So you're talking about the soul.
Right, that's a better word. Soul, spirit.
Okay, fantastic. What is your evidence that a soul exists?
There can't be evidence, because evidence is a physical thing.
So you're saying that the soul...
There are lines of thinking. There are ways of interpreting it, which make sense to some people, right?
So it's subjective.
Like, it's not provable by any means.
So why would I believe in it?
It's up to you. It's open to interpretation. It's anyone's guess.
So, if I don't change, then I can't physically move.
No, you can physically move. When I'm saying you don't change, I'm specifically talking about you remaining yourself. I'm not talking about anything physical or how things happen.
Brain cells don't last forever. If some of my brain cells die,
to repeat myself, I'm
not
talking about anything that happens. I'm talking about you remaining yourself.
But I won't. At the time of death, I won't exist anymore.
That's something happening. That's not existing.
But I will cease to exist. There is a point where my existence ceases.
You're stuck on imagining something happening, and I'm trying to tell you, no, existing, right, as a permanent idea, not a temporary wave or something happening. No, like existing, like fundamental. There is something. Like
okay.
Yeah.
So
can you believe in something? Yeah. Can you?
What do you? Of course, I can believe in things, but my personal beliefs will die with me.
Okay.
Like when my body quits this world and my brain starts working, like all of the little personal things that go along with me, that those go with that. They cease to exist.
It's your model of it. Yeah.
Well, that's the model based upon the evidence. There's no evidence to justify the assumption or belief that anything exists after this. That's a
good thing.
And as far as we go, like neurophysiology and neuropsychology and neurology is a field in and of itself, mind-body dualism is pretty much defunct. There's no evidence to support anything continuing on after the death of our physical bodies.
Okay, yeah, there can't be evidence, and I think that's a good thing.
Well, if there can't be evidence for it, and it can't be tested for, and it doesn't explain anything, and there's no predictive modeling that can take place with using it as any kind of thing, why would I ever... To believe in this thing would be completely irrational.
It's the intuition of your own spirit that's not changing, right?
But to believe
and if you can't grasp that intuition, I can't help you, but that's the only way.
I'm saying, but intuitions can be wrong.
Yes, they can.
Intuitions are proven wrong all the time.
I think it's right, and you think it's wrong, and you'll never prove it.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
But,
you think it's right. Separate ways. No, you think it's right, and I'm telling you I'm telling you the way the evidence tests out, you're drawing a conclusion that is completely irrational.
No, in my mind and the way I think, it's very rational. Like we just disagree.
Okay, cool. What's your evidence for it?
It's not. There's no evidence for something that isn't based on the physical world.
So it's an emotional state, right?
It's how you interpret the physical world, right?
So it's
and I'm allowed to interpret the physical world in a different way to you. Yes.
But is that not
and it doesn't make it quote irrational.
Are you not basing
that the physical world means something else to me?
Are you not basing that Are you not basing that off of your emotions? Is that not an emotional appeal?
Of course, that's included in your experience. So are you.
Is that not an emotional appeal?
So are you. It's the same for you.
No, it's not. I'm not making an emotional appeal.
It is.
I'm not making an emotional appeal about it. I'm telling you what the evidence is out for. The evidence doesn't care about what I feel about it.
To be objective, like a robot, like you're going to be emotional inescapably as well. You like to think that you're objective and perfect. You're not.
You're correct. But I cannot allow my emotions to override what the evidence says. I have to be able to disregard my emotions in light of the evidence.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm being irrational.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
You can go to the next guy.
Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you. It was good talking with you. I will just say that when it comes to this idea, I think he might be getting at kind of trying to get at the rudimentary, fundamental aspect of consciousness, as in consciousness not enhanced by memory, of the function of being conscious, perhaps. And I guess that might possibly even change as well. I've been thinking a lot about this topic lately, and I think you know, as I grow throughout my life, I think I've gotten probably more sophisticated in how I observe myself, my own thoughts. But you know, this is a murky area for me. I don't, but I suspect, my suspicion is that he's kind of working toward that angle, that direction.
Yeah, I'm just going along the lines of, sure, we can be emotional about things. We can find things to be poetic. We can find things to be, oh, I wish it was like that, or this would be amazing, or you know, whatever. But the reality of it is, what I feel and what is real are often, you know, they're not the same. They're not necessarily the same. So what I feel emotionally about a thing doesn't often reflect reality unless it comports with reality. This is how people can become obsessed with other people, like in relationships. Like, oh, I love them so much and they love me, they just don't realize it, or I haven't proven it to them. It's like, no, the reality is that other person doesn't love you, and you are upset, and that other person is obsessed. So no, that's why we don't base these things upon how we feel. And basing upon how you feel is deeply irrational, because it's highly subjective to you and your experience, and it only conforms to their personal experience or their personal desires. But I'm sorry, the universe doesn't work that way. And you have to be able to divest yourself from that emotional involvement in order to ascertain what, like I always ask, what is more important? What is true, or what you want to be true? And it's more important for me, it's what is true. And sometimes what is true isn't what you hope to be true. I hope to win the lottery one day. The reality of it is, I have not yet, and I probably never will. So just throwing it out there.
I'm in the same boat there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And for memory changes all the time. This has been shown scientifically. Every time we recall memories, there can be slight changes to our memory as well, just because of the way
no
things
problem,
work.
Megan. If you do have to go to sleep,
so
that's cool. But I appreciate you hanging out.
Our life experience changes all the time, and this is really, I think, a really difficult concept he's bringing up. But in the meantime, I see that Chad King is here. Thank you for bringing up Taco. Chad King, what have you got for us today?
Plenty. But just to opine on the last matter, because I think it is a very good matter, it also is true that just because we don't want things to be true, it also doesn't mean that they're not true, right? So in the same token that things that we want to be true may not necessarily be true, the things that we don't want to be true are also not necessarily untrue. Does that follow?
Agreed. Yeah. So long as what you keep in mind is that you want to know as many true things as possible and reject as many false things as possible, regardless of how you feel. So your emotions shouldn't factor into it, is what I'm trying to say.
I also agree. I also agree.
Whether you want them to be true or you don't want them to be true, the things that are true are true. But that's a whole epistemological question about what we know to be true and what we don't know to be true, and that's a whole how we know things to be true, and that's a whole different can of worms. One that I didn't come here today to.
Yeah, it gets into like philosophy. It gets into like philosophy of truth and like correspondence, pragmatic, so on and so forth. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I hate philosophy. So a simple question for a simple answer for a simple question. I did promise I wouldn't be here long. The question is simple today. Sometimes it's much more complex. Does a goddess or a god exist? Simple answer, yes, a god exists.
Cool. Evidence?
Didn't say that in the question didn't ask for evidence. It just asked if a god exists. And my simple answer is yes, a god does exist. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, God exists, yes.
Ages convinces gods exist.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
just,
is that a
That's
subtitle or
the
something?
event that it's tied
No,
to.
technically the title of it is "Convince Us Gods Exist," and then down below, the subtitle would be "Does a God or Goddess or God Exist?" So,
Oh, and mine it's in the opposite order. Mine shows does a god, goddess, or a god exist? Well, there you go. Got
yeah,
enough for
so
a simple,
that's what you
simple
said.
answer.
Convince us. You said yes, it does. So our response would be okay, evidence.
yeah, what I'll say in response to what
Well,
you said,
I do have a
chatting,
question.
hey, what I'll say in response to you is that I'm not convinced, but you're free to believe that. So, do you have something to convince us?
Well, that's an interesting question, and I want to turn this around just a little bit, not in the sense that I think this is a question that you have to answer, but just for a little. What would be sufficient evidence for you that a God exists?
Okay, so for me, I've been asked this before by Christians mainly. So my response to the Christians, because their God has a whole bunch of omni properties. There's omniscience, which is knowing everything. There's omnipotence, having the ability to do anything, full power, all powerful. There's their God is omnichronological and can go anywhere in time can go forward and back in time just as easily as we walk across the street. And they, as most people do. So I suggested to them that for a fortnight, for 2 weeks, there's that fortnight word again, what would convince me is if their God granted me omniscience and omnipotence, just those two properties, for a period of 2 weeks, so that I could do some experiments and see for myself that this is all real. And that's one thing that would convince me for sure. And a lot of people have told me that would be very convincing for them as well. So that would be an example. One of the most common response I get from that is an attempt to negotiate the amount of time I'm asking for, which I find interesting because I was not expecting that to be the kind of response I would get. But the majority of responses are that. They're saying, I would only need a fraction of a second. I'm thinking, what's the difference? A fraction of a second or 2 weeks? What's the difference to you? But that seems to become an important factor. But what are your thoughts on my criteria?
Oh, let's just move to the next person on the panel, and then we'll get to.
Well, no. Hang on a second. He asked you for a response.
Yeah. No, I'll give him one. I just want to ask you as well, JL. What you're on the panel as well.
Okay.
What would be sufficient evidence for you?
So it's okay. So this is a very on its face, it's not a difficult question, but it actually is a difficult question because answering one question usually only leads to more questions. Okay, so that the point at which I'm convinced is difficult. So if it's just about what am I convinced? If we're talking about like a god, like a standard like generic deity, sufficiently powerful enough entity, I guess the best evidence that would probably convince me that this thing exists is this thing showing up. Would be it. Like that's just your generic deity, the thing that Jack Burton believes in.
Can you unpack that a little bit?
So a hypothesis for like the universe is that everything was kicked off by a sufficiently powerful enough entity that then pissed off and left no evidence of its existence. But that's just like standard garden variety deism. It started everything and it doesn't interact with us. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't inspire anything. It kicked off everything and then it went away to go do something somewhere else. Okay, so that's just like garden variety deism. Now I can't prove that this thing doesn't exist. I can't prove that it does exist. There's no evidence for it. So the best evidence to convince me that this thing exists would be for this thing to show up. Now, when the Christian God, if you're talking about the Christian God, if you're talking about the Muslim God, that becomes more problematic because there are entailments to this thing that demand more questions beyond just does it exist as it is. Because just because a powerful thing shows up and says, I am God, look at my power, it doesn't mean it technically is God, right? So imagine a super powerful entity showed up and said, I am Yahweh. Okay, great. Well, how do we know you're Yahweh and you're not? How do we know you're actually Yahweh from the Bible, or you are some super powerful entity claiming you're Yahweh? For example, what does, like, the best example I give this for all the Star Trek fans out there, what does God need?
What would it take for you to know?
Well, I'm saying, like, for all the Star Trek fans out there, I'm saying, what does God need with a starship? Is the whole point. So there are entailments to God that are problematic. So one question really leads to the next one. So could I be convinced that a standard deity exists out there? Sure, if it showed up. Could I be convinced that the Christian God itself, with all of its attributes, exists? Probably not.
Hang on.
Because its attributes are logically
Hang on,
contradictory.
hang on. Let me just... I didn't expect to ask a follow-up question, actually, but your answer is just a little bit vague. What would it take for you to know that whatever it is that shows up is in fact God?
Well, I mean, when you say God, are you talking about like the Christian God? Are you talking about the Muslim version?
It doesn't.
It does matter. It does matter because there are logical entailments.
Hang on, please.
No, Chad. It does matter because there are logical entailments.
God exists. It's just that a God exists. I'm asking you for a God, right?
Oh, so deism. So it's like a deity.
Well, let's just keep this as simple as possible without trying to complicate. How would you know? JL, I'm asking a simple question. It's not a complex question.
No, it actually is a complex question.
It's not a complex...
It is.
How would you know that it's God, is the question.
Okay, so hang on a sec. This is the problem. This is where you're missing. When you say God, I need to know what you're entailing. Are you entailing Zeus? Are you entailing Ra? Are you entailing Vishnu? Are you entailing Ganesha?
Assuming there is... Okay, let's assume then, for the sake of making this simple for you, there is but one God.
Okay.
Right? There's just one God. And it's a sufficiently powerful God with some of the characteristics that, sort of are common in like the Abrahamic themes, like, omniscient, omnipotent, etc. How do you know that which you see is God?
Okay, so like I said, if it was just a standard generic deity, like deism.
It's not.
Okay, if you're talking about the Abrahamic God, I don't know that anything could convince me that that was the God of the Bible. Because just because it shows up and says, hey, I'm here, doesn't necessarily mean it's the God of the Bible. Okay, if I'm being intellectually honest about the whole situation, just because some super powerful thing shows up and says, ha, I'm the most super powerful thing you've ever seen, doesn't mean that it's the Abrahamic God. It just means that it's a super powerful thing claiming it's the Abrahamic God. Okay?
Right.
But I will say this. Hang on, Chad. This is important. I will conclude it with this. If the Abrahamic God does exist with those attributes, then it knows what would convince me, and has thus far refused to convince me.
Right. Okay. Well, that's your answer is that you don't know. I mean, you wouldn't know. You have no way of knowing, and that there's no way to convince you that you know of, at least.
Of the Christian God.
Dale, please. There's 3 people on the panel, and the last person on the panel is Jack Burton.
Yeah, but I don't want you to misrepresent me. Is the point?
But that's more or less what you said.
No, it's not. I said straight up, if it is just a garden variety deity, all it has to do is show up. If it's the Abrahamic God,
we've already set the standard. We said it's not a garden variety deity. Okay, but anyway.
Okay.
Jack Burton, you're also on this panel. What would it take for you to be convinced? What would be sufficient evidence for you?
You realize he's a deist, right?
Yeah.
Habibi, sit back, go back, relax, sit down again.
Yeah, I'm already on.
Oh, that's some bullshit.
You can mute yourself again.
Chad, I'm already on your side of the fence, dude. Don't worry about it.
Good man. Good. All right. So to Randolph and JL.
Oh, you're just gonna leave Taco out?
No, you may not see this. Well, Taco is moderating the discussion, I think. No.
Well, he's part of the panel too. He's the organizer, but he's the part of the panel.
Oh, okay. Taco, please. You're up next. What would it take to convince? What would it take to convince you? What would be sufficient evidence for you of God's existence?
Randolph's example would be super fun.
Super fun.
Yes.
That would be super fun.
So there you go, Chad King. You've got me and Taco have the same answer, and JL Warren provided a different answer.
I could be convinced easier, though. Scientific evidence suggests it's even possible.
Well, hang on. Let's not go with. Already, we have like a couple different answers, and
okay,
the
Chad
problem
King.
with all that. Hang on, let me respond.
You asked us each a question. We've each given you an answer.
Yes,
so we're interested in your responses to our answers. So go ahead.
So the problem with these responses is that each one of them presents a problem. Starting with Randolph, your problem presents the biggest problem. Number one, that you, as a finite material being, are capable of omniscience and omnipotence, that you have the capacity for it. And simply, it doesn't stand to reason that you can, or that you could. So you've set an unreasonable standard. And JL was clear.
I'm going to respond.
Let me finish. You can respond after
Okay.
I'm done. I heard all of you before I started speaking. And JL was forthright. He said no such evidence would be sufficient. No such evidence would be sufficient because he would never truly know or be convinced of the existence of God.
No, that's not that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Why do you buffoons
Chad,
come here?
Chad, that's not what I said.
Stop.
Chad, you are
Okay,
misrepresenting what
done.
Chad, you are misrepresenting what I said. I never said that there was no evidence that would ever convince me. I didn't say that I could never be convinced. I probably could be convinced, but it would be very, very, very difficult to convince me that the Abrahamic God exists. Because the challenge would be upon the entity showing up to prove what it is, and not just some entity masquerading as the Abrahamic God. See, the problem is, just because a thing exists doesn't mean it entails all the things that are supposedly come along with it. That's the problem. This is why this is a more complex question than you like. Okay? Now, I probably could be convinced, given enough evidence. I would then believe that the Abrahamic God exists. But it would take a lot. I don't know how much it would take, but it may take a lot. But I will tell you this. If the thing does exist and has those attributes, then it does know what would convince me and has thus far refused to give it.
All right, and you're not going to call people buffoons up here. Come on, dude. Have a conversation. I'm unmuting you.
Okay, I'm going to quickly respond to what he was saying about me since he's disappeared. He was just saying that I would not be capable of handling the omnipotence. So that's the reason why I put in my criteria omniscience and omnipotence, so that would make it possible for me to handle the omnipotence in a manner that was non-destructive and not irresponsible. Omniscience would be required to handle omnipotence correctly. That's why the two need to go together.
I do apologize. I'm only cursory, looking at what's going on in the side chat.
As I was saying,
there's something going on there. I have no idea. But
the
hey, Rib
standards
Tickler.
that you
Hey,
guys
Jerry
accept
Penna.
are impossible. They're impossible to meet.
Hey, Odin Allfather.
They're
Good to see y'all.
impossible to meet because, as far as we know, as a physical being in the material world, both omniscience and omnipotence, you lack the capacity for both of those things, Randolph. Because you are a physical being.
Just explain why.
Finish.
The Bible states that all things are possible with God. So now you're
is not a
saying that
discussion.
God could not make that happen. God could not arrange that. So now what you're doing is you're criticizing the Christian God and how it's described in the Bible.
I expect that you engage honestly in this discussion, and that means that you listen to the participants that you bring up. Right?
I've done that.
And part of that, but you've interrupted me on numerous occasions now.
We interrupt you when you misrepresent
us.
Case,
I'm not misrepresenting.
You are. You've misrepresented me like 3 times. You've misrepresented my position like 3 times, dude.
But JL, in terms of what I said to Randolph, that is not a misrepresentation. What I've said is clearly a statement of fact. You can disagree with that fact. That's not a misrepresentation of anyone, right? Now, what I'm claiming is that it's impossible for you as a physical being, a human physical being, to have omniscience and omnipotence. And in JL's case, the standard that he set is also unreasonable because no evidence would be sufficient. Because what he says, well, an omniscient, omnipotent God would know what would be sufficient evidence for me.
Right.
Right? Assuming that such evidence does exist. But when I asked him himself, when I asked you yourself, what is sufficient evidence for you? You say, I don't know. You don't know what it would take for that being to convince you that it is in fact God. And so this is the problem that we start with. But Tucker, hang on, we'll get to you. The problem that we start with here is that you set unreasonable, impossible standards.
Wait. How are my standards impossible for an omnipotent being?
Because you said
have the same
clearly that there's no such evidence that would convince you.
I didn't say that. I said I probably could be convinced given the correct evidence, given the appropriate evidence.
What is the correct evidence?
I don't know. I don't know what the long chain of that is, because if this entity showed up, I would have questions. I would have many questions that need to be answered. Okay, the entity shows up. Okay, great. Who are you? It says I'm Yahweh. Okay, fantastic. I have questions about the Bible. I have questions about your nature. I have questions about your ability to communicate with human beings. I have questions about the beginning of the universe. I have questions about why we see certain things the way we certainly do, given that it didn't have to be that way, considering your power. I have questions about the logical entailments. All of these must be addressed before I can say that before I could believe that this is the Abrahamic God.
Hang on. Let's just do it unpack these one at a time. When I asked you what evidence, you said, well, it would have to turn up. And I said, then what? And then you said it would have to convince me that it is God. And I say, how? What would it take to convince you that it is God? And you say, I don't know. Stop.
You are now you misrepresented me again. I said all it would take for a generic deity to show up, like a deity. Not the Abrahamic God, just a sufficiently powerful enough entity to start creation, just to start the universe. All it's got to do is show up. It's not because that entity is not making any proclamations about truth or justice or whatever. It's simply it created everything. It just kicked off everything.
Arguing against our standards of what.
Hang on, Tucker. Let me respond to Dale first before you jump in.
Well, I'm saying you're not really convincing anybody.
Well, if I'm to convince you is one thing, but to show that you can't be convinced is another.
I said scientific evidence. I'm sure J.L. Warren would accept scientific evidence, right? J.L. Warren.
I absolutely would. Hell, I would accept a novel testable prediction that entails God as an explanatory thing.
Okay.
I don't know a novel testable prediction in this case, but I'm saying if there was some type of scientific evidence, I would have no choice.
How do you know that one exists? How do you know that one even exists? How do you know that a novel, testable, empirical piece of evidence exists to explain the origin of the universe? How do you know that
you're trying to shift the burden of proof here? Yeah, we're telling you what the requirement is. Now, I have a question for you. How is it that a deity granting me omniscience and omnipotence, because they have those and other characteristics, how is that supporting your response that I'm not capable of that? By granting me omniscience and omnipotence, I would then be capable of handling these things.
Yeah, you're making it so. There's inherent in that claim is that it is possible to grant you omniscience and omnipotence, and I don't know that it is.
Okay, the nature of omniscience and omnipotence necessitates making that a possibility.
Things that are logically contradictory are not, even with omniscience and omnipotence, are not. Does not grant that they're possible.
No, essentially,
I have not presented a contradiction.
Chad, essentially, Randolph is saying, make me God for 2 weeks.
No, not God. Just having those two properties.
Or give me these two properties for 2 weeks. That's all he's saying.
Right, and that's a logical contradiction.
It's not a logical contradiction because if God created everything, God can do that.
Chad, it sounds like you're making built-in credulity. You're saying you just can't accept that.
Let me just address that.
You don't know if it's true.
Let me address Randolph's point. Let me address Randolph's point first. All right. It doesn't stand to reason that it is possible for an omniscient God to make you a non-omniscient, material, physical being also omniscient and omnipotent. It doesn't stand to reason for a number of obvious reasons. Number one, because you exist within the material world as a physical being with constraints. There are constraints to your existence that make these things impossible, logically impossible.
Which would be invalidated by or obviated by omnipotence.
And you think that Randolph is not capable of knowing all true propositions?
No, of course not.
With omniscience, I would be.
But again, omniscience is just knowing infallibly all true propositions. That's all it is.
I don't think that that's possible. There's no reason to believe that that's possible.
Which makes it sound like you don't believe it's possible for deity to have those traits then.
Not at all. Not at all. I don't
This
believe
sounds like a
that.
double standard to me.
I don't believe. Well, yes, it is a double standard. You're not a god, and you can't become one.
I'm not claiming that I'm a god, and I'm not asking to become one.
More or less, you are. Whether or not you admit it.
No, I'm not. I'm
In
only
any
asking
case-
for 2 characteristics. That's it. For a
But
short
in any
period of
case,
time.
For a short period of time. But in any
Essentially,
case,
he's
the
asking
problem here is that
Randolph.
you're all
Essentially,
setting-
you're asking for
you're all
like
setting-
the Bruce Almighty situation, right?
I'm not familiar with that, but
The-
I'm asking for omniscience and omnipotence for a 2-week period because I want to prove to myself that this is real, and I also have an ulterior motive to do some experiments and find an empty part of the universe where I can create a galaxy and destroy it, and also find what the far reaches of the universe are and that kind of stuff.
In any case, I'll just have my point here because I think that this is getting tiring for everyone else as well. That these are unreasonable and impossible standards to set.
Impossible
and because
for
you
God.
guys have, let me finish, that you guys have such unreasonable and impossible standards for the proof of the existence of God, asking to be convinced of God's existence is just a waste of everyone's time.
No,
And
it's
you
not
guys waste
impossible. With
everyone's
God, all
time
things are possible.
because you set these unreasonable standards.
It's not.
Thanks
It's
for your
not.
time, guys.
It's not because
Thanks for
we're
your time,
asking people to share what convinced them. Will it convince us? That's what we're asking. Is what convinced you?
you guys-
Present
well,
what can Chad. We're asking people to present what convinced them. Unless God Himself wants to show up on this stage and talk to us, all we can do is ask our fellow human beings. So we ask what convinced you, and we evaluate that and determine if it can convince us. And thus far, it has not happened. But we keep doing these stages, entailing that we are still looking and we're still being intellectually honest about it.
But let me just wrap this up. The idea that one of these guys is going to come up and convince you of God's existence, when by your own admission, God Himself could come up and you said that it would be very difficult for you to be convinced of God's existence. I mean, what a waste of everyone's time.
No. You forgot my
guys,
caveat. No,
thank
Chad.
you. Thank
You
you all
forgot my
for the time
caveat.
today. It was an absolute
Chad,
pleasure speaking
stop.
to you guys.
Chad,
Have a nice
you
day.
forgot
Bye,
my
guys.
caveat. My caveat was
I'll
this:
see you
if
guys
God
next time.
showed up, God would know what convinced me, what would convince me, and God could just present it carte blanche right there.
And
Boom! This is it. I'm suddenly convinced. But God had...
I'm going to go out on a limb and say and assume that God would also know that you'd want more than just a display. You're going to need a little bit more than that. But
exactly.
I think, yeah. And so again, Chad King. Thank you for coming up and challenging us. This isn't something that I've just thought up on the spot. I've put a lot of thought into this. I've debated with other people informally on this because there are a number of people who challenge me in different ways. So saying that I'm not capable of being omniscient and omnipotent in my current state, I agree. But if those character traits were granted to me by some all-powerful and omniscient deity, then that, of course, I'd be capable of that. The deity would know how to do it and have the power to do it. So there is no logical contradiction here, even though he claims that it was. And him saying it's a double standard because I'm part of reality, well, for this deity to do this deity would have to be part of reality in order to make this happen as well, because they have to interact with reality.
Right.
So by interacting with something, you are therefore then a part of it in a sense. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it. So yeah, and JL, you actually worded it more eloquently than I did, and I thank you for the clarification you brought into it. Did Taco and JL, did you have any more thoughts on this? And Jack Burton, curious on your thoughts as well.
No, I'm good.
Well, personally, I felt like he was being really disingenuous because scientific evidence. I mean, we have scientific evidence about all sorts of stuff. You know, maybe we could discover something. And he's just dismissing it. And then he's attacking the harder ones, which you have answers to because you've thought it through and it makes sense.
Thank you. JL, your final thoughts on this?
Yeah, I pretty much said what I had to say regarding the whole thing. Is like, it's not that I couldn't be convinced, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around this concept that I've presented something that is impossible for God to do, or impossible for somebody. Because if other people are convinced, then maybe that the way that they were convinced would convince me. It just hasn't happened yet. Assuming that it's impossible for anyone, it obviously isn't impossible for other people. I just want to see if it's rational. That's all I'm looking for, and it just hasn't happened yet. Doesn't mean it won't happen in the future.
So,
just curious. Jack Burton had some commentary very early on saying, I remember, Jack, you mentioned something like, I'm kind of on your side, man. But then you heard more after that little exchange. Did you have any insights for us, Jack?
No, just people think that there's scientific evidence for God. Well, it's just shaky at best, and if you're going to present it, you have to be ready for scrutiny, because science just allows for that. So don't cry foul when it happens. What's up?
Okay. Hey, Asline, I hope we're saying your name correctly here. Welcome. What have you got for us?
Sure, you can hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think it's fair that I get just 1 minute just to make my case? Is that
Oh, yeah, we usually give people a little bit more than that, so
all right,
go
you
ahead.
got 2 minutes of the stopwatch. Start now.
Sure. All right. So the first thing I'll say is that if you're a skeptic, then nothing is self-evident. I think that everything requires a reason or a justification, and the reason why is because otherwise you have arbitrariness. And if you have arbitrariness, then anything can be arbitrary, and you would never have any knowledge. So I think that all things require justification. Now, the second thing is that all knowledge relies on an ultimate standard, and we have 3 options for those, or we need a grounding for those. We have 3 options. First is arbitrariness, which we've already said is impossible, because if you have an arbitrariness, you could say the opposite of what you want as your grounding. Second is properly basic beliefs, or brute facts is what you call it. But the problem with properly basic beliefs is that you have 2 beliefs. How do you determine what is properly basic and what is not? That requires an ultimate criteria behind that belief that distinguishes between the properly basic and the regular basic. And so it leads to infinite regress. Then the final thing you have is circularity. And so circularity is that all knowledge at its core results in circularity, which we believe is invalid. For example, you can't prove that language exists without using language. And so you have circular reasoning there, which is unjustified. And that then that requires an ultimate presupposition that is solid and firm in grounding. And so my argument is that God provides that ultimate presupposition, is that God provides the grounding for all these beliefs, all these things that on a materialist atheist worldview would be circular, and it provides that grounding for all knowledge. And if that's without that ultimate presupposition of being God, then you cannot have any knowledge, because you can't be justified in believing in a lot of these things, such as language, logic, etc. I'll stop there, but I think that deism is insufficient, because deism deism is functionally the same as atheism, because the God doesn't interact in the universe. If the God doesn't interact in the universe, then he wouldn't have been the grounding for these things, these transcendental categories.
Yeah, so how does God ground his knowledge? How does he justify his knowledge?
How does he justify his own knowledge?
Yeah.
I don't see how that's relevant. My point
is
that
you're saying knowledge has to be grounded in some ultimacy. How does God ground his knowledge? Does he?
God is the starting point for all knowledge.
So, brute facts. You're giving these contingencies on what knowledge has to be grounded on, and saying it doesn't work because of whatever shortcomings they have. So I'm asking you. Go ahead.
You're asking about the properties of God. I can't give you the properties of God, like how God thinks. The only thing we have is the revealed nature in the Bible.
Okay, so.
But we're talking about the
real
world.
So you saying there has to be some true belief, and you accept the Bible as well? Is that correct?
I believe that if you have a worldview that believes in a personal creator, you don't have a generic version. You have revealed versions. So you have Christianity, Islam, Judaism, whatever else.
Is that revealed nature necessary?
So I mean, if we want to get to that argument, then
Well, I want to.
yes, we do.
Oh yeah,
I
go
wanna
back to Jack. Go
figure
back
out-
to
I want to iron out this whole knowledge claim, because you're saying we can't claim true knowledge unless we've grounded out, and you pointed out how we can only ground it out through God.
Yeah.
God is all knowing. So if we're gonna hold, I'm assuming you're holding to justified true belief as your definition for knowledge. So how does God have knowledge? If he's going to be the ultimate starting point for all knowledge, where does he get his knowledge from?
Justified true belief.
Is that your definition of knowledge or not? I don't want to go off a definition you don't agree to.
Well, explain what your definition is, and I'll tell you if I agree.
I'd rather just go off your definition of knowledge.
Knowledge, being able to apprehend reality.
Being able to apprehend reality.
I mean, that's just the made up definition. I mean, I'm just saying whatever off the cuff. It's not really professional or whatever.
That's fine. So how does God ground any of his knowledge? If he's going to be the ultimate
God
starting
is the
point.
source of all knowledge. God doesn't have to, because if God had to go behind something or refer to something else, then he would not be the ultimate standard. God is the starting point and the source of all knowledge.
So that's circularity.
No,
And
it's
you
not.
said circularity
Yeah.
isn't fulfilling. So.
Essentially, it is because God said it is.
Yeah. No, it's functionally that, but I wouldn't say it, in that kind of phrasing.
Yeah, it's
For example, can you
tautological.
For example, like you don't have any grounding for believing that language exists, because it's circularity. If you're using language to demonstrate that language exists, and so you don't have any proof of language itself, you require an ultimate standard for proving why language exists.
What do you think of Romans 1:18-19?
I don't know.
Do you accept?
You can read
that
it
the
out to
Bible
me.
says that everyone has knowledge of the Bible God.
Yeah.
So that's okay. So premise 1, knowledge is a subset of belief. Premise 2, I do not believe in any gods. Conclusion, I have no knowledge of the Bible God. Conclusion 2, the Christian God does not exist.
So we believe that people who claim that they don't believe in God is suppressing the truth, or they're
So I have a
or
scientific
behind.
study that disproves that claim, because if you were suppressing the truth in your unrighteousness, you'd be under an insane amount of stress at all points in time. Insane amounts of stress. And there's 2 other measures. So we don't actually, from what they can tell, there doesn't appear to be some type of like innate supernatural belief or anything like that. And we know people aren't suppressing it because there's no stress that's locked down in there. I don't know how that would work, but there's no stress that they're finding in these studies. So we know that's not true. That's an appeal to nonsense.
With a lot of
What's up, Flat Earth?
contradictions. That's why we have a lot of these biases, such as confirmation bias, whatever that other thing was. But no, the argument is that your
so that's
presuppositions
I'm not
dictate what you
suppressing
believe
it in
is.
my unrighteousness. So I have no knowledge of your God, and it
Can I
doesn't
clarify?
exist.
Can I clarify? It's that your presuppositions dictate what you find believable or not. Because if you believe in materialism, then you categorically reject anything in Christianity. Because we believe in
Then it means your God
supernatural.
doesn't exist according to Romans 1:18-19.
No, it means that you've chosen an arbitrary starting point that isn't valid. That
That entails
worldview.
that you could choose what you believe. And I'm assuming have you heard of doxastic involuntarism?
I hate how you just you threw the suppress it in your unrighteousness shit at me, and then you totally moved the goalpost once I referenced a scientific study on it. That's really unfair.
And Asleen,
Okay,
the
I apologize.
idea that you can choose to believe is just laughable in that. My atheism is a result of inquiry and my philosophy of truth. Correspondence theory of truth pillared by coherence and pragmatism. So,
Well,
inquiry.
we don't have to I mean, you kind of brought up this point. This is kind of separate from my original point, but just to kind of tie the knot on that, my point is about one's willingness and openness to accepting the idea that God exists. And I think that atheists are mostly closed off to it.
No, I would if evidence showed up for it. But so far, all the evidence presented is insufficient. There's been no sufficient evidence or argumentation that has been presented to warrant belief.
I just showed you how your God doesn't exist based off of your presuppositions. And you're just moving
explain
on.
again. Explain again, then.
So, your Bible claims that everybody has knowledge of the Christian God. So, premise 1, knowledge is a subset of belief, following your definition of knowledge. Premise 2, I do not believe in any gods. Conclusion, I have no knowledge of the Bible, referencing Romans 1:18 and 19. Conclusion 2, the Christian God does not exist.
The premise 2 was that you don't believe in God, or like you don't believe in any God. That, like, I can't prove that premise. Like, I can't prove it for you, you know, because I can't get into your head. So that argument
I'm telling you
relies
that it's
on
true.
impossible knowledge.
There's the idea is like if a human being has never presented any information about a god, like from birth on, they are never presented with the concepts of God, they couldn't possibly believe in it.
Well, JL. Well, let me ask you this question, just as a hypothetical.
Well, I just don't believe in them, right? And knowledge is a subset of belief. So because I don't believe in it, then I could, by definition, not have knowledge of it.
Here, let me engage with JL just real quick. Just as a hypothetical, let's say that you're walking down the street and all of a sudden the clouds opened and God came up and showed up in front of you and said that I exist, and then went away. I would bet you that you would believe that as a naturalistic occurrence. You would eventually realize either that's psychological, that's something that you made up, or whatever, because your presupposition is that naturalism is the true case, and so you're not open to the belief.
If the skies opened up and a thing came down, it's either one of two things. It either actually happened or I hallucinated it. I would have to investigate.
But are you telling me you would really think that was an act of God, if you're an atheist?
It could be the act of a sufficiently powerful enough entity that just decided to show up.
I know, but do you really think that you would think that? I would guess that you would think it was a naturalistic occurrence.
Of course. Well, I mean, it occurred. Well, no, I wouldn't immediately. It's either one of two conclusions. It's either a hallucination, or it actually happened.
No,
like, so it's either natural. It's either happened in the real world. It's either a natural thing that just occurred. Wow, this thing happened in reality, as real as the wind blowing, as real as the ground beneath my feet, or I hallucinated it. So the first thing would be around, did anybody else see that? And if there's like 5 people around me and all of them say, nope, we didn't see anything, I think I hallucinated that, I need to get to a doctor. But if I look around,
that if God showed up directly to you,
okay, like this goes back to what I was talking about with Chad before. If we're talking about just straight deism, just like your generic deity, not the Abrahamic God, it doesn't claim to be the Abrahamic God. It's just a sufficiently powerful enough entity that kickstarted everything. And if that thing showed up, all it would have to do to convince me it exists is for it to show up. It shows up and says, I am the sufficiently powerful enough entity. Well, are you like the Christian? No, I'm not the Christian God. I'm not the Abrahamic God. I'm not any God. All of the things that you think of are gods are just kind of like made up to kind of like explain your existence and explain the world around you. But I am the entity that kind of kicked everything off. It's like, great, fantastic. Now let's go further. So you exist. You obviously exist, and you're a powerful entity. Let's go further. I would obviously believe it exists. I would no longer be an atheist. I would then be a deist, because atheism is now impossible because the thing has demonstrated itself. Now,
yeah, but what like let's no, but this is why your worldview dictates what you find believable or not. Because, for example, if I am a supernaturalist and I believe in that God can do these things, and I saw that, I would be willing to believe that that's real, that's possible, or something like that. But if I'm a materialist, I would have to fall under. I would lean towards the probability that most of it was a hallucination, something made up by my brain.
No, that would entail that my position can't change. You're entailing that my position can't change.
My point is that your underlying presuppositions, materialism versus supernaturalism or whatever, will dictate what conclusion you go to.
If something happens in reality, it's no longer supernatural.
Yeah, but why would you believe that the thing that you saw wasn't a hallucination?
Like I said, it could be one of two conclusions. It could be a hallucination, or it could have actually occurred. So then the question becomes, I need to determine if this was real or imaginary. So then
But you
I
can't-
then would, but no, I can.
No, but what's your rationale for believing it was a genuine, like, supernatural occurrence?
I would have to go through the process of investigation. I would have to say, okay, what comports with reality that I know, and then and I'd have to assemble all the evidence to try and ascertain. If it literally came down to it, no one else saw this thing. I'm the only one that did. It only occurred to me. People in the general vicinity did not see this. It was not reported anywhere, and I cannot find any evidence beyond my own personal experience. Then I'm probably going to ascertain that it was likely a hallucination. Or, then I'll ask questions like...
well, that's the point.
No,
is that
then I'll
you
ask
ruled
questions.
out-
Was I on drugs at the time? Maybe I'll go and get an MRI. Maybe I'll go and get a CT. Is there something going on in my brain? If everything susses out, and I've got no tumors, I don't have cancer, that I'm not having a stroke, it wasn't any form of ischemic attack, that I wasn't on drugs at the time, that nobody drugged me without my knowledge, I get a blood test. Once I get all the information in, I can be like, wow, that could have been something. I can't rule out the possibility of hallucination, but there is no evidence to support hallucination. Then I'll say, well, then it could very well be a real thing. I'd still have to go and look into it, but I'd be like, man, this thing happened, and I cannot explain it beyond it actually happened. But that's only personal to me, and because no one else experienced it, I can't say it's true. Because at that point, it's only true to me.
But do you agree at least with the premise that on the offset, if you're a materialist, you probably think that the occurrence that was a supernatural occurrence is close to zero. Is that accurate?
I don't accept supernatural explanations for things. Because
Exactly.
the minute it happens in
that's my
reality,
point.
the minute it happens in the natural world, it's no longer supernatural.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Is that all because of your presupposition of materialism, you rule out the possibility of supernaturalism?
No,
So
of course I do. Of course I do, because supernatural is just a label we give to things that we cannot explain. That are outside that we cannot explain by the laws of reality. Okay?
Where do the laws of logic come from?
The laws of logic are descriptive, not prescriptive.
Yeah, where do they come from, though?
We made them up.
We made them up?
We made them up to
why do we
describe
not have
reality.
different-
They're descriptive of reality.
Why does everybody not have different forms of logic?
What
And
do you
why
mean?
does the universe operate off of logic?
There are different forms of logic, but
Like what?
There are many forms of logic.
yeah.
What society can I go to where A equals not A?
Okay, you're talking about classical logic.
Dialetheism. That's called dialetheism. They believe in like true contradictions.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. That's more
No,
talking
that is
about,
the
like,
definition of
social-
No, dialetheists believe
Your
in
pardon?
true contradictions.
Yeah, but the examples of those are like not true logical contradictions.
Well, then you have to go and tell the dialetheist that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, no,
you have to
that's
explain to them how the statements this sentence is false is not a true, contradiction. But
okay.
I wanted to circle this back to knowledge because you think knowledge is the proof of God.
Yeah.
I assume you're just going the same line of thought like the presupapologetics goes, that you can't know anything unless you have ultimate certainty, and ultimate certainty can only be established by an omnipotent being, which begs the question, how do you know he's omnipotent? And how does the omnipotent being knows he's omnipotent without resorting to circularity, axioms, or infinite regress? Because none of those are acceptable forms of grounding knowledge.
So do you agree with the premise that all knowledge requires an ultimate standard, otherwise it's an infinite regress?
No, and I don't have a problem with infinite regress.
Okay, then how do you prove language
knowledge
exists without using language?
Yeah, to me that's just a bizarre formed question. It's like,
Well, how do you
language-
prove that logic exists without using logic? Because if logic doesn't exist, then not A could equal A, and therefore
Yeah,
logic does
you're
exist.
appealing to circularity, and I'm fine with that. We can say circularity is okay,
not-
but you're saying it's not okay.
No, you're not engaging with what I'm saying. I'm asking you, what's the can you have an
saying you don't need
infinite
an-
causal chain of explanations?
Sure, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, then prove that language exists.
Yeah, we're using language right now.
Yeah, and that's circular. So you're using language.
Well,
to prove
we're
language.
demonstrating that the English language
I
exists.
I don't have a problem
I'm
with
talking about the general
A
concept
equals,
of
I don't have a
language.
problem with the tautology on like a basic level of Yeah, A is A. I don't have that
Tautology.
problem.
It's not a tautology because tautology is a meaningless statement. This is
No, it's
circular.
not. You basically, your entire worldview is based upon God said it, so God said it is, so it is.
No, the reasoning is because we require an ultimate standard for all knowledge. God provides that ultimate standard, and therefore God.
No, you simply define God as providing that ultimate standard.
I mean, I feel like I
no,
sufficiently proved that you have a false starting point and therefore can't obtain knowledge.
There may be a thing out there that provides that grounding. It's not necessarily God. You're just defining God as the thing that provides that ultimate standard. But you can't demonstrate that the God you believe in is what provides it. That's the whole point. Is that there may be a thing out there that provides it, that provides this grounding standard. As far as we know, we can go back to the quantum field and then run everything back up, and then. But you're talking about the metaphysical necessity or metaphysical ontology of everything. And I'm saying you can go back to the quantum field, and that's all you need. But you're saying that it's God. So I'm saying, okay, well, there may be a thing out there that provides this metaphysically ontological necessity, which I say is the quantum field, because we have evidence for that. We can make logical testable predictions off of that thing. We can't do that with God, but you're saying it is God. Okay, fantastic.
No,
you're just basically saying, in order to know anything, we need to have this. And this is what God is. And I'm saying you are not justified in calling that thing the Abrahamic God.
So you say that your ultimate standard is the quantum field. How did we come to find out the quantum field?
Evidence.
Yeah, the scientific method, right? How do we have a basis? Like, how do you prove that induction is true? How do you prove that the scientific method itself produces objective reality? That method.
The best we can come up with is novel testable predictions.
I know, but what is the
It's going off observation. It's not proof. It's just observation and a lot of inductive reasoning.
I know,
It
but
appears to separate imagination from reality.
Yeah, but science rests upon the assumption, a number of assumptions. But first is that when you do a bunch of tests, right, that they are predictions for the future. If you don't know the future, what basis, and you have no basis for induction, what is the basis that these things in the past that you've done will reflect the future?
When the future arrives and those come true, they verify the model.
I guess chemical bonds would probably be the answer to your question.
No.
So in essence, we derive things from what we know right now, and then we make predictions about the future to determine if what we know about right now is correct. And then once the future arrives and those predictions come true, then we have verified the model.
Yeah, but but then the future has become the present. You're not talking
exactly,
about
which is exactly
not answer your question.
Exactly, Asline.
This isn't a science question anymore. It's a philosophy question. Yeah. Look, if you got a problem with induction altogether, I'm assuming you don't still burn your hand on hot stoves. So there's a use for induction. There's no problem with it.
You were talking about the uniformity of nature, right, Asline?
Hold up. Look, you're claiming you need an ultimate reference to have any knowledge.
Yeah.
These guys are just saying you just need a reference. You don't need the ultimate reference. And if you did need the ultimate reference, what I want to know is how the hell would you know what is the ultimate reference? How would the ultimate reference know what's the ultimate reference? This all just ends up kicking the... Go ahead.
You just said that you don't need an ultimate reference. You just need a reference. Then how do you prove that that reference is true?
Oh, excellent. We could use all manner of examples. Like novel testable predictions work, but I think the best analogy...
He's still not jumping into. He hasn't crossed the path from metaphysics to physics. He's still in the metaphysics. The thing is,
I was going to bring up. I don't need to know the metaphysical ontology of my car in order to know how to drive it.
No, to be rational, you require a basis and justification.
No, I don't need to. I don't need to know the metaphysical ontology of my vehicle.
Arbitrary.
Asline.
It's not arbitrary. Asline. He's using a reference point. He can justify that reference points off of other reference points, and if it's all just particular reference points, that's fine. If it's a working model that gets him through the problem, then it works.
Yes.
Now, if you're saying that's not good enough and you need some ultimacy, just address the bottom line of the whole problem with the ultimacy claim. How do you know what's ultimate?
Standard.
How does the ultimate itself know what's ultimate?
The ultimate is the source. So you can't like you're mixing things up definitionally. If it is the ultimate source, if it is the ultimate presupposition, then it doesn't have anything behind it. It's ultimate. Any other thing that's not ultimate has something behind it that justifies it.
Yeah.
And that's my
so
point.
your ultimate
That on
is a
atheism, you
stopgap.
just have the non-ultimates.
Fantastic.
That's great, but all you're doing is just you kicked all the cans down the road, and you've called it ultimate.
If your foundation is false, you can't have knowledge, right?
Yeah, knowledge is impossible.
Right. And you then hang out and read this syllogism again.
Wait, what?
I pinged you in the Heathen Hangout chat.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait.
That proves you don't have a true starting point.
Maybe I'll
Knowledge
just
is a
read.
subset of belief.
I'll just read out what Taco put into the chat there, the Heathen Hangout. Proposition 1, knowledge is a subset of belief. Proposition 2, I do not believe in any gods. Conclusion 1, I have no knowledge of the Bible God. Conclusion 2, the Christian God does not exist.
Knowledge is a subset of belief. Explain that.
You
really?
operate off of JTB.
Wait, what?
You operate off of JTB.
Justified true belief.
Yeah. And so
knowledge is a subset of belief. You have to believe in something to have knowledge of it.
You have to have a justification for it.
Well, that's one of the criteria, yeah.
I mean, are you saying
you also have to believe in it?
The same as belief?
No, it's different criteria that are required for it to be considered JTB, which would be your definition of knowledge, as you told us earlier.
Listen, I'm trying to reason through this. So knowledge is a subset of belief. I don't believe in a God. You have no knowledge of belief. Oh, well, I have a problem with the second premise. Is that I can't verify that, and so I can't tell
I'm telling you it's true, so are you calling me a liar? Because it sounded like you called me a liar earlier.
I'm saying I don't know. I can't reliably, I can't base a logical proof on something that I cannot know.
Well, I'm telling you that is true.
Okay, but if this is a logical proof.
I'm an atheist. I do not believe in any gods.
Or goddesses.
Okay, but do you understand that if I don't know what's in your mind, I can't prove the veracity.
I just told you what's in my mind.
You don't need. You just go off what he's saying. He's telling you what's in his mind. Go off of that.
I'm an atheist. Check my roles. That means I don't believe in any gods.
I know, but
that's the definition of atheism.
Listen, I don't want to get into the point where I'm calling you a liar, or saying that you're going off of the incorrect whatever.
Oh, I'm not lying. I'm
so
telling
you the truth.
Like,
I don't want to engage in that. But the Christian answer would be that your presuppositions dictate what you believe, and that
which would prove your definition of knowledge
false. What?
Which would mean that either your definition of knowledge is false or your God doesn't exist.
No. My argument would be that you're acting in an inconsistent manner with your presuppositions.
Well, I'm pointing out a contradiction in your beliefs, and you're trying to justify it, and I'm telling you one of your beliefs is wrong. Because that's the absurd conclusion of your beliefs, is that your God does not exist. And you think that's an absurd conclusion, but it's just following your beliefs.
We're going down,
you need to remove one belief. So you either remove that the God exists, or you remove that JTB is how you define knowledge.
So I mean, if we want to simplify things, we can just break it. We don't have to talk about the Christian God. We can talk about a God that is personal, a non-deistic God.
Well, we're talking specifically about the Christian God here.
Yeah.
I know, but it's muddying the waters.
No, it's not. That's the one you're presenting to us.
I know, but in order for simplicity, because it's going to get real complicated if we try to keep engaging with, if you're trying to reference the Bible when I'm talking about a fundamental philosophical claim.
Look, if it gets complicated, it gets complicated. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, man.
Okay,
Stick with what you actually believe.
Is it? You think it's complicated for us? Or you think it's complicated for us, or it's complicated for you?
No, it just takes a lot of time to.
Then it takes a lot of time. Stick
Okay,
with what
sure.
you
If you,
believe.
want,
Don't.
if you want me to hog all the time, I can do that.
I'm just
Sure.
saying, don't.
All right, let's
don't
go. Let's
LARP.
start.
And
Don't
just so
LARP.
everybody knows, that's Tom Rabbit's argument. I think he got it from Alex Malpass. That's not my original
I
argument.
think what he was going off is like the premise 1, the Christian God exists and everybody knows it. Premise 2, I don't know the Christian God exists. C, the Christian God does not exist.
Okay, so let's engage with this syllogism then. Knowledge is a subset of belief. Is it fair to replace that with knowledge requires justification?
No,
Okay, then why not?
because this is specifically about belief, which is a different category.
Do you think that do you think
Justification
that when I
would
say
also be required as well as belief.
okay,
You
so
would
if I
have to have
say
both.
so if I say I believe in this or I think this because of this reason, do you think that's belief?
I don't know. It depends on.
Yeah, that's belief.
I think the
You're
sun
gonna
say you
exists
know it,
because
then
I
you're
see
taking
it.
a-
Is that belief?
One more
If you
time.
know something according to your definition of knowledge, you would believe in it. Yes.
I just want to quickly add one question that came up in the YouTube chat from Blastermaster80 asking, what is the best method to determine someone's ideas and thoughts? Is it self-reporting?
Yeah.
Until we can
Unless you got an actual mind reader.
until we can develop technology that can, well, technically, I mean,
Do you believe in the
when we can
Gospels?
develop technology that can read someone's conscious thoughts, like as they're occurring, like beforehand, then or whatever, then that's different. But
Wait,
yeah,
do you believe that people have inerrant access to their own their own beliefs?
Hey, I guess I left out that the Bible could be wrong in the possible conclusions that I mentioned earlier, right? So the Bible could be wrong too. Isn't that correct, Aslan?
Sure, but
so any of those
reason
three
why
options then could explain what's going on with your worldview, but your worldview is incorrect.
You also
because
haven't eliminated
of the conclusion I presented here.
You also haven't eliminated the possibility that, because we're discovering new things all the time, that which grounds everything, which as far as we know is the quantum field, but that which metaphysically, ground the metaphysical ontology of everything is not something that we have yet to discover. Now, yeah, that puts God in the category of things that are yet undiscovered, but just saying that it's God when it could be something else and you haven't eliminated the possibility of anything else, you're just saying that it's God because it satisfies some psychological or...
Your knowledge of the quantum field and the novel testable hypothesis, whatever, relies upon scientific principles or based on presuppositions that haven't been proven.
No, that's where you're messing up. Is that that's where you're messing up. That's where you're messing up because we suppose something about reality and then we test it. And then we make predictions off of it, and when those predictions come true, they verify what we thought. It's no longer presupposed. So that's where you're messing up there. So in essence, when I first start looking at a thing, and I don't, and this is my first time observing a thing. Observing meaning measuring or doing whatever. But if it was my first time engaging with a thing, there's not much that I know about it. So I have to suppose some things based upon some cursory observations. Okay.
I know.
Then in order to determine truth about this thing, I then have to test it and I have to make predictions with it. And when those predictions come true, I have then verified my assumption. It's no longer a presupposition. It is now knowledge. I know this to be true about this thing. But if my predictions do not come true, then that means that my presupposition is incorrect. And then I go back and I read and then
assumptions to use the scientific method though. What is your basis that something material doesn't change immediately the second after you do the experiment?
That's why we keep testing. That's why we continue to test every single day.
No, what is your basis for identity over time? That the material that you're working with right now is the same material as the one a second later.
No, I know it. I know it won't.
Justification for that.
No, Asline. We know that the universe changes and things break down. So it is. So we know it. Here's the best example I can give you is what a PhD
talking about
in
metaphysical identity.
Asline. The best I can give you is what a PhD in physics told me. A thing is true not because it may be true in the future and not because it was true in the past. A thing is true because it is true now.
Okay, but induction means you're making predictions about the future. You're making a universal claim from a subset of tested things.
Right. Just because I make a prediction about the future,
whatever.
Just because I make a prediction about the future, and I have all the data that says that the prediction will come true, does that mean it will come true in the future? No, it doesn't. Okay?
Yeah,
It
but
won't be
that-
true until it comes true.
Yeah, but that is the basis for the scientific method. Why would you have, like, have you tested the quantum field? Like, you're using induction to
Me personally,
demonstrate
no,
the
but I
quantum
know
field
people.
exists.
Me personally, no, but I know people who have.
They tested the quantum field. What does that mean?
I've deliberately made friends. I've deliberately ensured that in my circle of friends are individuals who have PhDs and are working in the fields of quantum mechanics and physics.
Why are you trying to justify his grounding now? Do you need a new grounding because yours was proven false?
My point is that the quantum field can't be the ultimate standard because you rest upon assumptions to get to that point of understanding the quantum field.
Because we find the evidence, we test the evidence, we create models off the evidence, and then we create novel testable predictions off of it. When those predictions come true, they verify the model. That is our standard. And then we keep testing it over and over and over again to try and poke holes in it to determine so we can keep getting to the truth. Because we never ever assume that we have 100% of the knowledge. Even if we did have 100% of the knowledge, we will never assume that we do, because there could always be new evidence. We could literally, as the human race, continue testing things and coming up with the same conclusions from now until thermal equilibrium, and we still would never assume that we have all the knowledge. That's just being intellectual. That is just being intellectually honest. You will not turn intellectual honesty into a weapon to be used against us when it's literally just being honest.
Science is an iterative process, so you're using knowledge from other experiments, previous experiments, to build upon to get to final conclusions. You can't just get from nothing to quantum field, okay?
No, the quantum field is always there. Always there.
No, the understanding that the quantum field exists, like that basis, or understanding the nature of the quantum field, you have to use an iterative scientific method that goes from ground zero, like start, and then you iteratively gain more understanding. However, that step, that iterative process, requires induction, because why would your past experiments give any indication about the future? You have to use that assumption in order to get to that final understanding of the quantum field.
But we do understand this about the quantum field, and that the only thing that there was a start for, that we can determine that there was a legitimate start for, is the observability of our universe.
But by the way, the point is that both you and I agree with induction and agree with the scientific method. You just don't have an account for it. What is the account for believing in induction? That when you take a subset of certain things and test them, that they can be universalized.
Novel testable predictions.
Yeah, that relies on induction. So what's your basis for induction?
The truth of the problem, when it comes out to be true. Now that comes down to philosophy of truth. If you want to go along those lines, like correspondence, if your philosophy of truth is like the correspondence or pragmatic, like mine is like correspondence theory of truth, pillared upon pragmatism and coherence. So that's where I kind of build mine off of, and that's pretty much what a lot of people, with the vast majority of scientists, do.
Let me phrase it in a different way, okay? Let's say I'm a radical skeptic and I don't believe in anything that is unjustified. So I believe that science is impossible because when you do one experiment, that's not a justification that will happen in the future, because you can't know the future, you can't know the properties of the future. And so any experiment doesn't prove anything about the future, just demonstrates the present. And therefore, all iterative science is false and unprovable. Okay? That's the radical skeptic perspective. You're saying that you can do this stuff. You can make iterative claims using induction. I'm saying that requires a justification that you haven't given, because materialism, scientific atheism cannot give that account. And I'm saying that you need to have that ultimate presupposition that grounds all these things, all these transcendental categories, like the belief in induction, belief in logic, etc., all this stuff, to do science.
Well, not everybody accepts those categories, and they did give you what was fundamental, and I disproved the Christian God, at least according to your beliefs and definitions. So at this point, I don't think any of us are convinced. Are any of you guys convinced?
I'm not, and I think probably because there's other people waiting in the audience, and we've given lots of time here. Perhaps we can give Asleen a final word on this before we move on.
Well, my only point is just that as like if you are to be a consistent skeptic, you have to have a justification for your beliefs, and if you don't have a justification for certain beliefs, or you just say that this thing is true based on some arbitrary standard, then I'm allowed to be arbitrary too and just say that God exists for no reason. And I think that that's not a intellectual way of engaging with the question. But yeah, no, thanks for having me on.
Thank you very much. And I will say that you don't need to justify holding a belief in things, in my view, as I am a proponent of freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of opinion, and so on.
Well, that is until you start trying to influence legislation that governs us all. So.
Oh yeah. Now, if you want others to share in your beliefs, then yes, you have a burden of justification to present very often. And in laws, there needs to be considerations for the fundamental principles of justice and human rights and other things, which don't always happen, unfortunately, in many countries.
Okay, I had no less than 12 PMs and like 7 pings in chat asking to bring Barthologist back on. So here he is.
Hello, welcome back. What have you got for us now?
Nothing. That's what I expected.
Okay, so it seems that they're not at their computer, so maybe we'll try another guest, and once they get their audio sorted out, we can bring them back.
So he just came up. Bart, if you just disconnect and reconnect real quick, I can pull you up. Give him a moment.
So that was an interesting conversation. It went kind of long, but it was good. Oh, welcome back. Here we go. What have you got for us now?
You know, I'm at Costco because I was waiting so long, and I'm getting charcoal and I'm getting macaroni salad stuff. So if you want to give somebody else the opportunity, I'll just go back down and then I'll stay. Just give someone else a chance. I'll wait.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah, he can go back down where it's best.
I sold this cat for $50. Just wanted to come up.
Oh, what up? Bro.
Did you really sell a cat for $50?
Yeah, bro. It's the cat in my profile picture.
That's not good. Okay, so what's going on? You think you can convince us a God exists?
Yeah. Okay. Now I want to see if you can be convinced. Okay, look. Let's say, right, I believe in the flying spaghetti monster, and this flying spaghetti monster gave me the Book of Zonda. The Book of Zonda gives historical claims which, after a few years, become true, right? Let's say the Book of Zonda claims, oh, in the future, this will happen. Let's say, like for example, in I'm pretty sure in the Bible and the Quran, it makes claims like, oh, the fall of Rome is gonna happen, the fall of this country is gonna happen, the fall of this is gonna happen in the future. Would you say, if these claims were then to become true, would you say you'd be convinced that the flying spaghetti monster and the Book of Zonda proves that the flying spaghetti monster is true?
Nah, Empire's Fall. That's been going on even before biblical times.
Yeah,
aware of that.
It would really come down to how the accuracy of it, like how descriptive.
So like how profound the claim is.
Yeah, exactly. So if it's like on this day at this time at this, down to the millisecond, this one particular thing will occur regarding this. It really depends upon the how profound the prediction is. Just saying that an empire will fall, yeah, that wouldn't be sufficient.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say, bro. So you can't be convinced. The only thing that could convince you, well, at least in my perspective, is if a profound claim was made, that would necessarily prove the proposition of the flying spaghetti monster, right? Because actually no. How about if a volume of 600 claims were made, and all of them were true, and you performed you performed a chi test. You know what a chi test is, right? It's where you determine the deviation of the result, and if the deviations are in such a way, you can accept the null hypothesis, where the results are out of chance. But if it's below the results where you would have to accept the null hypothesis, you'd have to accept the fact that the results are like prove something. So if the Book of Zonda made 1,000 claims and we performed a standard deviation test on the claims and the results, and it came out that there is no way a book would make that many claims and all be true, would you then be convinced?
Well, actually, I'll just tell you that when it comes to claims, it doesn't matter how many they are. If each claim should be able to stand on its own merit, and if there's a book that has 600 claims in it, as you said, and one of those claims is wrong, that claim again happens to not stand on its own merits, even though the others do. Just because the others are correct doesn't give that one claim any more weight. That's just the way I see it.
So,
I think if
how profound that claim is, and
if you came up with if there was a book that had 600 claims about the future in it, and then they all came true, like we're talking like super accurate, then the only thing we could conclude, then the book itself said that all of these prophecies or these predictions came from the flying spaghetti monster. So the only thing I could rationally conclude from that is that the person who wrote the book has in some way has knowledge of the future. Where he's getting that knowledge from the future, I have no idea. He's saying it's from this flying spaghetti monster. Well, it maybe it is, but it's not necessarily the case. Just because he claims it is, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is. Now, obviously, this person has like in-depth knowledge of future events, but I'd be more inclined to think that he was a time traveler before I believe the flying spaghetti monster existed. But I can't conclude either one of those because I don't have enough information. So I'd say, wow, this guy had really intense knowledge of the future, and he wrote down all these predictions. Now they've all come true. That's very, very impressive. Doesn't mean his claim that the flying spaghetti monster exists. No, it does not. Until the flying spaghetti monster himself shows up.
Now, there's another factor that I should just probably touch on quickly here is salespeople will sometimes do this when they're selling things, and they will tell the person, their potential customer, all these facts. And so 12 or 13 facts about a car that they're buying or something could all turn out to be true, and then the salesperson will tell them one more thing that's not true, and they'll be expecting that they've built up trust and confidence from that person. So, in my view, proper skepticism is still examining each of the claims independently and making sure that they all stand on their own merits.
Yeah, sure. Like, if like one of the claims were, oh, humans will breathe in the future. Okay, yeah, that would be like an unprofound claim that's obvious. Sure.
Yeah, it seems like that makes sense, that humans will breed in the future, and from what we know about humans, that's how things go. But of course, that the future comes along, and there could be some disease. I'm maybe talking 1,000 years from now. There could be some disease at some point in the future that prevents reproduction, and then suddenly we're not able to breed anymore. That claim now is invalidated because circumstances changed. So, and that's one of the problems with predictions, is that unforeseen circumstances can change things.
Sorry, I had to sneeze there.
I have another question. You claim that the quantum field is a necessary existence that's always existed. How do you know the quantum field has always existed?
That's the prevailing hypothesis, that it has always been there. I'm not saying that's a theory,
it's
but
a hypothesis.
That's the prevailing hypothesis. I stated that way beforehand. That all the evidence susses to that point.
Probably wasn't your.
Yeah, all the evidence susses to that point. Now, I'm not saying that we couldn't get more information that breaks that down and goes to something further. I'm just saying that's where we're currently at. So going beyond that, there's no evidence to support anything beyond that. But the evidence that we currently have brings us to that conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah. And I go with where the evidence goes and the prevailing hypothesis until the hypothesis is debunked. And I don't hold it as true. I'm just saying that's as far as we can get, given the evidence at hand. And then something may come along tomorrow that completely blows it out of the water, and then we'll go in that direction, because that's all we really can do. So you never know. We just go with the evidence, and we go with
Yeah, it's like I've heard of this. It's like the bubble universe theory. Like there's a field where it allows like bubbles of universes to pop around.
And if it suddenly and if our bubble suddenly popped, everything would cease to exist. Bam. You wouldn't even realize it.
Okay. Another question is, do you see a difference when a person is trying to convince you that there is a God and a person that's trying to convince you that God is sentient? Because you can prove, well, if you prove God exists, that doesn't necessarily prove he's sentient or conscious, right? Because like no one here, at least no one that's came up here, has tried to even like touch on the question, is God sentient? Because that's
well,
like
we've mostly been talking with Christians who pretty much back the Christian God. I don't think we've run into any pantheists who think like the universe is God or something of that nature.
No. What do you mean?
Just a sec. We have one clarifying question from the Discord chat from Chromalfian. I hope I'm saying that right.
Chromalfian.
They're wondering
Chromalfian.
which.
Chromalfian.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. They're wondering which
Colorado biker.
translation of the Holy Bible is being referred to here.
Wait, what does that question mean?
Well, which translation? ESV, King James Version, NSB, etc. They're wondering which one.
We can go under the King James Version.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. No problem. Carry
on. Do you think the quantum field, right, allows for free will to exist?
Okay, so I don't think the two are related. I think free will. Okay, so you're asking there's a lot of differing opinions on this. My opinion of free will is kind of like Christopher Hitchens in that I think we have free will because we have no choice to have free will. But in essence, free will is a combination of our inability to know the future and working within the confines of what we know. So I can choose, but like libertarian free will, I don't think it exists. I think it exists somewhere in between the realm of like free will, of like libertarian free will and determinism, because there are things about the universe that are deterministic, things about our behavior that are deterministic, and things about the choices that we make are deterministic. But we're aware of that, and we can choose oppositionally. So it's a gray area in between. I think it's really complicated, and I just think like I consider free will like as a societal thing. Like if I can't choose what I want to choose when I choose it, and something else is imposing its will upon me to force me to choose a thing that I may not want to, then I have lost free will. As long as I can choose what I want to do, then I have free will until it's taken away from me. But I see it more from as a societal concept.
Now, there's an interesting idea that was presented to me by one of my friends. Travis Pangburn is his name. He's well known for hosting some debates between famous people, atheists and other people. Hey,
Angel Rivera, good to see you.
Considering the possibility of a free will particle, that each person might have at least one in their brains, that could be instigating free will for each of us. And I thought that's an interesting idea. It's one that I've not got well refined yet, but it's one I've been thinking about for the last few months, ever since he suggested it. So there's a lot about, the point is there's a lot about quantum physics that we don't know yet, and it's just like reality in general. And so as science progresses, scientific research continues, we learn more and more, and there could be all sorts of different particles.
What's up,
that we don't know
Plot Hole?
about, and
Member of the Godless
whatnot
Army, appreciate it.
that we're yet to learn and discover more.
Oh, I'm guessing this guy wants to talk.
Peter's part of the crew.
He's part of our panel.
Oh, okay. My other question would be like, I don't really have any other questions.
Okay, thank you very much for coming back, and I hope your cat is in a good place now, the one that you've indicated that you've sold. Did you have any final thoughts? I guess not.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up. We do appreciate you. Megatron did send, or Barthologist did send me a PM saying he's good to go now.
Just a quick test. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Bart, we cannot hear you, though.
Weird.
No, I hear you
there you
guys. You guys hear me? All right, great. So no, it's just when does your argument ever get out of an internal critique? I just want to know, why is it always I have to prove the claim? I mean, when are you proving atheism?
It's not about proving atheism. It's because we don't claim that something exists.
Do we presuppose atheism?
So
no, atheism
is the question, right?
Atheism is the conclusion.
Yeah, atheism isn't something that is proven because it's not a claim. It is not an assertion. It is simply a classification, a characterization of not believing in deities, which is But I'll give you an argument. Hang on, I'll give you an argument here. So we are born without, as far as we can tell, a concept of all sorts of things, without concepts, and these are things we either have to learn or create on our own, or with others. And so it seems to be the case that we are born into this world as a blank slate, without having all sorts of concepts, such as including a concept of a goddess or a god. And so if we don't have any conceptualization, even an incomplete one, of something, then it's not possible for us to believe in it. So these are things, again, we have to learn or create the concept of a goddess or a god before we can believe in that. So it seems to be the case that we are born not believing in these things. It's the default.
So we're all born into the world not knowing who put us here or why we're here. That question always comes about. Plus, we know other humans in an objective way to know that they're limited by their knowledge and their understanding of the world. And we know that they didn't create it.
Right.
Right? There is a naturalistic presupposition that there is an ultimacy in this world, right?
I just about everything you said I agree with. The part I'm having a problem with is that you're calling it a presupposition. It's something that we are observing. And so what would be a presupposition would be something where we're assuming that there is something actively part of us, like there's this idea that that we believe something, that we believe that the universe is extremely large. Looking up in the sky doesn't quite tell us that. And as we know from people who've written early religions, they'll talk about stars falling out of the sky and crashing down to Earth. They don't seem to, or that they can get turned on and off like lights. They don't seem to understand what those things are. And that takes further investigation to kind of understand. It seems to be the case that most humans are quite curious, and this is why we have scientific endeavor and whatnot.
Yeah, but the Mayans didn't have the technology that we have, and they studied the constellation just like we do. We look up at the stars. We studied them. They were druids. They were called reflection ponds, and they looked down and they saw, and they were specifically going over a certain type of constellation at different seasons. They recorded this. They had a calendar. They knew when to start crops, when to not. I mean, they knew to prepare for the winter. So they didn't have all this technology that you're saying now, and they still came to the presupposition of an ultimacy of a god or gods.
So
if your presupposition is not going to be atheism, it's going to be the lack of knowledge or belief in a god. That doesn't disprove God. Your lack of knowledge does not disprove God.
No. What Randolph is saying is that there were things about reality that could not be explained at the time, and the things that we could not explain, often gods were created in order to explain those things. So things like lightning or forest fires or earthquakes or hurricanes or whatever. There's like, I mean, you're talking about ancient peoples who may have been able to look up and observe the stars. They didn't know what a star was. They didn't know that it's a massive ball of incandescent gas, that essentially is a nuclear. That essentially is a nuclear. It's composed. It's nuclear fusion. They didn't understand these things. Okay, they didn't have things like spectroscopy and things like that. So they make assumptions about things that they observe and things that they couldn't readily explain. Or like, for example, asking why does it grow only at the specific time? Well, it grows at a specific time. We know to plant our crops now and that they'll grow and we'll get the best harvest because of, say, it's warm enough or it's too cold, or they make assumptions about, well, why is it warm enough? They may not understand that it's because the Earth is at a particular axial tilt and the sun is hitting it at a particular time and allowing the temperature to get to a particular degrees. Okay, so they just know that it's warm enough. So they make assumptions about what they observe, assumptions about lightning, assumptions about, volcanoes, assumption about, because these things appear to be random to them. But we look for patterns in randomness to try and explain things. Because when we understand things better, we can better control them, and we can better our odds for survival. So we know not to run around during a storm because you could get struck by lightning. Okay, so that's something we can easily figure out, but we don't know we didn't know where the lightning comes from. Where is it coming from? There must be something generating it. It must be something very powerful. It must be something more powerful than we are. So we came up with these ancient reasons as to why these things occurred. And we typically anthropomorphize them as something more powerful than human. So like a more powerful human, a more powerful being. One of the best examples I ever heard was the early depiction of when ancient peoples would look up at the stars, and at night, before civilization, when we were all nomadic tribes, they look out in the distance and they see little fires of other people sheltering around the fire, and they see them off in the distance on the horizon and be like, oh, there's other fires out there, other people out there. Then they look up at the sky and say, look at those. Those are like those fires we see, but they're so far away. They must be enormous. I mean, they must be, look where they are. Who put them up there? They must be greater people than we are. This concept. So we start anthropomorphizing things and putting them into terms that we can readily grasp. And that's where your concepts of gods come from.
Yeah, and also the technology that you just mentioned that we have. Well, we didn't have that initially. People are, as J.L. Warren's talking, people are making assumptions about these different things, and very often the early assumptions are wrong, and newer ideas come along, and eventually, with enough testing and development, things improve and progress, and we get better at these things. And so we have this whole history of knowledge. So the initial idea that gods were upset and jumping on the clouds and causing rain to fall is, that's obviously not the case now. We all know this. There's so much science to support this. Maybe there's still a few people in the world who believe it, but the majority don't. Majority have a better education on these things. So it's fine having these wrong guesses, and that's what scientific endeavor is all about. One of the big problems I have with religion is that it resists new information. It doesn't want to change. It's against all this kind of stuff. It's quite inherent, it seems, and some are quite outright about it. So to call atheism a presupposition, I think, is not justified when it's observed already. That's where I'm at with it. It's not something that needs to be proven, even though Dr. William Lane Craig often puts out there and says that we need to prove atheism is true. It's nonsensical. It's incoherent when he says stuff like that.
It sounds fallacious and ridiculous because that's your position, and that's what we're trying to explain, that your position doesn't have grounding.
The response to that is, so if a newborn baby, are you saying that a newborn baby is not an atheist? It does have a belief in one or more deities, and if so, which ones, and how do you justify that?
I justify that with his survival on this planet. The will to live, the will to survive, yeah. What's wrong with that?
Survival imperative?
Nothing is going to come in contact with that. Nothing is going to be greater than our survival on this planet. So how is that ultimately not there?
Okay, so I've always been an atheist. I've never believed in any deities. So I'm an exception to this rule here. And I'm wondering, what is it about that ties into saying that there's going to be a belief in a deity? Like, where is this idea of deity coming from? And I take a look in different countries where there's predominant different religions. Then I see that some people are raised in an environment with one deity. Others are raised in an environment with multiple deities. And, it seems to be that they're learning this from other people. It doesn't seem to be that people are creating this on their own. A few people have over time. Obviously, it started somewhere. But the vast majority, it seems, are learning these from others because it's always the same ones that are common in the environments they grew up in.
It's very disingenuous to say, because you're saying that to have contradictory views, which you know yourself and all of us do here have contradictory views, because there's no way that you can attain all knowledge. So you're gonna naturally have contradictory views. It's a very natural thing to have.
I don't have any
You're
contradictory
not going to
views.
acquire all knowledge. There's no way. You don't even know what that means, or you couldn't even explain what all knowledge is.
Nobody here.
Give me an example.
Nobody here is claiming that people can attain omniscience. Nobody that all
That's
know.
what I mean. So then, how do you have the knowledge that God does not exist from your false beliefs?
Hang on. I never claimed that God does not exist.
Oh, now it's different.
No, it's not. I've been consistent about this all along. I don't believe is not the same.
Switching it up now.
No. Me not believing is not the same as believing not. These are very, very different things, even though the distinction can be a little hard to tell for some people.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, now you're switching. So you just change the name of the stage, because a lot of you on the stage have different views here, and one is arguing from one, and now I'm talking to someone different, and they have a different view. So it seems as if you guys are in this this triangle of always winning arguments. When I pigeonhole you to it.
No, hang on.
This is the thing. This is the thing with atheists; they never agree.
Peter, stop. I have always been consistent on this, and we've been talking together, you and I, throughout most of this conversation. I am not switching my view, and I have always maintained this. That and people have challenged me over the years. Some of them are claiming that I hold that view, that I don't, and I always push back on that, which I've done here just now. So I'm not claiming that deities don't exist. There are some here who do, but I'm one of the ones who does not. So if you'd prefer to put your idea toward a challenge towards someone who holds the view that deities don't exist, then that's fine. We are starting to run a little low on time, and there are other people who want to join, so I want to be careful about that as well.
I got to get the charcoal going. It's always a pleasure talking to you. I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Peter, you wanted to say something. Do you want to just quickly reflect, and then JL?
I just wanted to say there's nothing atheists agree on. Literally nothing. Not on the fact if a God exists or not exists, not on what several holy books say. They're not agreeing because it's not a social structure. It's a position on one specific point.
We can agree on one thing. Presuppositionalism makes atheists.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Definitely.
So I'll just you guys are finished. I'll just add a little commentary here. What this person's doing is he's near the end sneaking in this presumption that I'm saying there are no deities, but his arguments before that didn't even hint at this. And so I find that to be interesting. And then he turns around and claims that I'm changing my position. So the reason that some, mostly it's religious apologists I run into who do this, and William Lane Craig does this all the time. He says stuff like, "Oh, you believe there are no deities." They're trying to put a burden of proof onto me that for a claim that I don't make.
Right.
And the reason they're doing this, I think, is because deep down they're insecure about their own position and their own ability to debate it. So what they do is they try to put things on what seems from their perspective a level playing field. And so they're thinking that if I can't prove this position they want me to hold, then by default their position is the winning position. That's not logical, but that's what they think and that's what they want to do. There are some theists I've debated who don't harbor this insecurity and are fine with me not believing. One was a Calvinist I debated. His name is Will. I'm trying to remember his last name. Very nice fellow. We debated on modern day over a year ago. Sorry?
Will Stewart.
Yes, Will Stewart. Thank you.
Will Stewart.
That's the fellow.
And he's a great guy to talk to.
So I found he didn't use these kinds of tactics because he doesn't feel insecure about his position about Christianity, so about Calvinism. And so he and I had a really good debate where we actually focused on the various topics instead of having to deal with this sophistry. It was very nice. And in the end, he and I were asked Amy Newman's channel later on who won the debate. And I said to him, I don't think either of us won. What do you think? And he agreed, so it was quite nice. But did anybody else have anything else they wanted to say about this before we move on to our next guest here?
Now, one of the things about Will isn't starting a conversation in order to win, which I myself prefer, because I'm not going into a conversation in order to win, because there is no winning. Winning is just being silly. If you have a productive conversation, both of the people having the conversation can take something away from that. It's much more productive than if you go into a conversation and think, I need to win this. I need to make the others look stupid. It doesn't work. Just give it up. Have a decent conversation. It's much more productive. And that's why I like Will. I'm friends with Will outside of everything. So he's just a great guy to hang out with.
As far as it goes, I've never said that that deities. I mean, I don't accept the claim that deities exist or a deity exists, because I don't accept supernatural explanations for things. It's just, I'm a methodological naturalist. But as far as like the Christian God goes, I know that thing does not exist, because it can't. It defines itself out of existence. But I agree with the deism claim, like deities in themselves, like sufficiently powerful enough entities. I can't say that it doesn't exist. I don't claim that it doesn't. I just say I just don't accept it as reason. I ground it on the fact that it's unfalsifiable. I don't accept unfalsifiable claims as truth. So, but Christian God, that thing does not exist.
JL,
that's reasonable.
I hate to interrupt you, but I just came from a Bible study where we started reading the Bible. So we started with Genesis 1, and did you know that God created everything? Because it's right there in the book.
I have heard that. I've heard that a couple of times. He got pretty mad with he was pretty creation mad there for a while.
Okay, Jason was here. Jason, hello. I guess you've talked about worms in the past. I'm curious. I hope you're doing well, and I wonder what you've got for us today.
Well, I wasn't even going to raise my hand, but Randolph says something about free will that kind of sparked my interest.
Well, the free will particle, right?
Yeah, the free will particle. Yes, sir. Thank you. Can you elaborate on that? Just a tad.
Okay, so one of my friends, Travis Pangburn, who's famous for running some very large events with mostly debates between atheists and other people. He's had Matt Dillapun Hunty with Dr. Jordan Peterson talking in Canada here before as well. So he's quite successful at that. And he and I were sitting down for lunch one day, and he suggested to me an idea he had about the possibility of a free will particle. And I thought that's an interesting idea, because we're kind of talking just casually about free will. So the idea is that it would be a quantum particle that causes us to have free will, and each person would have at least one of these particles, I guess, in their brain or somewhere in their body, and that's there could be multiple. I guess they could be working in tandem. I'm still putting a lot of thought into this and trying to develop this idea, so it's still kind of in its incubation stage, I guess. I don't know if such a particle exists, but there's a lot about quantum physics that we're still figuring out, and it could very well be that it doesn't exist and it's just a figment of somebody's free imagination.
That's interesting, because I believe that I have an anti-free will particle that I've discovered.
Do you believe that freely?
I hopefully.
Please elaborate.
Toxoplasma gondii. It is a parasite. The gondii is a parasitic worm. Toxoplasma is what happens to your blood when it's in your system. But these things are important because it can actually get into your brain, and when it gets into your brain, it controls you. Just as much as it does when it's in the rat, in order to get to the cat, because as JL would mention, this is a feline parasite. It's supposed to be inside of a feline, a lion, a cat,
no,
any
that's
kind
not
of
what
feline.
I said.
Well, you said it couldn't reproduce in humans.
It can't sexually reproduce in anything other than cats, but it can infect. It can't reproduce, but it can infect other things, but it cannot sexually reproduce in anywhere other than a cat.
it asexually reproduces when it's
No, it
in a
doesn't.
rat.
No, Toxoplasmosis gondii.
Please give me a second without interruption, man.
You brought my name up into it. You're gonna get the response, dude. I'm telling you, Toxoplasmosis gondii cannot reproduce in anything other than a cat. It can infect other warm-blooded animals and cause infection, but it cannot reproduce outside of the cat.
Right. So it doesn't reproduce in its normal way as it does in a cat. That is true.
It can't reproduce in its normal way.
Okay, so can I have the floor back, please? Are you finished?
No, I'm not finished. Explain to me what not normal reproduction is.
Well, it has 3 different types of reproduction depending on what animal it is. Snails, rats, cats, humans. It all has different reproduction cycles. Did you know this?
Okay, infection is not the same as reproduction. You realize that, right?
I didn't say that. When it's in a rat, it doesn't infect the belly. It goes to the brain, and then it stays in a state where it can actually reproduce asexually.
It doesn't reproduce.
Oh boy, who sounds like they know more about this, me or you?
Me, because I actually have the actual NCBI information about Toxoplasmosis gondii on my screen.
That's fantastic. I've read that a bunch of times. I've learned about all kinds of other stuff. That's the only information you ever got about this?
No, I'm saying, why should I believe you? Why should I believe you over the epidemiologist? Jason, I'm saying no, Jason, I'm saying Jason, I'm saying why should I believe you over the epidemiologist?
Can you be quiet so I can
No,
finish my
no,
thing?
I'm not. No, Jason, I'm not.
This is exactly
No,
why.
Jason, I'm not. I'm telling you I'm asking you, why should I believe you? Why should I believe you? Why should anybody believe you over the epidemiologist who studied this?
Don't believe me. It doesn't matter.
Okay, good. Don't need to believe you then.
Yeah, Jason. Jason. I was going to ask you how this ties into convincing people that a deity exists, but I think J.L. Warren is pointing out some facts about this toxoplasmosis. And J.L., did you want to just quickly review their reproduction capabilities?
Toxoplasmosis gondii. Okay, Toxoplasmosis gondii is an obligate intracellular parasitic protozoa, okay, that causes the condition of toxoplasmosis. It is found worldwide. T. gondii is capable of infecting virtually all warm-blooded animals, but felids, such as domestic cats, are the only known definitive host in which the parasite may undergo sexual reproduction. So it gets into the brain, and it gets into the brain of a rat, and it draws it literally just like cordyceps fungus. It brings the rat. It causes the rat to go towards the cat. The cat then eats the rat, and then the protozoa then reproduces in the cat, and then it poops it out in its spore or it puts it out in its spore in its poop. Okay, and then it can infect humans when humans come into contact with that poop or that urine. Okay, but then all it does is travel up to the brain and then infect the brain. But it doesn't. So the protozoa does not reproduce in anything other than cats. Okay, it is a feline specific. The feline is the host for it. That is the host animal, because it doesn't do to the cat what it does to everything else. Okay, it is a protozoa. It is not a virus. It is a protozoa. So he obviously does not understand the difference between these microscopic organisms, but the protozoa does different things outside of the cat. It goes up to the brain and causes, typically it can cause abscesses, it can cause brain bleeds, cause all kinds of problems in humans, but when in a cat, all it does, it reproduces in the cat. So that's it. He's making this shit up, is what he's doing. Not to mention, what when the protozoa itself, when it's inside a host outside of a cat, whatever secretions or excretions it causes in the body, don't mind control human beings. It just causes infection, and we can actually look at that. We can actually look up what exactly toxoplasmosis does to human beings. So untreated, infections can lead to blindness. But if your immune system is weakened, especially as a result of HIV or AIDS, toxoplasmosis can lead to seizures and life-threatening illnesses such as encephalitis, which is swelling of the brain. In people with AIDS, untreated encephalitis from toxoplasmosis can be fatal if you are immunocompromised. But encephalitis is just swelling of the brain, is what this protozoa can do. Okay, so no, it doesn't sexually reproduce in anything other than cats. And when it infects other things, it has different effects. That's it. I don't know where he's getting his information. It literally, I'm telling you, it's literally made up. He is making this stuff up. Because the NCBI tracks it globally. And it's one of the most understood protozoans out there. And I don't know where he's getting his information. It is literally all fake.
Thank you, JL. It's very informative.
What do you want to do here, Randolph?
Bring somebody else on, unless somebody else had something they wanted to quickly mention.
Welcome, Ix. And then Mr. Straight.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Well, I don't know if you remember, in the last, I was here a few months, and I tried to prove not the existence of my God, but the existence of the creator, like, that have a few, for intelligent creator, with the...
Could you speak up a little bit? Your volume is quite low.
Oh, wait a second. Is it okay now?
Oh, that's a bit better, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so I tried to prove that there is an intelligent creator with the gravitational force and the electromagnetic force. And I said like the two different forces in our universe, main forces, and they have the same proportional to the radius, to the mass/charge in like the force of Coulomb. And like I don't think it's random. Because like what is the chance of two different forces having the same proportional, like the exact same?
Jason, do you remember me, Mr. Straight? I think you and I interacted about that the most. Yeah, cool. So what have you been up to since then? What do you think now?
Continue learning. Well, I still think it is true, but now I can write. Back then I had a broken hand, so now I can write and actually show what I'm talking about.
Great.
So, like, one of you in a live or something, like, or may I send you a photo or something?
Oh, sure. If you send it to me, I'll post it in the chat if it's like a diagram or something.
Well, we'll just write it. But yeah, so I'm going to write it down. What do you think about this? Like, is it enough to prove that there's intelligent creator?
Haven't seen it yet. Or did you already post it?
No, I didn't post it. I didn't write it down. Well, you know what? Put me back down. And
I'm actually going to look at the Heathen Hangout on my phone because I like this full screen version so you can see everybody.
Okay, so what you're saying is you want to wait until you're done writing and then come back on?
Yeah, not to waste time.
Sure.
Okay.
You'll be welcome back anytime. If you need more than just today, we can see you in a fortnight, 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
Thank you for coming on. We look forward to hearing what you've got.
Yeah,
and if you have a link next time...
It will take me a few minutes, so yeah, bye-bye.
Cool. Just
Sure.
raise your hand again.
Yep.
Got good but bad up next. Looks like they're an investor.
Good but okay. I thought it was like good but is bad. It's like no, good but is good.
Good but is good.
What's going on?
Good to be here. So I got a couple of
not at all Alien X.
points.
Go for it.
Just listening to this excellent show. Wanted to say a few things on a few topics. So firstly, 2 or 3 people ago, maybe 5 people ago, somebody was talking about how you couldn't be omnipotent. I just wanted to say, of course you could. The definition of God being omnipotent would be that he can do anything, and therefore he could do that. So I totally agree with you, and I just wanted to just say it, because it really irritated me, that little section there. On the most recent, or second most recent, there was something about a free will particle. I too have been thinking about this, and I was thinking how interesting that we sleep for 8 hours, or a third of our lives, and if we don't, we get really, really tired, start breaking down. And I was thinking how similar it is with our cell phones. We use them for a day, we plug them in, and they sleep or rest while they're charging, and we kind of lie down on our charging beds for a period of time and get all charged up again. And I was thinking, what if, and this is my own theory, what if neutrinos, which are constantly bombarding us and can be stopped by nothing, are kind of like a wireless charging station. The energy going into us, and maybe that's what causes life, consciousness, or free will. What do you think of that?
I'm really confused. You can sleep for 8 hours? I didn't know that.
That's great.
I think neutrinos. It seems to be that they pass through everything. Is as far as we can realistically go with it at this point. And we got to be careful when we're talking about these things, because if we say nothing can stop them, we don't actually know for certain that that's the case. I remember reading something about certain types of neutrinos that travel faster than photons, so traveling faster than the speed of light. So it's an unknown, but it's a very interesting idea you have about neutrinos being something like wireless charging stations.
Thank you. I was also thinking, how cool would it be if we could find a way to block them all and put a person inside that box just briefly and see what happens. They'd have to volunteer though. But good God, what if it was catastrophic? So I have other topics. The other one was they asked you what your burden of proof would be for proving that there is a God, and I wasn't super happy with your responses, guys. I feel that there's too much ways of sort of those proofs could be disproved because things like Descartes' demon, etc. You wouldn't even know if you really had the powers or if you were dreaming it, or any super high powerful entity could confer on you powers beyond imagination. You wouldn't know that they had it with limitless. You would just know that they would be. You could do anything you wanted to. So they could just be high-powered beings. They wouldn't prove that they were God. I was thinking a great proof would be an Easter egg. So say we can't see quarks at the moment, but we know they exist. What if we created a stronger microscope to see quarks, and written on the quark was, this is the building blocks of matter. Signed, the creator, and that would be kind of like. That would be a good proof, I think, to me, that there was a God if he signed a very small building block that we could.
I'm just curious. Didn't you just say that God could be omnipotent?
I don't know. I was saying if there was an omnipotent God, to answer from a long time ago, one of the guys, said.
What I specifically meant is you said that it was possible for a God to be omnipotent, or did I get that wrong?
No, I wasn't espousing any particular beliefs. I was saying if there is an omnipotent God, the very definition of omnipotent would be that he could do anything. Therefore, he could make you omnipotent.
Exactly. So could he provide evidence for me to believe that he actually exists?
Absolutely, of course. If there was an omnipotent God, he certainly could provide proof to anyone, even if that person was, refused. He could just change the person. An omnipotent God would have no trouble.
Exactly.
There's a billion ways they could do it. In fact, it's one of the arguments, kind of in a way.
I just wanted to point out that running away from the burden of proof is not possible. If a God is omnipotent, he will know what convinces me, and if he wants me to know him, then he will do that.
Exactly.
And he hasn't done it. And he hasn't done it yet. She, or it hasn't done it yet.
100% agree with you on that. If God wanted us to know his existence, he'd have written it in the sky permanently. A constant reminder that this is something real, or given everybody on the 21st birthday a quick visitation from an angel. There's a billion ways that a God who wanted us to know him would be seen. Or of course, there's also the theory that if the Bible was true, that we've calculated the age of the universe and how long it took to create. If we divide that by 6, we get that God day. If God is sleeping for the 7th day, he might just be asleep right now, and we need to calculate when he's going to wake up and what's he going to do for the next 6 days. And that's a bit worrying, but just putting it out there, he might be asleep.
This is a very interesting conversation. I'm wondering, is there a deity that you're trying to convince us of, or are you coming from an atheistic perspective? I'm just curious.
I believe that there's really two kinds of people, and I think that it is people who believe in inference and people who believe in conjecture. And inference is like wanting there to be facts, logic, reason, rational, provable, repeatable, and conjecture is imagination, belief, intuition, hope, and that kind of stuff. And I definitely fall into the inference camp, as it sounds like you do too. I don't really feel like I have
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Into the what camp?
Inference camp. So rational versus not versus irrational, but inference versus conjecture. So
Okay.
you want there to be proofs of things, and all your beliefs should be grounded on a basis of something that you can point to. And I'm of a similar set. I might have a spiritual side to me, but I'm not going to say this is true versus, for me to say something is a fact, I have to be able to point to, a certain amount of evidence. So having spiritual beliefs, I don't think contradicts that, but it's not a belief that it's fact. It's a belief that makes sense to me on a certain level. But I'm not going to point to a particular religion and say I was lucky enough to be born into the right religion, or into the right time period where the right religion exists. There's too much. I feel it's very hubristic to make any kind of claims on that front when there's been so many religions over so many millions of years, and to be hubristic enough to think we were in the right time period, born into the right religion, without even researching all the other religions, I feel like it's very hubristic. Well, I did have another quick question for you though. Before even somebody trying to prove that there is a God, can we even prove that this is base reality? Can we prove that other people exist as we do? I have no real proof that you exist. I only have sufficient proof for my own existence. So it's very difficult to prove the hard questions. That's what I'm saying.
So you had said earlier that you're not satisfied with with each of our responses to the person asking for what would prove it, and you did bring up the possibility of the dream, and that doesn't escape me. And it could be that, and that's why I clarified with J.L. Warren that he'd want a little more than just an appearance. So that's valid. That's a valid concern, and this is why
you want to get me to
I
deism,
take doubt as an ally.
If you want to get me to deism, show up. If you want to get me to like Christianity or something, that's going to be a way bigger thing. Yeah,
I think I'm on the same page as you guys, and I do have to duck out. I'll be listening, but I hope I gave some interesting thoughts for people to think on, especially the Easter egg one. That's kind of a favorite of mine. That's deep down signage. But I got to run. I would like to stay longer, but I got something I've got to do.
One quick thing, just for the index, because I put a list of people who are in here. Should I put you as an atheist or theist?
There's no third option.
Well, if you've got one you prefer, I'll gladly put it in.
Are you not agnostic? Are you unsure?
No. I lean more towards sort of. It's hard to label, really. I haven't really tried. Kind of co-creation / we're all God / we're all part of God / universe is all one sort of consciousness almost. It's hard to really describe. It's more like we each hairs on the arm of God and something like that. It's a longer, deeper. I've been working on this my whole life, and it's hard to really espouse in a short period.
Sounds like a general category that has a dependence on a God. So
pantheism, perhaps.
I don't believe they're separate entities who created the universe to us, or a single God that's separate to us, that created us. I believe more like the entire of existence is sort of one being, and we are an aspect of that being. We are that God, but a different aspect.
Canon theism. I'm gonna send you a link.
Cool. I hope to have many more discussions with you guys. You guys are really top-notch discussion people, and that's my favorite thing to do. But I got to run.
Thank you very much. Really enjoyed the conversation with you. The feeling is mutual.
A true pleasure. See you.
Thank you for coming up.
I can refresh link to the politics server in the chat.
In the Heathen Hangout chat.
Wait, you said I got a link? Wait.
Oh, I thought you had said that you have a link to share.
I think Taco put a
No, I sent him a link and shared it in chat.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I got a split though. Wife and kids are giving me the stink eye, and daylight's a wasting.
Thanks for coming on.
That was a
Sure,
nice
yeah,
conversation, though. And see you, Jack.
Take it
easy,
King
Jack.
Xerxes has joined us, and
Later,
Mr. Straight,
Jack.
you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. So I thought about it, and I think I should give a little bit of background to the proportional, like what I've got down. So
Your volume is low again. I'm sorry to
oh
interrupt.
my fucking. Oh, we just put it closer. Is it okay now?
That's much better. Yeah.
Okay, so I thought I should give a little bit of background because it just looks like random writing. So those proportional, like the proportion of the F Coulomb to the distance, it was originally made by Coulomb. Was a French physicist. In a few, like we knew the existence of electricity for a few thousand of years, but nobody knew how to measure it until him. And this is what he measured. And after all of his measurements, he made a formula. And like I wrote the formula down. And like Newton would done his job. And you can see that the gravitational force and the electron and like the force of Coulomb have the same proportional to every single thing. And even the electromagnetic field and the gravitational field have the same proportion. Have the same proportion, yeah. So.
Okay, so I had to rotate and zoom in on your picture to try to make it legible because you wrote it on graph paper and everything. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post it in the chat so everyone can see it. I'm just gonna up the contrast a bit. Okay, so you have it broken into steps 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Can you
The
explain?
distance, then both of the mass or the charge. So the first one is the distance. Fg is the gravitational force. Fk is the electromagnetic force. You can see that when like Fg is 2Fg, R is when Fg is 4Fg, then R is half R. My English is bad a little bit, but like what I'm trying to say is that there's the same proportional. I wrote it down. You should see it. So when let's say 9Fg, so R is 1/4, 1/3, and yeah. So the same with the masses, but when like Fg is 2Fg, so M is 2M. The same with the second mass / charge. And when you take those proportional and you build to a formula, you have the same formula, but the only real difference is like in the first one there is mass, in the second one there is charge, and the difference is big G, which is the constant of gravity, and K, which is the electromagnetic constant, which are not a part of the proportional because they're constant, so not a real part of the formula, like proportional here. And the part about the field itself, the electromagnetic field is equal to the charge itself. You can see I wrote the electromagnetic vector is equal to F Coulomb. Of course, the direction is needed, and I divided it by the. I don't know how to say it in English. I think it's the.
I posted a contrast increased cropped version of your math in the Ethan Hangout. Can you see that?
Well, it's not my math. It's
No, I just said the stuff that you wrote and sent to me, so
Yeah.
everyone can see what you're talking about. Okay. So
I'm a little lost. Is this a?
Well, let's just recap, okay? Because a lot of people don't remember last time. So the claim you made last time, as I recall, was that you said that there's a similarity between the forces, and you think that that similarity must be a designed similarity, right?
Kind of, yeah. So there's the same proportion between the distance, the mass between those two forces, which are not connected in any way that we know of. I remember one of you said that like they're both walk on waves, but I don't see why, like, okay, so they're both from way, so it will have the same proportional in every single way. Doesn't make sense to me. The electromagnetic field is the electric field, the gravitational field, and the electromagnetic field are the same proportional as well. I don't know how to calculate the energy of an atom going of the electron or something like this. So I cannot talk about the energy, but yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, you want to say in a sentence, in a propositional sentence, what your thesis is, and let's just make sure we get exactly what it is that you're trying to say down.
Okay.
So what in one sentence or two sentences are you claiming?
That the similarity that we have between two different forces.
Which forces?
Two different forces. Yeah, in our universe.
You have to say which forces.
The electromagnetic force and the gravitational force.
Okay.
Points to
which similarity?
Intelligent design.
Which similarity?
The proportional similarity.
Okay, you have to be specific.
Yeah, you can see that I've sent the math. I don't know to be more specific, but like when.
So specific is when you specify what the similarity is. So
similarity between everything, like.
Everything is not a thing. You need to specify.
Well, okay, so there's only three things which can be similar because there's the distance and the two masses or charges.
So the amount that they change over distance.
No, yes, but you can add to this the mass. So like if let's say Fg is proportional to m in such way that 2Fg is 2m. And the same you can say about the force of Coulomb, that 2F Coulomb is 2Q1. The same you can say about the second...
Without using letters? I want you to explain
Yeah, those are...
what the actual phenomena means to people who are not looking at your math or don't understand the math. You have to be able to... Math means something in terms of what it refers to.
Yeah.
What I remember last time is you were talking about how the force interacts with mass and the ratio at which it does so over distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I explained why I thought that was the case, but before we get into that, I want to make sure we have your actual proposition in writing. So I've written down so far, Mr. Straight says the proportional similarity between electromagnetic and gravitational forces in terms of blank points to intelligent design.
Yes.
So what is the blank? What is the exact similarity?
There is the same proportional distance between the Fg and F Coulomb. Well, I want to say what the letters mean. So
the proportion between the strength of the force and
the strength of the force, yes, and the distance between the first object and the second object.
Okay. So did you understand what I said last time about how different things propagate through a medium? We call that, in some cases, like in macro scale stuff, we talk about fluid dynamics, right? So I put the sentence here. It says, Mr. Straight says, the proportional similarity between electromagnetic and gravitational forces determines the strength of the force and the distance, or the proportion of the strength of the force.
Well, it is not only this, it is the like the proportion is the same with the distance, it is the same with the mass/charge, and it is the same with the second object mass/charge, which like makes the whole formulas be the same proportional.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Straight?
Yes.
Does the God that you believe in have unlimited creative power?
Sorry, my headset crapped
well,
out for a second.
He cannot do something which is not logic. He cannot, I don't know.
Okay, so barring anything that's a logical contradiction, he can do anything, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he could have arranged the universe in such a way that the proportional similarity between electromagnetic and gravitational forces was different and still somehow facilitated life.
Yes.
So how is the particular arrangement that we observe indicative that he created it? If he could have done it anyway, why is any one particular arrangement evidence of this proposition?
Well, no, it's not. It's not that like the situation of the forces themselves. It is that we live in this universe. Yeah, so those are the laws of the universe are not going to change. At least we shouldn't think they're going to change. And with the situation
Well,
we live
I
in
shouldn't
today,
think they're going to change because I don't believe there's a conscious will that orchestrates the arrangement of physical
well, I
laws.
don't think that God will just change his entire creation. So we're both on the same line.
Well, the difference between you and me is that there's no capacity for the universe to change in my worldview. It doesn't have a will. In your worldview, there is a capacity for it to change.
Well, you cannot apply
and
the
your
same
and
will
your
that the human have and the
and
same
your
will that
assumption
God
that
has.
it won't change, Mr. Straight, is predicated upon further assumptions about this deity that you also assume exists. So,
Well,
a lot more
it
assumptions in
seems
your
what
worldview than
I know
mine.
about God. Like it seems it is this
Well,
assumption
knowledge
that
is
is going to change.
knowledge is a justified true belief. So effectively,
Yeah,
if you
but
can't show it, then you don't know it.
what do you mean? I did show it. Like
No, what
I
you showed is
showed it.
that there's a particular arrangement of physical constants in our universe, but you've also admitted that your God is perfectly capable of creating the universe in any way he wants, and it can still facilitate life so long as it doesn't
Then
imply a
how does
logical
how does
contradiction.
it go against my point?
Well, my point is that your argument is underdetermined, right? If any particular arrangement of the universe would be evidence to God, then no
No, it's not what
particular
I said. No,
arrangement
no,
of the
no, no,
universe is
no, no,
evidence
no,
of
no.
God.
No, it's not the point. It's not the point. The point that I'm not saying that there is life, so oh, God exists. No, no, what the fuck? No. What I'm saying
No,
that
that's not.
there is. Yeah, but like, understand. What I'm saying is there is there's four forces in our universe. Two of them have the same proportion between the mass, such charge, and the distance. And
Okay, so Mr. Straight, let me put it a different way. What arrangement of the universe would be indicative that God doesn't exist?
arrangement of the universe that will declare that God doesn't exist. I don't know one because I never saw one. But
Well,
I will
that's the
assume
point. We only have a sample size of one. We only know one possible arrangement of the universe, right?
Well,
we
I
can,
would say that
we can.
a universe,
We hold
a
on.
universe without life, a universe
Oh.
without any proportional, like.
Hey,
Okay,
Mario,
so
thanks for
like
hanging
the
out.
universe for the first
Good
12
to see you,
billion
bud.
years of its existence didn't indicate that God existed.
Wait, don't. No.
Well, I mean the
The
universe.
universe was created from the perspective of religion for us to be born, for like life to exist. So it
Yeah,
doesn't matter
12
if there
but
wasn't
there's
life for how much time, doesn't really matter. What is matter, there is life. So the universe is capable of producing life, and you don't know it. What you've said right now.
Well, only if the
okay.
parameters are
Yes,
correct.
now presently the universe facilitates the existence of life, but only tentatively. I mean, even still on our planet, it's almost barely inhabitable. 99% of all the species that ever existed have been brutally retired from existence. I mean, it's not.
Doesn't mean there's no life.
I'm not
Like,
saying there's no life, right? So
what
you're
is the
arguing that.
argument in here?
But Mr. Straight, you're arguing that the arrangement of the universe in such a way that it facilitates life indicates a God. And I'm
No,
pointing
no,
out to
I
you-
never said something like this. I never mentioned
okay, well, hold on, Mr.
life
Straight. We
once
need
in my argument.
no pun intended. We need to get this straight. Okay, so are you arguing that a universe which facilitates life indicates a God?
No. I
Well,
am
what's the
talking
point?
about the main two forces in the universe. I never mentioned life once.
Well, you brought up life. I didn't.
No, you brought it up as an argument against what I'm saying. That. But,
No, I didn't. You were
never
the one
mind.
that introduced to that subject of the
No,
conversation.
I was talking about the two main forces. I sent my
Mr.
fucking
Straight,
map.
all I asked you was for an example of a universe arrangement that would not be indicative of a God's existence.
Well,
because
I gave an answer.
You believe,
of how to give, but
Mr.
I
Straight,
gave an
you
answer.
believe that God could have created the universe in any particular way, right? So the way in which the universe is arranged is not indicative of a God regardless, because God has unlimited creative power. There's no particular arrangement of the universe that we would expect is created by a God versus a particular arrangement of the universe that we would not expect is created by a God.
So for us to have proof that he exists, he created the universe in just ways that have proofs in them. Like what is the chances for the proof?
Mr. Straight, you just denied that you're arguing a universe which facilitates the existence of life, biological organisms, is indicative of a God. Okay, you're arguing. You just told me expressly that you do not think just because a universe facilitates life, that means a God exists. And now you're arguing that exact point.
No, my belief does tell me this, but and understand it wasn't the point. It wasn't
Okay,
the argument,
so-
because I am making an argument from the perspective of
Mr.
this
Straight,
person.
I need a
I know
concise
you're
answer
trying
here.
to prove it, right?
I need a concise answer here. Okay, is a universe which facilitates life indicative of a God? Yes or no?
Indicative of God, like, can you like indicative means God must exist, like my God.
It
Which kind?
suggests or is evidence for the existence of God.
Which God?
Any God.
Any God?
An intelligent mind that created the universe.
Intelligent mind. Okay, so yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I assume I'm operating within your framework. Okay, so
This is what I believe, but it is not
okay,
the
yeah, but Mr. Straight, the universe existed for 12 billion years prior to even the first development of rudimentary biological organisms.
Well, that's
And the vast overwhelming majority of the universe doesn't facilitate life. Odds are 500 sextillion to 1. That's 5 followed by 30 zeros to 1. That you would die instantly if you teleported anywhere else in the universe. Odds are 1 in 180,000 that if you teleported anywhere else on the planet, you would die.
Against you. It just shows how fucking ridiculous that we are in here today. It shows how unlikely that we exist is.
Okay, but Mr. Straight, my point here is that let's say you have two universes. One where life is incredibly rare. That's the universe we exist in. And one where life is incredibly common. How would you not be able to use both of these instances as an argument for God? This seems to be a completely unfalsifiable proposition wherein you're just appealing to any particular set of circumstances.
There's a lot of problems, I think, in what you said right now. The first one is such universe doesn't exist. There's no universe that we know of that life is just popping out of nowhere in it, or that life.
That's not what I argued. That's not what I argued at all. I said that.
No,
Mr. Straight, stop straw manning what I'm asking you. Okay, there's a few possible universes. A universe wherein there is no life, a universe wherein life is rare, and a universe wherein life is common. Okay, those are the three possibilities. Okay, according to the definition of the God you believe in, all three of those universes would be indicative of God. There's nothing we can evaluate to falsify this proposition, which is ridiculous.
No, not every single universe that exists, or any single universe that you think exists, or you give the example of, will index the existence of life. In a universe without life,
I didn't say life, Mr. Straight. I didn't say life. We are talking about what arrangement of the universe is indicative of the existence of God. Okay.
Yeah,
per
you said
your argument,
arrangement that there is life in it.
Mr. Straight, per your argument, okay. You initially told me that no, you were not arguing that the mere existence of life in the universe is indicative of a God. Now you've adjusted that to say that it is. Okay, so we need to understand where this line is drawn. Okay, so
stop.
Mr. Straight, you're constantly contradicting yourself, and I'm trying to get some concise clarity here.
Come on, stop saying. I'm not trying to attack you. It wasn't even a part of my first argument talking about life. I don't want to talk about life. I know it wouldn't make you believe in God. Like,
okay,
I don't.
Mr.
Straight, or what he's trying to get.
We abandoned your first argument when you admitted that any particular arrangement of the universe would indicate the existence of a God.
King, I'm going to ask more time than you have because I'm the one who's presenting the argument, and I'm the one who is building it, and I'm the one who is against fixing you. So please, give me a little bit more time. I don't want to talk about life. It wasn't a part of my first argument. What I argued is about the two main forces in the universe. If you want to talk about life, we can do it another time.
Mr. Straight, you're the one who introduced life into the question. My first question to you, Mr. Straight, was whether or not a different arrangement of these forces you're talking about would also be indicative of God, and you said yes. Because your God can create the universe however he pleases. So there is no particular arrangement of the natural forces we observe that would be more or less indicative of this God. So your argument is not an argument at all. It's just a bald assertion.
Breathe for a second, okay? So, can you stop talking about life? I made it very clear I'm not talking about life. If you want to talk about the forces, it would be fine.
Mr. Straight, now you're just bald lying, okay? My last statement had nothing to do with life. My last statement had nothing to do with life. I literally said that this particular arrangement of forces in the universe you are arguing is indicative of God. However, you also admitted that any particular arrangement of forces in the universe would also be indicative of God. So you are not only contradicting yourself, but you are bald-faced lying. And this conversation is being streamed on several different YouTube channels.
You're talking more than me. So please, let me fucking speak, okay? Thanks. For the argument of the forces, I will make it very clear right now. If you want, you can record this. No, I do not think that a universe without life, or a universe with no similarity in it, is a proof that God exists. I think that something that is extremely unlikely, as the two main, like half of the two main forces in our universe, have this kind of proportion. I think this is impossible if you don't have intelligent design behind it. The same way that it is impossible for something to be, I don't have an actual, well, the same way that it's almost impossible for something to have the exact
That
same.
is an argument of that's an argument of personal incredulity, nothing more, nothing less.
No, you can.
You can't see why this would be the case. Therefore, God. That is by definition.
No,
I'm awake to the truth. Just that it took a long time to get to this whole like argument from incredulity.
According to who?
According
to who?
What do you mean?
How did you? So you see these similarities. How did you determine that it is extremely unlikely?
Well, there's infinite amount of other ways that it can be arranged.
So there's not actually. I just found out something.
Examples?
Hold on.
Hold on. What examples do you have? What examples do you have that it's arranged in another way? How many universes did you compare it with?
I said it could. I don't have any other examples. This is the same thing that I said to King. There's only one universe. You
Exactly.
Of other ones.
So how can you come up if we can't go to other universe? Then how come you can come up with other examples?
I'm not Peter. I'm saying this proportion. Like you can change that. Like let's say that the main object would have 2 times more effect on the force than the, I don't know what to say, subject object, like the object with.
That's kind of cool, but so keep in mind that humans are pattern-seeking animals. So we seek patterns, and when we see a pattern, we try to explain it. The fact that you already said that you do not have an explanation, you do not have, you only have a sample source of one.
No, I do have an explanation. This is what I'm saying. I claim that I do have an explanation. My explanation.
You have an explanation for the forces being the way they are.
Yeah, I said that. God made it.
That's nice. If I said it would be a pink universe farting unicorn, then we would be on equal footing because you just
no, because
made that claim just out of thin. You made that claim out of thin air, just like I did. So why should I believe you that it's a God?
Which claim?
You said it was God. I said it was a pink universe farting unicorn. So now we're on equal footing because you have as much evidence for your God as I have. Can you please let someone finish a sentence before you start interrupting? Just asking. We let you talk. You talked over King Xerxes the whole time, which is why you didn't understand what he was saying.
I didn't understand what he was saying.
And you keep doing that. You shouldn't do that. So you made the claim that God did it with no evidence to back it up. Can you and I agree that if I want to suggest that it was a pink universe farting unicorn, that I first have to present evidence that such a unicorn actually exists? And the moment the unicorn, we can determine whether or not the unicorn exists, then we can see what its capabilities are. If that is what you would be doing with your God. First, show us that your God even exists. Then we can see what he can or cannot do. You're putting the horse behind the cart. You come up with something, and that has to be God. You have to come up with God first, and then we can see, what God can do.
You said a lot of things. May I
Sure.
speak? So, okay.
Go ahead.
So, then I will repeat again the point that these two main forces.
I'm actually making fun of Jason the Worm guy in the heated chat. It's funny.
Yes, I think it is extremely unlikely. I don't have.
Why do they have the same proportion?
Wait, you told me to shut up. I shut up.
I'm trying to help you. Why do they have the same proportion?
Peter, stop for a second, okay? So, why God created? Yes, I do claim that God created the universe. You can the example you gave about the pink whatever unicorn, not remember the clothes. You can name God whatever you want to. I wouldn't even say God. I would say intelligent design. It is more accurate. When I say God, I mean intelligent design. This was my argument. That this proportion points to intelligent design. This was the first argument. This was the main argument, at least, because now there's few proportions.
And that is why I asked you. And that is why I asked you the question to help you think about your argument. Why are these things similar?
Why those things similar? Well, you know what I'm going to say, don't you? Because God created the.
You're going to make up an explanation because you do not have an explanation.
Maybe I would be able if you would let me finish. So, God created the universe in such ways that we will have proofs of Him in His own creation. This. I believe that God.
The God that we haven't established that exists created the universe.
Well, I just made a point that He does, like intelligent design.
Which God?
When I say God, I mean
which God?
Design.
I don't. I gotta be honest. Guys. I don't see this going any further. And
so I want to respond to him.
The only thing that I wanted to point out is, Mr. Straight, you keep moving the goalposts. You start with a God, then you go to an intelligent designer. You're making it so. Can I finish, please? Sorry. Can I finish my sentence? Can I finish?
Okay, stop yelling over each other. Come on.
No, I cannot let him finish.
I'm trying to explain something to you. If you let me.
About me.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, we'll take turns. Okay, we're gonna have Peter go real fast, and then Mr. Straight will respond. Then Ix will go because he had something really interesting to say. Then we'll go from there.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is, if you want to come up with an explanation, then you have to come up with an explanation that you can actually define. If you're going to say it is an intelligent designer, great. Where did you get the intelligent designer from? Is it from a book? How did someone point you to the intelligent designer in order for you to come up with that as the explanation for the universe? You have to have there's a reason you think of an intelligent designer. This is how I'm trying to help you make your argument. If you keep flip-flopping around between a God and an intelligent designer, define your designer first and be as specific as you can be, and if possible, tell us how you got to be aware of this intelligent designer. Does that help?
So, well, before I start, there's one thing that annoys me a little bit. When you say I try to help you, everybody here have a functioning brain, don't you?
You gotta speak up.
What? You don't hear me?
I say
You're
that
quiet.
because English is not my first language, and
So,
I don't think it's yours. It is not.
Yeah, my
it's not
first
that I
language
wanted
is
to insult you. Exactly, and I just wanted to help the conversation. I'm not trying to be condescending towards you. Sometimes there's a
Well, don't say
language
you're trying
barrier.
to
So
build my argument. Just don't say it, because
I'll be quiet. You can talk to the.
yeah, thank you. So
Okay, so Mr. Straight, I want to explain this
Wait,
to
can
you, and I want you to listen for a second and look in the chat because I've posted a link and I've excerpted the text and the diagrams. Okay, and this
can you
this
tell
is
me
exactly
which
what I was.
side?
Hold on a second.
Which chat?
The Heath and Hangout chat, the one that's next to this one. Okay,
Heath
so
Hangout.
what this page explains is what I tried to explain to you last time, and I guess it didn't
Where
make
is-
sense to you or something, but hopefully this will make sense to you. Okay,
where
any
is it?
point source which spreads its influence equally in all directions without a limit to its range will
where is it?
obey the inverse square law.
Hey, man, are you listening? Where is it?
In the Heath and Hangout chat.
Can you mark it or something?
I'll repost the link and for just give me a sec. I'll repost.
Reposting would be
Like I'm gonna send him a link to my message, which will take him to the correct chat.
Okay, that's.
Okay, so Mr. Straight.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is what I was trying to say to you last time. Is that like I am not a physicist. I simulate physics and computer simulations, but I don't study like pure physics. But all I know about physics is how to implement it in terms of mathematics, and anything that is a point source which is going to spread out is going to follow an inverse square law because its influence is spreading out. And this is a matter of geometry, which would be true even if I made something other than physics, like a made-up thing.
Wonderful.
And so it's not a matter of a designer carefully arranging two totally different things behaving totally differently in an arbitrarily similar way. It's a matter of two things doing the same thing, which is propagating through space, which is going to follow an inverse square law because of geometry. So geometry is an abstraction of space-time. You understand that, right? So when we look at gravity and we look at electromagnetic forces, and I'd like you to read this and understand it.
I know this
And tell me,
already.
what part of this do you think requires someone to specially arrange a different case for one or the other and to arbitrarily make them the same, rather than they're merely following the same geometric principles that you would expect any force propagating through space to follow?
Okay, so.
Furthermore, you also said something funny, which is that you said that there's an infinite number of ways these things could be arranged. But Bertrand's law shows that for something to have orbits, like the kinds we observe, there are literally only two possible ways that it could be: an inverse square law or a radial harmonic oscillator, right? And there's no infinite range of possible ways gravity could be arranged.
9. I would admit buoyancy on something like this. I don't learn these kind, so I don't actually know. Well, they.
Hey Jay, good to see you. Yeah, X knows his shit.
Make my own claim. Yeah, so I have no problem agreeing with this. If would God create the universe another way, of course, God can make it another way by the definition of him. So, yeah, but to the main point. So.
Like this is exactly explaining what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, I know. We learn on this.
Yeah.
I know this. My question would be, so why is it the same proportion between them? It could be weaker, or like it can.
I'm going to read it to you. Okay. Any point source which spreads its influence equally in all directions without a limit to its range will obey the inverse square law. This comes from strictly geometrical considerations. The intensity of the influence at any given radius r is the source strength divided by the area of the sphere. So if you take a sphere or even a circle and you draw an arc, right? The length at any distance of that arc is going to increase as it propagates out from the center towards the outer part of the circle. The sphere is the same thing in 3 dimensions.
I learned trigonometry.
Right. So what this means is the intensity influence is going to change by the strength divided by the area of the sphere. Being strictly geometric, the inverse square law applies to diverse phenomena, not just electromagnetism and not just gravity. Point sources of gravitational force, electric fields, light, sound, or radiation obey the inverse square law. It is a subject of continuing debate with a source such as a skunk on top of a flagpole. Will its smell drop off according to the inverse square law? Okay, that was a bit of a joke there at the end. But the point is, this is a matter of geometry, and it's like it's not surprising. And if this isn't intuitive to you, I would encourage you to think about it more in terms of geometry and less as arbitrary. It's less of an arbitrary thing, and it's more of a geometric concept. And if you grasp the geometric concept fully, like nothing about this is surprising.
Mate, I learned this. Okay, I know. Okay, like, may I answer? So
yeah, definitely, it's almost
what you're
indefeatable,
saying.
Jay
It's a good point. So, but then comes the question: so why isn't it 2R for FG and only 1R for F colon? It would be the same. The inverse square law will apply in the same way. It would be still you can still use it. But why isn't it like 2 times stronger or half time stronger? Like the effect is
Because
half time less.
it's a spherical radiation.
No. It's not what I understand. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. Why isn't it the proportion for the power for the force to the distance isn't half R? The inverse square law would apply in the same way. Everything would be the exact same. But you would have the source to be 2 times stronger, so it would be half R. And FG can still be stay as 1R and O. So why isn't it like this? Like, what is the chances for it to be the exact same? The exact same, like R for both of them. Why isn't it 2R or 3R or R divided by 2? I don't know. So yeah.
I don't fully understand what you're trying to say, and that may just be due to the fact that I'm not a physicist or a mathematician. But I'm telling you what I've gathered from talking to physicists. If you want to discuss this in depth, and this would actually be a great opportunity for you to meet people you'd probably find really interesting. There is a physics Discord. Have you heard of it?
No.
Specifically, every mathematical discipline has a Discord as part of a science Discord network, and I can refer you there. I've referred other people who have kind of like weird physics theories to actually talk to them.
Well, it's not. I said it in the first time I spoke. It's not my theory. It is my physics professor. It's not a professor. I have 2 degrees in physics and 2 degrees in math. He told me this. It's not something that I came up with. He told me this. I don't know if he came up with it. So like,
right. I'm gonna refer you, like I said, to a physics Discord full of physicists who could answer more of the counterfactuals about why would it be some other way. I'm just telling you what I've gathered from looking at the literature and just from my own intuitions about geometry, that inverse square law proportions are going to be expected for anything. It's about calculating the arc or the surface on a sphere, right? For anything, even if we weren't talking about physics, if it had this kind of geometry, we would expect this kind of drop off. So I'll send you a link to the physics Discord. Hold on a second. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Okay, I'm going to send you a link to the physics Discord. But if you want to get into like real counterfactual, why is it not some other way? I'm not going to be able to answer that. I only know what physicists say about our universe and about the math and the geometry that our universe embodies. Space-time could be some other way, maybe in some other universe that's totally different. But this is what I've gathered. I would encourage you to talk to physicists about this, and not people who aren't physicists.
Yeah, I'm making the point. I'm making the point. I would love to talk of course for physicists.
Cool.
I did it with my teacher. But
Okay, I just sent you a link to the physics Discord. If anybody else wants the science Discord network info, just DM me.
Well, do you want me to repeat like what I said about why isn't it proving it again? Or
I don't think we're going to get any further than that. I think the things you're looking for, I think X has given you a great resource to kind of further your inquiry on that. Some individuals who are probably a bit more informed that actually work in the field and can give you what you need to get to the next point. Otherwise, I don't. The intelligence design pretty much is just pareidolia, that it looks a particular way. I can only go with it looks a particular way and it looks like it was made for us. So it's just the same. It's just the Douglas Adams sentient water puddle analogy is all it is. It's like it looks like it worked so well for us, so it must have been made for us. When in actuality, we developed and evolved into it. I don't think there's any further that we can go with it. So
Okay,
for the
but
sake
before-
of time, I think we ought to
It's-
move on to.
Yeah, but before 1 second, before I go, I would
It's
like
it's
you're
why
doing
I
it to almost
asked
everyone.
how you got to an intelligent designer, because that would be the interesting part of the
Do you
conversation.
want to continue?
We
Or do you
still
don't
do,
want to continue?
other than just making it up, we haven't gotten past
Mr.
anything
Straight
like that.
Mr. Straight just has one more thing he wants to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I saw that every time like somebody leaves, you continue talking about these arguments. So I would like you to not talk about my argument if I don't have any way to answer you. Just yeah, I can still say I don't. I just wouldn't appreciate if you're going to talk about what I said after I leave, like make your points against it when my hands are tied.
Sounds fair.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey,
Thanks you.
Mr. Straight, thanks for joining us.
I'll be talking to you.
So before we move on to the next person, I have to say I did not know that Worm Guy was a flat earther. I was unaware of this, so I don't think we should ever have him up again because flat Earth is just one of the most antisocial, spit in the face of all fields of science, and it's just trash. And I concur with Professor Dave's pretty much his opinion on that it's just antisocial. All it's done is to just piss on the work that hundreds of thousands of people have come before, and it's just like I don't want to believe this because I either hate the government or I'm unsatisfied with my life and I'm just angry about crap. So yeah, I don't think we should ever have him up again.
You know, I think that the topic of flat Earth is also off topic here because it doesn't have anything to do with convincing anybody that any deities are real. So that's another point against flat Earth there.
Yeah, I'm just I didn't know that about him
until someone comes up with the flat god.
I didn't know that about him, so I think that just kind of precludes it. There's no point. If he's gonna hold that position, the dude's just antisocial and he's just up here just to cause trouble and disrupt and be problematic. He's already been demonstrated to be a flat out liar. So
a flat out liar. I see what you did there.
Thank you.
The real sad thing about flat earthers, though, is they don't know the truth of the hollow earth as revealed by the Lord Stephen Christ. See, everything is actually pointing out into space. It's actually pointing into the center of the hollow sphere, which has just a medium that tricks us into thinking it's
why does
space.
it sound like some David Icke shit?
Because we actually had this guy on, and his followers were sort of like fleeing and like giving sort of exit interviews about their experiences with Lord Stephen Christ. But he's a very funny YouTube cult leader if you look him up.
That's hilarious. What's up, Hawkeye Roots?
Yo, all good? Hi.
What you got for us today?
I'm wondering if you guys are getting anywhere with this debate because is the question answered or not? Like you got somewhere?
Okay, so how far we get with this is with these challenges. I prefer to call them challenges than debates, but I understand what you mean. Is up to the arguments that people bring to us. So now I'm open and willing to believe, but I'm going to want the ideas presented to me to be rigorous and reliable and convincing enough to justify me taking a pro-God, goddess position. So far, I've not received any. And there was, I think, some progress made from time to time because what's happening is, and it happens a fair bit here, because we're getting a better understanding of people's views on this stuff, and it's helpful because we're getting ideas from people from different arguments that we don't normally get a chance to hear on other programs. And one of the big things I find really helps is that we get to hear the entire argument in most cases for people. They come on and they get to present the full idea. We might interject from time to time to have them clarify a particular term or something, but other than that, we generally want to always let people kind of present their idea, and then we deal with it. We try to keep it down so it doesn't sound like ganging up on people, because that can easily happen on a large panel. But I do think most of the discussions go quite well, and it's good interaction. And I'm hoping that it's helpful to people in the audience who may not have considered certain perspectives or ideas as well. Do you have?
Yeah, but I think it's just too hard to say for now. I think nobody can really answer the question anyways. So I don't know.
You said in the chat, though, you said that you wanted to talk about whether religions are fake. Is that what you wanted to talk about?
Yes, I think that if religions are fake or not is an easier one to answer. That we should. I think that question is gonna be answered first, and then the harder one is whether a God exists or not. But religions are easier to deal with because they, like the Bible, the Quran, they say a lot of things that might be proven wrong, you know.
So you're saying that a religion could be not fake, but a God could also not exist?
No, I say that a God might exist, but religions are fake. That's why I say.
Okay, so you're I mean, generally speaking, when people talk about arguments for God without arguing to any specific religion, that's the kind of argument you think you can't make because we don't have a conclusive way of determining whether a God exists. But you think that some religions actually would pass a test showing that they are not fake?
Yes, we can deal with religions being fake or not. Like we can say for sure now because they state a lot of things in their books that we can say if they really happened or not. Like for example, Jesus reviving or not. We can, if we prove that he didn't, then the whole religion falls apart. That's why I say.
Well, let me get this straight. Do you believe God exists, or in any particular religion at all?
Why I think is no, all religions are fake, but if a God exists or not, we can't tell for sure, and we can do nothing about it anyways.
Well, what do you think personally? Like you said, what sounds like an agnostic position, like strong agnosticism. Like you think that it's impossible to tell if God exists, but
no, it's not impossible. But we are just too ignorant right now, so we can't tell.
What do you think we would need to know that would change that?
We need to understand the universe better. Like maybe the very questions we are formulating are wrong because we are just apes. So we just need to keep moving forward. Because it's just impossible to answer this right now. So what's the point? So we should just keep moving forward.
And it doesn't sound like you're trying to convince us that a God exists. However, I think some people here would give reasons for thinking why there is no reason to assume a God exists any more than there is a reason to assume that, like, a foreign prince who promises to send me $1 billion if I just send him $1,000 to help him move the money isn't worth believing at all, right? So the question is, like, what motivates you to think that it is just a difficult question at the moment, as opposed to a question that's relatively absurd, even before like total proof one way or the other?
Well, I think such a deep question of whether a God exists or not is like, I believe humans need to keep their curiosity alive. and so there are questions that are so deep and important that they are not gonna be answered anytime soon, and I think that's a good thing because it keeps our curiosity alive and makes us humans. So I don't think you can answer everything you question about reality just like that. I think they exist because they need to be such questions that can't be answered right away exist because the universe wants humans to move forward, which they need imagination and curiosity. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not saying.
So if you answer everything right now, like what's the point of living anymore? You know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna do with your life once you answer everything that there is to ask about? That.
Sure. Yeah, I think we all agree. Like curiosity and conjecture is fun. Anyway, it doesn't really sound like you're positing an actual argument that God exists, but is there any?
No, I have no idea.
Well, thank you for coming up. We're going to go ahead and to the next person.
Okay.
We've got presupposing atheism, who I assume will try to convince us here that a God exists. Probably a Christian one.
Hi. Yeah, I'm a Christian. I had a question. Are you convinced that autism exists?
Yes.
Autism? I happen to know people who are on the autism spectrum, and I have friends who are. So as far as I can tell, it definitely is a real condition.
Same here. Hey, P. Mars.
Okay, so why do you accept the evidence for autism, but you don't accept the evidence for God? What is the symmetry breaker?
God has no explanatory power.
There isn't a symmetry there.
What evidence do you have for a God, P. Mars?
So when I was diagnosed with autism, there was no like lab test that they did, right? They didn't put me under a microscope and look at my autism, you know. They diagnosed me basically based on like, you know, my personal experiences, my behavior, and my history.
Yeah, that's usually how neurological conditions are diagnosed.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I mean, what did you expect him to do? Throw some toothpicks down and ask you to count them?
Sorry.
How do you accept personal experience evidence of mental illness, but not personal experience evidence of God?
I want to know why you think that autism has to be evaluated in the same way as evaluating whether a deity exists.
I'm asking, what is the symmetry breaker between the difference of the evidence for autism and the evidence for God?
There's no symmetry there. They're entirely unrelated things.
I'm curious. I
would like to answer this real quick. Presupposing autism is a label that we assign to a broad spectrum of certain neurodivergent behaviors and characteristics. There are criterion for establishing whether or not a person is on the autism spectrum, right? This is just a description of their mental state, right? It's objectively the case that a person that you're interacting with has a mental state. Doubt that would be controversial. All we're doing is describing that mental state in a way that delineates it from neurotypical and neurodivergent, and also so that we can understand how to treat these people outside of the norm, because perhaps autistic people tend not to like to be touched. They have different reactions to stress, stimuli, so on and so forth. Maybe they don't like loud music. It just depends. And it helps us, it informs us about how to go about interacting with these people without upsetting them or causing them harm. And it works. It's functional. You can make predictions based off of it. It explains things, and it improves our society. Now, as far as like the evidence for the existence of God, that's somewhere between pitiful and non-existent. It's not even remotely comparable to us understanding that there's differences between different neurological conditions.
You're saying there's evidence for autism based on people's mental states, but there's evidence for God based on people's mental states, and it's interesting to me how you will accept one.
There's evidence
and dismiss the other, and it seems
based on
completely arbitrary. Like
presupposing.
you're not
it's not
consistent with how you apply your skepticism.
PMARS, there is evidence for autism based on the outward expression of neurological characteristics that are shared by people who are on the autism spectrum. There was something in common amongst all these people, and we've been able to identify what that is. All we're doing is creating a label for these people, which is autism. We've just named
I agree
this
you have
neurological
demonstrated
condition.
autism.
Okay, cool. But this isn't. We don't believe in autism because a person says they have autism. We accept autism as a neurological condition because of the overwhelming evidence that it occurs in people.
There's no lab
throughout
test.
No, you're right. There's no lab tests as far as chemical
So
interactions.
there's no
and
real
whatnot.
scientific evidence for autism.
Well, psychology is a soft science, but there is evidence for it, just like there's evidence for
but it's not
bipolar and there's evidence for
empirical.
paranoid schizophrenia.
It's not empirical evidence.
We're not demanding empirical evidence.
Reproposing atheism, you said that you compared. You're saying there's evidence for, what were your words? You're saying about you can test for autism somehow by how when people are thinking of something. It was unclear, but then you're comparing that to God. So you're measuring something in humans that can indicate something about humans, and then you're saying you could measure something in humans, a belief that can indicate God. That's a problem. It needs to be, if you're measuring something in humans to detect something about humans, if you want to draw a parallel there, you need to measure something in God to determine something about God.
Point is, the evidence, like how a doctor will diagnose autism, is going to be based on like people's personal experiences, their history and behavior and stuff. So like the same, but there's evidence for God based on people's personal experience, history, and behavior. But you'll accept the one and you dismiss the other.
This is a category.
I don't believe it is a category error. I think
no, it is, and I'll explain why.
it is
because
the same category.
The experiences of people can only tell us things about them. That's it. So using the same method that we use to evaluate whether or not somebody's on the autism spectrum, we can use that method to also determine whether or not they believe a God exists. But that doesn't get us to God exists. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody on this panel accepts that there are people who believe a God exists. If anybody on this panel doesn't accept that proposition, why are they on this panel?
I accept that.
Like, if I had a personal experience with autism and then a doctor diagnosed me with autism, like, you'd accept that. But then if I have a personal experience with God, some authority,
because a doctor has the capacity. A doctor has the capacity to diagnose you by using standardized testing, right? Like, people all the time pretend to have disorders that they don't, right? There's people on the internet who use Tourette's.
There's no way to know.
Yes, there is. There are people on the internet who use Tourette's syndrome as like a device of getting likes or clout, right? And people who have experience with Tourette's, both in the medical field and personally, are able to identify these people as posers because they don't emulate the characteristics.
I think 100%. You don't think they could ever be fooled?
Well, sometimes they are.
A talented actor
con a lot of people.
Exactly. So there's no way for the doctor to really know.
Presupposing atheism, that's my point, is that there is some delineation here.
Why
we don't
accept
take
that
it
as
at face
truth?
value.
Why accept it as truth if it's like we can't
I
even
don't
know it?
intrinsically accept a proposition as true at face value. Just because somebody tells me something doesn't mean I accept it as true.
You seem convinced that autism exists.
Presupposing atheism, and I have a lot of background for accepting that, but I'm not going to get into my personal opinions on psychology. Well,
Xerxes, you know it's PMARS, right?
Yeah, I know. I called him out a minute ago. Yeah. I'm not going to get into like my personal opinions on psychology. Some of my panelists know my opinions on that subject, but that's not relevant to the conversation. I have the capacity to, at the very least, delineate between people who exhibit the symptoms of a severe disorder and people who are merely pretending. To some degree, there's a gradient there, of course, but there are extremes on either side. Right? I can objectively identify somebody who obviously is neurodivergent. At the very least, somebody who would pretend to be neurodivergent possesses some sort of mental deficiency, in my opinion. But what we're talking about here is neurology, right? Neurology is not a soft science. It's a hard science. You can hook somebody up to an EEG machine and see which parts of their brain are lighting up, right? And people on the autism spectrum respond to stimuli different than people within the normal population, right? This is objectively measurable to some degree, but only in extreme cases, right? Usually it's low functioning autistics that are going to exhibit things on an EEG machine. Higher functioning autistics would be almost indistinguishable from normal people other than a few personality quirks. But this is a topic that has been debated quite a lot within the medical field, right? How far out do we extend autism? Back in 2009, Asperger's was included in the autism spectrum, whereas previously that was under heavy debate, and then eventually the American Psychological Association just accepted it as a part of the autism spectrum. So this is a matter of debate, sure. It's not concrete, but I assure you this comparison is not going to work in your favor, because the only thing that we can know by using the methods of psychology is human psychology. We don't have a comparable method for determining that a God exists, right? The personal testimony of an individual isn't enough by itself to diagnose somebody with a neurodivergent condition. There's other measures that have to be taken. So likewise, the personal testimony by itself would not convince anybody that a God actually exists, right? Because if a God exists, he would exist independent of human intuition or experience. And ostensibly, there would be other factors at play to help us determine whether or not that's the case.
I'm satisfied that I've demonstrated an inconsistency in your skepticism of evidence. So thank you, and I'll yield my time.
P. Mars, before you go, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Are you aware that there have been tests done to people who claim that they hear the voice of God, and they were hooked up to machines to monitor their brain activity, and every single time that they heard the voice of God, it came from the part of the brain that generates their own thoughts and things, not the part of the brain that deals with incoming stimuli. Did you know that?
I did not know that. I don't really trust a lot of that science, so that's interesting.
So you only trusted the science that determined that you are on the autism spectrum, so it gives you the liberty to do things that you otherwise wouldn't do. That's the part you do trust. But when it comes to other things that the exact same science can do, you will reject that because it doesn't fit your narrative, or why?
I reject science. I hate science.
So why, if you hate science, then why are you using autism as an escape for your behavior?
Because I'm
on
critiquing like
No, you're not critiquing. You're not critiquing. You're using it as an excuse for your abysmal
showing the
behavior on people's
inconsistency in your.
channels.
I'm showing the inconsistency in your skepticism, and I don't use autism as an excuse. I use it as a way to
Remember the
explain
conversation
why
we had
I'm
on
socially
Praise's?
inept.
Remember the conversation we had on Praise's channel, or was it Sam's channel?
It was Sam. It was Sam.
It was Sam's channel. Yeah, where you specifically said that you, because of your autism, it makes you do things online that you would otherwise not do, which is by definition using autism as an excuse. And the reason that gets me worked up is because you're using it as an excuse where you cannot use that as an excuse. And you and I both will know well that this has nothing to do with autism. This has to do with your own personality. So
Okay,
that is why I'm saying if you use the science when it suits you and then reject it when it doesn't suit you, you don't have a strong point.
I was just trying to critique like the consistency of your skepticism, but thank you for your.
You're wrong
observations
because
of-
it's a category area. So have a good one, P. Marcy.
Yeah. All right.
Cool.
So, Bang, I saw your hand raised there a minute ago, and I see you're still in the audience. I invited you up.
And I'm still a bit miffed that he didn't come forward with the clear evidence for God that he had. He never does that.
He doesn't have it.
I just shared Bang's link from the Discord chat into the YouTube chat, and I've been sharing all your links too, by the way.
Really quickly, I just wanted to give you guys some good news in light of what I revealed to you guys in the private chat the other night. So was recently just in contact with Dr. Josh from Digital Hammurabi, and apparently he's watching my slavery debate with Gavin Herleman, and he's going to give me some feedback on it.
Nice.
Oh,
yeah. So
that was
good. It's nice to know that I've caught some people's attention at the very least. But I feel sorry for Josh. He's going to he's going to drink.
People who haven't seen
it.
For people who haven't seen it, it is comedy gold, especially after you left.
It's like, okay, do you accept this? Yes. Do you accept this? Yes. Do you accept this? Yes. Then it logically entails this. Nope. Like, what? Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
This is the debate with Gavin Herleman, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he keep his pants on through the whole thing?
He had pants on. I checked. I checked.
Okay.
It was actually quite enthralling. The open dialogue, right? When I realized that there was no point in continuing because all he was doing was just playing a word game over what it means for condonement. Like, what does it mean to condone something? And he was just pretending that it doesn't mean what it means. I was like, okay, well, there's really nothing I can say at this point. I've given you the definitions that are established in all these dictionaries, and you're just rejecting that. So, I don't. Whatever you mean by condone is not what I mean by condone. So clearly, we're not arguing the same thing. And then he's like, "Well, you can rage quit if you want to. You can rage quit."
That's what made me laugh.
The fun thing is, he conceded at the start of the debate. He actually agreed with you on what condone means at the start of the debate, and then for the entire rest of the debate, tried to pedal back to a different position, and you didn't let him. And that, to me, was comedy gold.
I would say if anybody's interested in the context of this, if you go to King Xerxes' YouTube channel, he did a debate with the guy's name is Gavin. What's his last name, Xerxes?
Herleman.
Gavin Herleman, about does the Bible condone slavery, and it is comedy gold. It's just funny as hell. So I recommend you pop over to his channel and check that out.
And also, people need to subscribe because we got to get him to 666.
I'm
just saying.
I'm nearing 500 subscribers on my own channel, but I've debated with Gavin twice. The first one I thought went just fine. He seemed to me to be someone inexperienced at debating, so I kind of decided to try to go easier on him, and I think it worked well. The conversation before and afterward was good, and I've actually just recently posted this video on my YouTube channel, and one of the very first questions that came up in the comments was whether he was wearing pants. That just keeps coming up, and the reason why is because near the end of the first debate, I said to him I don't agree with the 10 Commandments and any of them, and he wanted to debate on that, so a second debate was organized, and that's the one where he stood up at the end with no pants on.
And started chasing a bird through the room, which was.
So we got Raptor Attack up here.
Hello, I was just wanting to bring up some of the points that he was talking about that was arguing against the inconsistency, and I wanted to bring up that what did I say? Basically, that we can look at a lot of the way of how our brains work, and the parts of the brain and aspects of the brain that will explain religious experiences, and we can also do that for autism. So we can't disprove their personal experience, but we can definitely come up with explanations and usually come up with, like Peter said, we can look at different parts of the brain and see that these fire when they are having a godlike experience.
I mean, if you could present that to PMARS, you could lay out you could lay out neurophysiology and what we understand about it and the advancements that we've made in the past 10 years and how we determine these things and the incredible predictive models we have based on what we know about it now. And you could lay that all out, and he literally summed it up in one line. He doesn't like science. It's like, so no amount of field you could give to him. We could bring a neurophysiologist up onto the stage, and he would just reject what they have to say.
They've also actually done experiments where they have stimulated, using electromagnetic waves, those particular parts of the brains that that Peter was mentioning stimulate God experiences, and people will have an out-of-body / God
Yeah, the
religious
Corin
experience.
helmet. It's called the Corin helmet or the God helmet.
Yeah. Which is like we can actually make a device that will give people a religious experience. So
yeah.
How do we say that that's fake?
Well, we don't say it's fake. We say it's a neurological experience, but it doesn't entail that it's coming from an external source. And that's the issue, is like, if he's saying is like, that's why it's a category error, because going to God, you could say there's a personal experience there, but it doesn't demonstrate that an external source for that experience exists. We can say that there's an experience occurring in the brain, just as autism, there's an experience occurring in the brain, just like schizophrenia, just like bipolar, just like any kind of, or Tourette's, or any kind of mental disorder, or neurodivergent state. But when it comes down to it, you're saying that essentially an experience is coming from an external source. You have to be able to demonstrate that external source exists and that it is connected in some way to your experience. And if you can't do that, then you're just like assuming that your internal experience is coming from somewhere outside. And it's not. You can't say that. In fact, neuroscience has come along to the point that we've said these experiences are coming from you. That the voice you hear that the voice people hear when they think it's God is coming from themselves. It's not coming from somewhere where it's interpreting external stimuli. It's coming from essentially where they generate their internal monologue. So we know this.
It even works in magic. So I do sometimes I do close-up magic. In close-up magic, what I'm using is your brain to fool you. So it's not me doing something of the ordinary. It is your brain that is set up in a way to be fooled, and I'm just using that for my performance.
Like, the big question on there is demonstrate that it's kind of like the consciousness. There's like the evidence suggests, or the evidence, like, so the way the evidence concludes that the experience is entirely internal, that there is nothing external there. There's no evidence to support the external conclusion. So they'd have to demonstrate that the external thing does exist in order to affect, and it has a connection in order to affect them. So that's what they're saying. That's why it's a category issue with what P. Mars is bringing up, is that autism, it ends at the person who is being tested. Because it's them. It's their brain, it's their behavior, it's their experience, it's all of this. And then, like Xerxes said, we label that as autism somewhere on the spectrum. But when they're saying, I'm having this religious experience and I'm having all this, okay, great, that's all coming from you. So that's it. That's where we can go. Well, no, it's coming from somewhere. It's coming from outside of me. It's coming from a God. Okay, well, that still doesn't demonstrate that God exists, because schizophrenic individuals hallucinate all the time people that are not there.
Yeah, the problem is that with the religious experience issue is that people often have competing and mutually exclusive religious experiences. Right, so we know at the very least that some of these people have to be misunderstanding their experience, to be polite. Long time ago, about a year ago,
they tend to have experiences within the realm of the religion they already hold to.
Yeah, that's also a coincidence.
Which is also surprising.
About a year ago, I was doing...
I'll be quick. 5% of the population has hallucinated at some point, according to modern science.
Have you heard?
Know what caused
you could,
random hallucinations.
Yeah, you could induce a hallucination by using psychedelic drugs. But last year, when I was doing stages with JL and Jack Burton and occasionally Ix, there was a woman, and I forgot her name, but she came up on our stages and she was arguing with us, and she made the claim that she was literally a prophet of God.
Oh, I remember.
And that the angel Gabriel personally revealed himself to her and told her that Jesus Christ was going to return to Earth as an asteroid and destroy the planet after the Christians and Muslims unite and exterminate the Jews. Okay? Now, this woman was utterly convinced in everything that she said. It was impossible for any of us to reason with her. It just, like, went in one ear and out the other. I doubt that if I were to present this case to your general religious person, for example, presupposing atheism, who was just up here, PMARS, I sincerely doubt that he would agree this woman's religious experience actually came from God, even though she would adamantly and perhaps even violently argue that it would, because she did send me death threats. So clearly she's not the most stable of individuals. But the point is that here is an example of a person who claims to have a religious experience, a very intense one, and the overwhelming majority of people who agree in her conclusion about the existence of gods and Jesus would disagree with the validity of this religious experience. And this happens quite frequently. Every time a religious person claims to have an experience, but they disagree with some preconception of religion, they're labeled a heretic or a blasphemer. Take Joseph Smith, the founder of Mormonism, for instance. Not only he, but his brother and father claimed to have personally observed the golden tablets from which Joseph Smith was copying the Book of Mormon. And these people were executed for what they said. They died for their beliefs. The majority of Christians in today's world are not Muslims, not Muslims, but not Mormons. Mormons are a very small minority of the population, but then you also have Seventh-day Adventists who operate according to the works of Ellen G. White, who also claim to have unique and often contradictory religious experiences to what was considered Christian canon, right? There is no way to evaluate the truth of any of these matters until we have established as a fact prior that there actually is a God and he operates a certain way. That is the only way we would ever be able to evaluate the legitimacy of any of these personal experiences.
Going back to, I can't remember who said it, but most people have hallucinated, and they brought up like hallucinogenics.
Lysergic diethylamide, yep.
Yeah. So I did a lesson multiple times on the scientific evidence of quote unquote ghosts. And basically all of the possibilities that can stimulate a ghost-like experience, which are also very tied with religious experiences. So often people who have had intense religious experiences will have similar responses to a ghost-like experiences. And we've actually found some legitimate explanations for which can range from carbon monoxide poisoning to infrasound to
electromagnetic waves, yeah.
Electromagnetic waves, and also mold that produces a low-level hallucinogenic. And so these instances can stimulate those similar experiences to religious experiences, which can be triggered by everyday common things. And also earthquakes can actually trigger some of these infrasounds.
ULFs,
so
yeah.
if you have an earthquake, it can produce an infrasound, and some people infrasound. There was actually a lab where they had like a fan that was blowing incredibly, like it was a bad fan or something like that, and basically it was producing a sound that was below our capability of hearing. And when they fixed the fan, well, because the fan was there, a lot of people in the lab were like, oh my gosh, I keep on seeing like feeling like someone was there, seeing things out of the corner of my eyes, having basically ghost-like experiences. And then when they fixed the fan, the experiences went away. Earthquakes also produce these kind of infrasounds.
This is why I really dug this. Going on everything you're saying there, this is why I really dug the early iteration of the show Ghost Hunters on Sci-Fi, because the early iteration, the early seasons of that show, those guys were debunkers. So they would go around to investigate claims, and then they would wind up debunking them because they had specialized knowledge on essentially housing, on plumbing, on electricity. These guys are certified, they're bonded, they work for Roto-Rooter, so they know houses inside and out. They know what the effects of certain things can be, and so they would wind up going into homes to like, oh, we have a ghost, we're into blah, blah, blah. They'd go in, and then they would figure out what was actually going on. And I think it was almost all the time, it was something emitting some sort of EM, like electromagnetic frequency. I think one of my favorite ones was they went up in the attic, and they found an old air conditioner that was still hooked into the power, that was still hooked into the house and was still running, and they had no idea. and this thing was old and falling apart and was emitting these electromagnetic frequencies, and the thing was situated in the attic right above their child's bedroom. And the kid is the one who was complaining. And they always said that when they went in the room, they had they get this pervasive sense of dread, and it was always colder in there. The air was just kind of cooler in there. And that's just because the airflow from this additional unit. And so, and you have the EMFs, which affect especially when people are sleeping. So they end up especially affecting the child. So I loved when they did that. It was only when they kind of sold out and they had to start, creating ghost experience in order to keep the show on the air. But beforehand, they were debunkers, and it was fantastic stuff, just shutting that stuff down. I wish more people were educated on it and recognized it.
A really interesting one was they came up with an explanation for the Salem witch trials. So ergot poisoning is a poison that will grow on rye bread. And a lot of these so-called witches were women that are just basically live off nature and off land, and they would have various different plants hanging for drying for different kinds of medicine / uses. And they actually looked at weather patterns at that time, and there was a unusually wet season in which if you would be trying to dry these kind of herbs and stuff like that, it would be very moist, and so it would be very prone to giving mold, which would also, one of the things that they would hang to dry was rye, and
Result
a lot of
in ergotism. Yep.
They suspect that it was ergot poisoning, and then after the wet season went away, a lot of the Salem witch trials disappeared because they weren't having that ergot poisoning anymore.
Yeah. Funny how we can use that science to break these things down, and all of a sudden we say, well, we start looking at what was going on around. It's kind of like the whole thing about the plagues, like the plagues that struck Egypt. And when we go back and we look at the things that we know as far as weather patterns and historical events, and then we start lining things up, we realize that what were described in the Bible were actual events that took place, that were natural events, natural occurrences, kind of a perfect storm of bad events that took place. That one thing led to the next, which led to the next, which led to the next. And resulted, and of course the cultural standards of what the Egyptians did, how they served meals. That this is essentially what resulted in what is now referred to as the 10 plagues. So you take these natural events that were devastating at the time, conflate them up a bit, and then you have someone other than the Egyptians reporting them, because the Egyptians didn't talk about the 10 plagues, but the Jews did. So, but there is an explanation for why these things occurred: the death of the firstborn, the frogs, the locusts, the red tide, the blood, disease turned into blood. All that crap is all legitimately explained by natural events, one that led to the next. And I have to find the paper where it was broken down, going back by the historical what the Egyptians reported as to what was going on with their harvest seasons, and how one thing led to the next. And it was essentially like the red tide led to a poisoning of the shellfish, and then because the eldest son of the family was always the one that was served the largest meal, they ingested more of that toxin, they wound up dying, so it was the firstborn dying. And then all of the dead animals that were caused by the red tide, all the dead fish and everything, attracted locusts, or attracted bugs and flies, and all those bugs and all those flies attracted more frogs, and it's just on. And then of course, because of something other that caused the die out, attracted the locusts, and it just goes on and on. So, but yeah, I mean, once we understand this, as we go back and look, it's like, yeah, we can see how the explanations people thought were supernatural were not supernatural. Yeah, totally with you.
I had another point about personal experiences. A lot of times people use personal experiences as revelation of why God exists, and it's very strong because a lot of times you can't disprove that, but you can also, a lot of times you can explain it away. I actually have my own personal experience that recently happened, which you can do either or. You could say, hey, this is a religious experience and this is proof God exists, or you can always say this can easily be explained. And I guess like I threw my back out and I went to the hospital, incredibly amount of pain, went to the hospital. They couldn't do anything for me. They gave me some pain medications. It really wasn't really doing anything, like muscle relaxants and stuff like that. And then I was laying in bed, and eventually I was able to go back home. And I was laying in bed, and my dog was sitting there while I was kind of falling asleep. And then he barked, startled me, and I kicked my legs out, and it hurt my back. And then as the pain started to subside, it seemed like it just went away. I was cured, quote unquote, cured faster than I'd ever been cured before, because I've had this reoccurring problem. And it's like, oh my gosh, that's because, and I had said a prayer earlier. And so it's like, you could say, oh my gosh, your prayer has been answered. You've been cured faster than ever before. You've had this problem before, and so this can be used as proof. But you can also say that, well, you're on muscle relaxants, which already make your muscles that hold those bones in position anyways, and jolting like that would move them rapidly and quickly, and since they're already relaxed because they're on muscle relaxants, they could easily move back in their correct position. So and I'd never been on muscle relaxants before, so that's why it cured faster than I'd ever been cured before. But you could sway either way. Some people would say, hey, this is proof God exists because he was healed. But you can also explain it with using science.
Right. Cool.
Well, thank you for coming up. Is there anything else, or?
Oh, I just wanted to mention to that one person, but he had gone by the time I was able to get out.
Cool. Well, thank you for coming up. We got a few more, and then we'll be closing down here shortly. Obama Dog.
Hello.
Hey,
What's going on, Obama Dog?
I'm look like a dog.
So
hello.
Okay.
What you got for us today?
Well, I was actually I had like an argument, but to go back to what P. Mars and the other guy said, those things that they were talking about are called psychoactive technologies, and there's quite a few of them. Most of them are actually to enhance drug use, but they do have some, like the God helmet that they're talking about. I have like the list of their names if anyone's.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Koran helmet, yeah, or aka the God helmet.
Have you tried any of them?
Oh, I myself, I would love to try the Koran helmet. I really, really would.
Maybe the drugs just kicked in.
I have I've had plenty of experience with many psychoactive pharmaceuticals, and I'd love to be able to try the God helmet or the Koran helmet and compare it to my previous experiences. Because I've had both good trips, I've had bad trips, and I'd love to be able to just slap that thing on and be like, and see where it takes me. Because I just think that would be cool as hell.
Go to the moon.
So, Obama Dog, what have you got for us?
Oh, then I was going to mention that whole thing about the ergot. Like, that's actually is like correct, and that's actually used to make LSD if they process it correctly. But here is my argument for a goddess. So, I am a Rastafarian, and I can send you proof that my God exists.
Oh, okay.
Is it legal to send that type of proof in the mail? It depends on whether it's legal in your state, right?
It depends.
Dependent upon jurisdiction. It's a jurisdictionally true God.
I I only want to know one thing. If we start believing in that, are we going to meet Bob Marley again?
Yes, yes, he is. He is the prophet.
Now you've convinced me.
Haile Selassie.
Hey,
I have two more joking arguments, but I'll get out of your hair and let someone else talk. It's always a pleasure talking to everyone on here.
Thanks, Obama Dog.
So, okay, I didn't quite understand the argument for the goddess. I'm curious about that.
He was
joking.
making a joke.
Well, you see, most cannabis plants are actually female to produce the sinsemilla buds. If they're male, they only produce the seeds. So that's why I said goddess.
Ah, okay. So you're linking it to that. So
Yes.
the marijuana plant, the female marijuana plant, is a goddess.
That's why I said his god is jurisdictionally true.
Well, thank you very much, Obama Dog. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
Thank you.
No woman, no cry.
I see many hanged men in the audience. I'm inviting you up. Get your hand up.
Hey.
How's it going?
I got a dead easy one. You guys ready?
Okay.
Premise 1, God exists. Conclusion, God exists.
Awesome.
Welcome to religion, folks.
That's one big happy circle.
Well, technically, welcome to deism, because that would just get you to deism. That wouldn't get you to an Abrahamic God.
Of course, my bad. Welcome to deism, then.
Darth Dawkins would disagree with you on that one.
Darth Dawkins disagrees with a lot of shit.
Well, just let Darth Dawkins be Darth Dawkins, man. Just like he's moved to Clubhouse. What a Sigma male.
Well, there's the eventually he'll dodo his way out of it, so we won't have to worry about it.
That's great. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks,
Thanks,
you for your
Chief.
input and the amazing argument. We appreciate the circularity.
One big happy circle. Yeah.
And then I see Hawkeye Roots is still in queue, so we'll pull you back up here. What's going on?
Hello again.
I wanted to add something else to what I was talking about before, but you off me. Yo.
Well, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Arguments if a God exists or not, but I can explain why we can't reach a decisive conclusion yet, and that we are not ready for this, because you guys can't. Do you people believe that you are closer to answering this than some tribe people on some island? That
No,
your
not necessarily.
arguments are better. Aren't your arguments better than theirs?
No, I think that would be arrogant of us if we did that, because.
But it's true.
Well, I don't see how we'd be any closer. It really depends on what arguments come up and whether they're reliable. That could happen anywhere. Well, thank you, Hawkeye Roots, for coming on. It sounds like I guess we're pretty much at the end here, aren't we, Taco?
I don't see anybody else in queue. Somebody in over.
Somebody in my stream wanted to say something in my stream. What Tony Regime in my stream was say he's actually wrong. Female plants produce the buds, which when pollinated produce seeds. Sinsemilla just means without seeds, since female plants can produce sinsemilla or seeds. And that's just for the dude who was up here. That's I can't remember who that was. Dang it, the Rastafarian. I totally spaced. That was just for him. That was just a clarification there.
Oh, that was great. This is what I like. We get feedback from audience members. It's really good. Like in the YouTube chat on my channel, it's Atkinson is stating that she's a goddess, and that goddesses rank higher. It is known.
So somebody wanted me to break this down a little bit. So the epidemiologist John Marr developed a domino theory to explain the 10 plagues in order. So what he's been able to assess out from what we understand from Egyptian history, what they recorded about what was going on, was that the plagues were a series of natural disasters and diseases that were triggered by a bloom of waterborne organisms called dinoflagellates. The dinoflagellates turned the Nile red and killed the frog-eating fish, which in turn caused a population explosion among the frogs. The tainted water eventually killed the frogs, which caused lice and flies to run rampant, which led to a number of animal diseases, which is thought to be African horse sickness and an outbreak of boils, fancy glanders. This reign of disaster disease continued through hail, locusts, Schistosera gregaria to be precise, which is that species, and sandstorms until the death of the firstborn sons, which Mars thinks was caused by grain infected with mycotoxins, which you need to ingest a lot of that in order to die, and because the Egyptians gave the lion's share of the meal to the firstborn child of the family, typically the firstborn son, then they would ingest more mycotoxins and they would have died from that. And that most likely the bloom of waterborne organisms, the dinoflagellates, was most likely, but this is just hypothesized, was triggered by the eruption of the Greek island of Santorini, which basically is what triggered this whole thing. Those occurred at Lake Nyos, Cameroon. So the idea was that the plagues were triggered, essentially, there was a volcanic eruption which disrupted the ecosystem in the Nile, and then everything spread from there because everything subsisted off of the Nile in Egypt at the time. So that's the hypothesize. It's how we can explain this, and there's evidence in the Egyptian historical record that supports this conclusion. We can't say absolutely that this is what happened, but it's most likely what occurs because the Egyptian account pretty much relates to this. It's like, oh, this happened, then this happened, this happened. Then we realize what species are out there. We go, oh, we can kind of see. This is probably what took place. And then the Jews interpreted this as the plagues from God against the Egyptians. So
it's funny that you should mention this, JL, because I've done a similar deconstruction on the fact why fire trucks are red, and I can make an argument like that to prove that I know why fire trucks are red.
Well, thank you for coming up here, everyone. It was a fun show. For the people on the Politics Discord, these guys have links in the pinned messages. You can just click that at the top. Make sure to follow them. Everybody else here, does anybody have any final words? I'll just top mine off with join discord.goodgame.rgg. Let me pull it back up real fast.
It's
discord.gg/politics.
Yeah.
Just type that in on Discord. It'll join the server. And then you guys, I guess, Randolph, do you have anything you want to say?
I'll just probably, because I'm going to close out my stream, I'll just let everybody else say something first.
Well, I have a request in my chat as to why fire trucks are red. They want to know.
So I'll explain that to you. So the first fire trucks had 5 wheels, 4 that they ran on and 1 spare, and they could seat 4 firefighters. So 5 times 4 is 20. Back in that day, 20 Dutch guilders was 1 British pound. The British pound in Dutch is pronounced pond. In a pond, you've got fish. Fish have fins. Finns live in Finland. Finland's next to Russia. Russia's communistic. What's the color of communism?
Red.
Exactly.
That's a lot of dots to connect. That's funny.
That makes sense.
Wow. The numerology version of it, that's just hilarious. That's awesome.
Okay, so let's. You guys have some final words?
I'm like God. My mind works in mysterious ways. All I can say.
I want to thank everybody for being on the stage. I want to thank Xerxes. I want to thank Jack. I know they're not here. Ix, Randolph, Peter, Taco. This was a really, really good stage. I really enjoyed this one. A lot of good conversations. I think this was a lot better than the last one we did. It was just kind of. But this is a good example of what we can do of what we can do in the conversations we can have on these stages. So thank you to everybody who was up here. Thank you to everyone who came up. Thank you to all the keyboard warriors in the Heathen Hangout chat that kept us entertained. And thank you all. Thank you to everyone and to everybody who didn't come up, who's just here listening. You're always welcome to come up if you have a question, or you can pose a question in Heathen Hangout. We're always welcome to anybody can come up, especially if we haven't talked to you before. We love hearing new stuff or answering questions if you need be, or answering questions what we believe and why we believe it. So thank you to all for hanging out, and this is awesome. And if you want more of this kind of stuff, more of this content, you can come check out my channel, Bridge the Divide. It's youtube.com/JLWarren, like you see my name. And of course, I create content, and I have debates, and I do stuff like this all the time, so you're more than welcome to come check me out. And if you like what you see, hit the subscribe button. It really helps. I'm very, very close to 2,000. I'd like to be able to break 2,000 subscribers. That would be very cool. And, I'm bringing this up because I'm a total whore for self-promotion. But thank you all. Love you all. Be safe. Be excellent to each other. And as always, we can bridge the divide.
Yeah, so I was late today because I had to go to Bible study first. People want to check that out. Check out Arn Ra. He's doing the Bible study. But that is also recorded, so you can still come here and present your arguments and then go watch Arn Ra later. That's also a possibility. I really hate it that I've missed part of this because this is absolute fun for me, especially when most of the people that we got on stage are really cordial and are willing to have a decent conversation, which I think is the most important thing to do. As I said before, it's not about winning or losing a debate. That's just useless. We've got one planet. We need to share that one planet. So we need to be able to have a conversation and to be open to other people's arguments and see every single time that we're presented with different arguments, see if we got it wrong. And that is what a lot of people will accuse us of, that we're not open for other arguments. We are, but you have to come with good evidence. And I'm pretty sure that I can be convinced if you come with the correct arguments. People want to check me out, or my co-hosts for that matter, they can go to youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it, where we have similar things. The difference is we only have one guest for about an hour and a half, and then they get an offer to come back and they determine the topic of the conversation. So if you want to check us out, go there. And I want to thank all the guys here, JL, Randolph, IX, Xerxes, Jack Burton, and especially Taco for doing all the legwork to make this happen. It's really fun.
Thank you, Peter.
You all rock. Thank you. I'm closing out the stage.
Hang on. I don't think IX had a chance to say anything, and then I...
Right.
Yeah. I wanted to reiterate the shout out to Mr. Straight for coming on a second time and asking a really interesting and empirical sort of conceptual question about physics, and anyone else who is out there and who's trying to investigate the truth of the matter on things to do with nature and science can do really well to engage with the Science Discord network. To just have actual conversations with mostly qualified people in the field that you're interested in. Even if you're a skeptic, like if you're a creationist, you should definitely be on the actual biology Discord and talk to actual scientists and not be in an echo chamber of creationist pseudoscience. So if anyone wants to get to the Science Discord network, it is discord.gg/math. And there's a network channel on all of the Discords. There's one for chemistry, there's one for AI, there's one for psychology, physics, etc. They all have separate Discords that you can get to. If you start at the math one, it'll lead you to the others. But keep inquiring and learning about science. It'll always lead you in a better direction.
Keep asking questions.
Thank you, IX. I think that's excellent. I just wanted to give a special recognition to Jenna Miu and Oz on the Chopping It Up show on the Tang, the Atheist Network Group channel. They brought me on last week to talk about this show, and they've been promoting it. And Jenna even assured me that she listens to this during work. So if you're listening, Jenna, hello. Thank you for all your support and promotion. They're a wonderful channel to check out, to take a look at, and I've just posted the link into the text chats here in case anybody's interested to see that episode. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us, for tuning in, for getting up on the stage here with us, and bringing forward your ideas and your arguments. We do very much enjoy this, and we hope that all of you do as well. Sometimes the conversations can be a bit straining, but for the most part, I think most of the conversations go quite well. And everybody in the live text chats on YouTube and also in Discord here, appreciate it. Another special thank you goes to the Politics Discord organizers for providing the stage and audience access for us at www.discord.gg/politics, as Taco had just mentioned. So with that, I'm going to end our live stream, and thank you once again. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the weekend.
You guys all rock. Thank you for showing up. Have a good one.
You too.
Take care.
All right, that was super fun. That was a good one. Much better than it was last week. I have to admit that last week was, or the last one we did a couple weeks ago was got kind of cringy at some points, but this one was a fun one. I really enjoyed this, and I shared over. Okay, good. I responded to everybody that I needed to respond to, because I got a bunch of messages during that I was kind of ignoring. But actually, I'm going to do that there. Okay, fantastic. And I'm going to link it here as well. If anybody is curious about this, I'm going to paste this in the chat. This is the link to the article where John Marr basically breaks down his domino theory as to the 10 plagues. And there's also an explanation of the parting of the Red Sea, 10 plagues, I think. What else is he? And the burning bush. So, and I honestly, I always thought the burning bush was a trick of the light, was essentially because of the heat of the area, and it was up in an elevated area, and so it was an echinacea bush, and echinacea can be used to induce hallucinations as well. Yes, it is tomorrow, but I do want to, and thank you, Raven Darkstar. I agree with you. Yes, happy Memorial Day to all the veterans out there. Thank you for your service. We do appreciate it. So I hope you have an amazing day tomorrow and a fun day with family and loved ones. So thank you all so much. But yeah, this was good times. I really enjoyed this. Thank you to everybody who was hanging out for a minute. I do want to give a recommendation. If you get a chance, Papa, if you are familiar with Jay Robin and his stuff, Jefferson Spatchcock had Turing Test 2 is in the house. Good to see you. A member of the Godless Army said, "Did I miss proof of a god or gods?" No, you did not, because none was provided. So there wasn't any. But it's not that I wasn't. I wasn't really expecting it. I would have been surprised if it was popped up. But you never know. You never know what could happen. To be intellectually honest about it. Ugly German Truth says, "Not a fan of the Red Sea bit. I googled it before he sent the link because it has the red read sea nonsense. That is not how translating Hebrew works. Damn it." So I wish it's all kind of a pain when the vast majority of these turn into I try to avoid it. The vast majority of these conversations turn into science lessons, and they shouldn't be science lessons. So. And how much a lack of education can bolster these beliefs, or they can justify these beliefs. And I don't want to call these people, all these individuals who believe these things, ignorant. But when you understand these things to the degree, especially modern science as it is right now, 2022, then you begin to realize why these things are concluded this way, and you realize that the belief is just not justifiable. If it can be admitted that they know it's irrational, they know that it's it's pretty much held because they want to hold it, then that's cool, because people who are willing to admit these things are less willing to try to infringe on our rights via legislation, try to influence legislation that determines how we all live. But yeah, I see the Dr. Nimrod's got the crying Otangelo emoji in there. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I love that emoji. You know, that actually reminds me. So I'm actually going to take a look at something here right quick because I know that we're still live. I got to pop over to my... where did it go? I'm kind of curious about something. Because we have more... Because I have more emojis ready to go out. I can't believe that Doctor Strange, that little Doctor Strange blurb that I did. I got bored and I wanted to put something together, just put some content out. So I literally I edited that really quick. I edited that Doctor Strange video really fast and just threw it out there because I was just like, I just want to put something out and just try my hand at making one of those goofy things. I can't believe how well that's doing. It's doing better than anything else I've ever put out, which is wild. Let me see here. If we go to this one, I just want to see how far away we are from the next. How far away we are from the next one, from the next emoji. How far are like this? So 13. Okay, 13 away. I hadn't checked it in a minute. So that's pretty much it. So that was our Sunday. You know, the universe of madness coming to get me. This is true. So yeah, I'm glad that y'all hung out and listened in. And needs a button for storming out in a huff. I agree with that Turing test. I wish that we had continued on with Otangelo a little bit because he never got to answer my question. I know he had his hand up, but the mods were kind of like, we don't really want to bring him up because I think they feared it was just going to turn into a shit fest. Fantastic. Raven Darkstar said, I just watched Mandy this morning. Other than a gore fest, it was great. It's fantastic, especially when you consider the Greek parallels behind that story. Panos Cosmatos is an amazing director. I absolutely love him. But I wish we'd gotten Ortangelo up just to talk about that because he never got to answer my question. It's like, why? He was disconnected. Yeah, I apologize for that, Otangelo. They wanted to move on, and I was kind of outvoted. Yeah, I was kind of outvoted on that. I wanted to get an answer to. It wasn't out of disrespect or anything like that. I just think they wanted to move on because the question was, and I see you in the chat there, and I saw that you got disconnected. But I want to say, like, you know, given the evidence, given the current scientific evidence that concludes the forensic evidence and the dating evidence that concludes that the Shroud of Turin was created in the 14th century. As what I will say very glibly as a 14th century art installation, that it was never used to wrap a person. There was never a person in there. That the forensic blood spatter analysis or the blood pooling analysis does not match what would actually happen if you had wrapped a person in this sheet. Not to mention it was also not wrapped the way they did burial shrouds back then. So there's a lot of problems with it. But given the evidence, why should we believe the conclusion that it came from Christ? Because all of the evidence says that it does not. There is no evidence that says that it is true. So, Journal of Forensic Scientists. So that was it. So, that was in the Journal of Forensic Scientists. That was presented in 2018. That's what I put up in the chat. So I'm just kind of curious as to, like, as a because you're basically essentially what you're saying, Otangelo, is that. What you're saying, Tangelo, is that the forensic scientists that specialize in this field are wrong, is essentially what you're saying. And I'm curious as to how you justify that. And ShroudofTurin.com, the Shroud of Turin research project, which is STURP, which is what you're referring to, the Shroud of Turin research project. It was a team of scientists which performed a set of experiments and analyses on the Shroud of Turin during the late 70s and the early 80s. STURP issued its final report in 1981. Well, that's 1981. So everything today disagrees with the STURP findings. So, and our ability to collect evidence and evaluate that evidence has vastly improved from the 1980s to 2018. So, I mean, it's literally from when I was in elementary school to now I'm almost 40 years old. So, our scientific advancements have... The reason because, Otangelo and I already addressed this, is because they won't allow. Is it the where is it currently? And I want to make sure I got like yes. So it's currently housed in the chapel of the Cathedral of San Giovanni Battista in Turin, Italy. They won't allow further testing on it. That's the problem, is that they will not submit it for further testing, and that's problematic. So that is a big red flag, that they will not allow it to be tested again like that. And that goes big time against what Sturp found. Which was made on a piece that was fixed in the 16th century. So there is no, like I said, there is no evidence to support this thing. Let me see here. First of 1898, then in its natural sepia color. A variety of methods proposed for formation of the image. The actual method used, the shroud continues to be intensely studied. Early studies, radiocarbon dating, material historical analysis, biological medical forensics, hypotheses on image origin, and then there's fringe theories. Images of coins, flowers, and writing, radiation processes. But yeah, the Vatican position on it. Let's see, this was in March 2013. Exposition of the Shroud. Let's see, the man of the Shroud. So the Pope Francis recorded a video message for the occasion, which he described the image on the shroud as this icon of a man, and stated that the man of the shroud invites us to contemplate Jesus of Nazareth. In his carefully worded statement, Pope Francis urged the faithful to contemplate the shroud with awe, but stopped firmly short of asserting its authenticity. This is because the Catholic Church knows that it is not real, that it did not wrap the body. That's why the Catholic Church will not state that it is the burial shroud of Jesus Christ, because all the evidence states that it is not. So Dr. Nerd says, you and me must be around the same age. How do you stay so young looking? I have no idea. With my 30 years of smoke, yes, I do. Yes, we do have evidence that it's not the shroud of Jesus. The forensic evidence and the dating evidence demonstrate that it is not the shroud of Christ. That is evidence against your claim. Because if it was from that period of time, there would be evidence to support that. There is no evidence to support that it is. None whatsoever. So, unfortunately, the question still remains, Otangelo. Why should we believe yours over all the evidence that concludes that it is not? You've presented no evidence that concludes that it is, and I've presented a bunch of evidence that concludes that it is not. So, and those run the gamut of radiocarbon dating, material historical analysis, biological and medical forensics, image and text analysis. So, the hypotheses on the image origin is its painting, acid pigmentation, medieval photography, dust transfer technique, bas relief, the Maillard reaction. Maillard reaction is a form of non-enzymatic browning involving an amino acid and a reducing sugar. The cellulose fibers of the shroud are coated with a thin carbohydrate layer of starch fractions, various sugars, and other impurities. The potential source for amines required for the reaction is a decomposing body, and no signs of decomposition have been found on the shroud. So there's one big thing. No signs of decomposition have been found on the shroud. Rogers also notes that the test revealed that there were no proteins or bodily fluids on the image areas. Also, the image resolution and the uniform coloration of the linen resolution seem to be incompatible with a mechanism involving diffusion. So, I'm sorry. And I'm not surprised by that, Raven. If you're older than me by 10 years, look younger, because 30 plus years of smoking will do this if it's prematurely aged me. So. Yes, there are methods that can account for this. I'm sorry, dude. Sturp's conclusion, it's not. I'm telling you. Okay? I'm telling you, there are a bunch of hypotheses as to how it was done. Okay? But there is no evidence that it ever wrapped a body. Okay? Anatomical forensics. Joe Nickel in 1983 and Gregory S. Paul in 2010 separately state that the proportions of the image are not realistic. Paul stated that the face and proportions of the Shroud image are impossible, that the figure cannot represent that of an actual person, and that the posture was inconsistent. They argued that the forehead on the Shroud is too small, and that the arms are too long and of different lengths, and that the distance from the eyebrows to the top of the head is non-representative. They concluded that the features can be explained if the Shroud is a work of a Gothic artist. In 2018, an experimental bloodstain pattern analysis was performed to study the behavior of blood flows from the wounds of a crucified person and to compare this to the evidence on the Turin Shroud. The comparison between different tests demonstrated that the blood patterns on the forearms and on the back of the hand are not connected and would have had to have occurred at different times as a result of a very specific sequence of movements. In addition, the rivulets on the front of the image are not consistent with the lines on the lumbar area, even supposing that there might have been different episodes of bleeding at different times. These inconsistencies suggest that the Turin linen was an artistic or didactic representation rather than an authentic burial shroud. So, new. And a number of studies on the anatomical consistency of the image of the shroud and the nature of the wounds have been performed following the initial study by Yves Delage in 1902. While Delage declared the image anatomically flawless, others have presented arguments to support both authenticity and forgery. The analysis of a crucified Roman discovered near Venice in 2007 shows heel wounds that are consistent with those found on Genohanan, but which are not consistent with wounds depicted on the shroud. Also, neither of the crucifixion victims known to archaeology shows evidence of wrist wounds. So there's problems all over the place. And flowers and pollen. According to scientists, such diversity does not exclude a medieval origin in Europe, but it would be So the flowers and pollen that were found upon this thing actually track with the journey it made, where it was exposed to those elements, but not where it was supposedly originated, if it originated as Christ's Shroud. So that doesn't hold up, and the bloodstains themselves don't hold up either. So, sorry, dude. Yeah, it's been debunked a number of times. I strongly recommend you stop going with that. So, let me see here. Material historical analysis. There are so many links that go down this. I'm trying to give you the rundown of it. The few samples of burial cloths that are known from the era are made using plain weave. In 2000, fragments of a burial shroud from the 1st century were discovered in a tomb near Jerusalem, believed to have belonged to a Jewish high priest. The shroud was composed of a simple two-way weave, unlike the complex herringbone twill of the Turin Shroud. Based on this discovery, the researchers conclude the Turin Shroud did not originate from Jesus-era Jerusalem, because it was manufactured in a way that was not done during that time. It's not, dude. I'm sorry. Boomer saying says, "You guys done? Oh, you talk about Shroud of Turin, the contemporary bishop of the contemporary bishop of the diocese denounced the shroud in the 1300s. So it's not, dude." Bridge, Dr. Nimrod said, "Not one single holy relic from the church has, not one single relic that the church has is from when it is claimed or from whom it is claimed. It's all hoaxes to scare people into believing." And I would say that is a rational conclusion. It really, really is. And so, I'm sorry, dude. It's not. It's literally a 14th century art installation. It was not real. The anatomy is off. The blood forensics is off. The construction is off. Everything is off. So the Shroud of Turin is a hoax. I would say it should not be believed to be authentic. And Bishop of Troyes, yes, escholarship.org. Radiocarbon dating of the Shroud of Turin. Very small samples from the Shroud of Turin have been dated by accelerator mass spectrometry in laboratories at Arizona, Oxford, and Zurich. As controls, these samples whose ages has been determined independently were also dated. The results provide conclusive evidence that the linen of the Shroud of Turin is medieval. And this was published in 1989. 1989. And I will actually put this up. Thank you, Boomer. Boomer sign for like that, but bam, and boom. There is the paper on that. So that was published in Nature in February 1989. So the Shroud of Turin, which many people believe was used to write bears detailed blah blah blah. So they independently tested them in 3 different labs, in Arizona. In Arizona, Oxford, and Zurich. And as controls, 3 samples whose ages had been determined independently were also dated. The results provide conclusive evidence that the linen of the Shroud of Turin is medieval. Sorry, dude. There's no more on this. Your Boomer is correct. The Shroud is an absolute meme artifact. So, all of the evidence that I've presented, that shuts it down. Yes, Boomer's correct. Even the Catholics don't acknowledge it. So, hey, Doctor Who Design, good to see you. Says, hope you're doing well. Do you mind if I ask you a quick question at the stream? You can ask me a quick question anytime. I'm here. Feel free. I can answer it here, or you can shoot me a message via Discord, or you can. My email address is in my about section on the channel, so you can email me a question, whichever you prefer, whichever's more comfortable for you. Dr. Nimrod, church getting medieval on stupid people's asses. Yeah. So unfortunately, the Shroud of Turin is a hoax. I've debunked it with all of the evidence against it. That it's literally a medieval forgery. That's what it is. And you need to demonstrate that it is not a medieval forgery, because there are teams of people that have demonstrated it is a medieval forgery. That's pretty much it. So, unfortunately. Ugly German Truths. So very comparable to the I think that's the Ika stones. Once the locals realized that people paid loads of money to get one of them real stones, they started faking them, and some got really creative. Exactly. Oh, Doctor Who, yeah. So yeah, we're done with the stream on Discord. I'm done there. So send the link where it shows the anatomy doesn't work. Not a problem. The anatomical forensics. The journal, there we go, and pop, and there you go. There's the DOI. There's the DOI for the anatomical breakdown, where the conclusion was. Let me bounce back up. Let me see here. Where did it go? Oh, this up there. There we go. The inconsistency suggests the Turin linen was an artistic or didactic representation rather than an authentic burial shroud. So that was the bloodstain pattern analysis (BPA), and I just linked you the DOI on that. So. John Rapp is in the house, a member of the Goblet's Army. Thank you so much. That's for you, John Rapp. Says, good morning. If Antangelo is interested, I have a piece of the Roman spear that I could let him have for a reasonable price. Boomer says, is there ever an analysis of linens to see if it was even a style of manufacturing from the classical period? And yes, there was. There absolutely was. So the, where did it go? The historical fabrics. In 1998, Shroud researcher Joe Nickel wrote that no examples of herringbone weave are known from the time of Jesus. The few samples of burial cloths that are known from the era are made using plain weave. In 2000, fragments of a burial shroud from the 1st century were discovered in a tomb near Jerusalem, believed to have belonged to a Jewish high priest or a member of the aristocracy. The shroud was composed of a simple two-way weave, unlike the complex herringbone twill of the Turin shroud. Based on this discovery, the researchers concluded that the Turin shroud did not originate from Jesus-era Jerusalem. And that would be this link. I'm like posting all these links up in here. The 4th spear of Longinus. The spear, yes. How much for the spear of Biggest Dickus? So unfortunately, yeah. So there is no reason to accept, your events when they've been your story when it's been debunked, Otangelo. I would strongly recommend you stop bringing up the Shroud of Turin. Okay? Good thing I am showing the sources, Boomer. So, yeah, I'd strongly recommend you stop bringing up the Shroud of Turin. Stop bringing up the Shroud of Turin. Stop bringing up Noah's Ark, because the Creation Institute, it was the Institute of Creation Research, the ICR, they admit, the people that fund this stuff and go look for it, even they say the Ark has never been found. And that's the people on your side of the argument. So even the big head honchos in that, even they say that the Ark has never been found and will likely never be found, if it even exists. So yeah, so even the Institute of Creation Research, they disagree with you regarding that. Dr. Number said, Boomer, the BBC did a great documentary on it. I think it was the BBC. All the results said fake as fuck, since the owner of the Shroud won't let anybody near it. Yeah, they refuse to allow it tested anymore, which is really problematic. So it has been debunked over and over and over and over and over again. No, it does not. I'm not going to. You are not a forensic scientist, Otangelo, at all. I'm not going to believe that you have refuted legitimate professionals in the field of blood spatter analysis. I'm not going to. And no, it doesn't refute the claim from the paper that I linked, because I will believe forensic scientists who specialize in this field over you, because you are not a forensic scientist. You do not understand forensic sciences. Read the paper. It will explain it. Yes, Turing Test 2 is correct. Tell me you're a stuck record without telling me you're a stuck record. Oh, wild. That's some funny stuff. So I think that's pretty much it. So it is 3:25. We've been going for almost 6 hours, and I think we're coming up on a good stopping point, because I think 6 hours is good. We don't need to go the full 8, and I don't have any videos to look over with you. I would recommend everybody go check out Jefferson Spatchcock's channel. He absolutely goes nuclear on J. Robin, because J. Robin is just trash. So if you want a good laugh, go check out Jefferson Spatchcock's channel. So I think that's about where it's going to be. So I've got more content coming up on my channel. I've got new videos that I'm working on. I've got some really solid ones, some interesting ones. I got CC Chris and a bunch of other fools that are coming up, which I think will be a lot of fun. I'm considering going after Matt Powell again, because he said some really egregious stuff about the shooting in Uvalde. Just really gross stuff over on Matt Powell's channel. Of course, he's trash. We'll see what happens with the reporting of, if something occurs about, the reporting of Kent Hovind's violation of his 501c3. I hope something happens from there. It should be interesting. Pretty sure he violated the terms of that. So if that gets revoked, that'll be hilarious. Other than that, thank you, Colorado Biker. If I get the opportunity, definitely. So I appreciate that, and I'm sorry I got sick before. I let myself get run down after going down into Texas, so it was gross. So new stuff coming up, and of course we've got the live Bloodbath debate tonight on Wover and Week in Horror. So I'll be posting that up. So if you're subscribed over there, you'll get that notification. Hopefully. Other than that, that's pretty much it. So. I want to give a huge, giant thank you to everyone who hung out with me today. I do appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thank you to all of the channel members. You all rule. You help to make the show possible. Of course, we are 13 members away from the next emoji. I don't want to spoil it, but I think you guys will enjoy it. So we're 13 channel members away from the next one coming out. I do appreciate it. Like I said, if you want to become a channel member, the join link is on my channel, and of course, it's 99 cents a month. If that's feasible, and of course it's about all I value my content to be, and but you guys help me to do this, so I do appreciate it and love y'all. So other than that, I think it's a good place to close it out. So thank you again, everybody, for hanging out with me. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide.